Blinding lights, lost in your eyes, feeling the pressure. You and I, spending the night, chasing forever. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave me lonely. Say you'll stay through the pain, say you won't go running. Let me in through your veins, get off on my loving.
Hello, hello, everybody. So quiet in here, starting without any game music. So today, I'm going to be
Blazar23 says
doing
morning Berica.
something a little bit different. Good morning, Bazaar. Welcome in. Sorry, guys. I had every intention of being on time today. I've been sitting here at my computer for the last 45 minutes, but something came up that I had to take care of. I know I said a lot, but this was very, very important. But I did do it already, so everything is good.
Blazar23 says, are we playing Magic?
We're not playing Magic today. Well, I'm playing Magic today. Later on, we're going to be doing the pre-release for the Final Fantasy set that's coming out. The pre-release is tonight. We signed up early about 3 weeks ago. So I'm going to be, so usually every time before pre-release in the past, I would look at the set review for all the cards for every color. Because so the goal, basically, the pre-release, maybe you guys have ever been to a pre-release before. If you haven't, basically it's a tournament. You get 5 packs. You make a deck with, is it 5 packs or 4 packs? I can't even remember. I think it's 5 packs. You make a deck with those 5 packs, and then you basically have to try and win to get more rewards at the end, which usually ends up being more packs. Sometimes it might have a little bit of additional prizes. I can't remember if they have mats for winning the pre-release or that's just for game day. I think it might just be for game day. So yeah, in the past I've always reviewed these. They are kind of long. I'm not gonna lie, this set review is not as interesting as some of the other ones that I've liked watching in the past. But this is the only one I think that I saw that was pretty good. I used to like watching ones from Louis Scott Vargas in the past, but I don't know if he
Blazar23
makes them
says,
anymore.
NGLI love to see you play Magic to see what kind of player you are.
Well, it's a little bit difficult now since I am blind. That's why I really want to review the cards, because I want to try to make, I haven't really played Magic that much since I went blind. And the little bit that I have played, it's only decks that I know that I've basically played for long times in the past before. So I want to try looking through the cards as much as possible to try and memorize them so I can make an at least halfly decent playable deck. And let me know, guys, are you able to hear TTS right now or not? Because I try to separate it, but I don't know if it is. So let me know if you can hear your TTS.
Blazar23 says you can use your FF deck and I'll use my Doctor Who deck.
Your Doctor Who deck? Oh my goodness. I haven't played any of those new set type things. Like from TV shows like SpongeBob, all those. I haven't really played any cards from any of those.
Said, can I use my Eldrazi deck?
Your Eldrazi deck. Hey, welcome in, Sia.
Blazar23 says, and yes, I can hear the bot, but I don't mind it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I do have TTS. So this is how I use TTS, guys, since I am visually impaired. You can hear it today because I am using my window capture, so you guys can hear this video with me. It's going to be more of this guy talking for a lot of the
See ya.
parts, but I will be also pausing
Said I
too.
didn't know you play MTG.
Yes, yeah, I've played Magic the Gathering for like the last 15, 16 years or so. But like I was saying, I haven't really played much since I lost my vision because I mean, obviously it's pretty difficult for me to read cards. But today, we did sign up for the pre-release. That's today for the Final Fantasy set. As you guys know, I do love Final Fantasy and I do play a lot of Final Fantasy games.
Blizzard23
like a
says
dream
I
come
challenge
true.
you to a duel.
So I want to try making an attempt to make at least a playable deck. You know, I don't want to go in there blind, like completely blind, you know, not knowing the cards, also just being blind myself, not even able to read them. So I'm going to be going through these. I did start it last night. It is quite lengthy. This video is not as entertaining as other set reviews that I've seen in the past. There are other set reviews that they've had that I used to really like, but I don't think they create them anymore, those creators. So I'm going to be reviewing this one here. So give me a second. There is a chance that I may receive a very important phone call. So I will let you guys know if I have to either like go all of a sudden or if I can just
Blizzard23
pause.
says also Mocha says hi, but she passed out again.
Oh, it's okay. Well, hi to Mocha, and thank you guys so much for tuning in. So let's get started. It's going to be a little bit quiet. I was thinking of like playing other music in the background because this guy's video is pretty quiet in general, but yeah, we'll deal with it. Let's go ahead. Let me check the audio first. I did check it beforehand, but then I did adjust it a little bit too. So let's see. Hopefully it's working.
Skin, you can use the ability in response. You draw a card, and then the creature would die, and it's a 1/2.
Let me know, guys, if that's too loud or if that's okay like that, or if it's too low. And I can adjust based on that. Let's see.
I will say this can kind of hose removal from your opponent's side, right?
And let me open up my chat here. Give me a second.
It's like a weird protection against removal. If your opponent tries to kill something other than Stiltskin, you can use the ability in response. You draw a card, and then, the creature would die, and it's a 1/2.
And this is pretty damn nerdy. It is long, and I do watch most of this usually. I try to, sometimes I don't watch, like if I know I'm pretty sure I'm not going to play color, like for me, I usually always traditionally don't really play blue, so sometimes I won't review the blue. Most of the time I still do, but I think for time's sake, since the pre-release is tonight, I don't think I'm going to be reviewing it. And another good reason that I'm probably going to be avoiding blue is usually blue tends to have a lot more text than, white, green, or red aggro cards, so maybe that'll cut me some reading for avoiding blue.
So that has synergies with the lifelink stuff. I don't think this is unplayable. I don't think it's insane, but I think it's definitely playable. So I'm willing to give it a 2.5. I think that's totally fine.
Wait, but hold on. Before I go here, I want to continue. I want to show you the boy that I love the most, Dion. Apparently, so in Final Fantasy 16, I recently completed Final Fantasy 16. I love the game. My favorite character in that game is Dion. He's an amazing card for limited
white equipment we saw earlier.
So let's check him out.
2.75.
I want to show you guys Dion.
Not bad at all. Dion Bahamut's Dominant. This might be the best card we've seen so far because it flips into something nasty, and it already does something nasty. White and 3, 3/3 legendary creature.
I'm building around
During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying, so kind of good there. When it enters, you make a 2/2 white knight. 6 mana, exile it, return it to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control, and this is where things get gross. Bahamut Warden.
So I'm not gonna lie, sorry for pausing too much, but when I stopped, I mean, I've played Magic, like I said, off and on, but when I stopped playing Standard is when I think these things were kind of coming into sets. We used to play Standard for a long time, and then we stopped playing Standard. We were mostly playing Commander. When I stopped playing Standard, these things were coming in. So I'm not 100% sure how they work, but I think it goes by turns. I think it goes by turn that they're in play, 1, 2, and 3, if I'm not mistaken. If you guys know how those work, let me know.
First 2 chapters, put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. those creatures gain flying until end of
Blizzard
turn.
23
That's
says, "Do we
busted.
flip the cards?"
The final saga.
Yes, there are
trigger,
some flip cards.
Destroy target permanent, exile Bahamut, then return it to the battlefield. So this is one of those sagas that is going to come back. It
And
doesn't die.
That's what I learned about these. So usually these cards are called, I guess, saga cards. Normally, or not normally, but for the most part, whenever their effects like are gone, they die. But this card, you exile it and it comes back into play as Dion again, which is absolutely insane.
Die after the final chapter, right? And when it does come back, it's going to make another 2/2. So if somehow
And
your
it makes a
opponent has
2/2.
lived through the final chapter, I mean, it's setting up to do it again. Like, this is splashable for just the hard cast. The double white you need to flip it. This is, I mean, 4.5? I think the only reason I'm hesitant to give it a 5 is because the activated ability requires double white. Maybe this is a 4.75.
And he's
This
rating
thing
based on a
looks gross
scale
to
1
me.
through 5. But he's
Absolute
my
bomb.
favorite character in Final Fantasy
Absolute bomb.
16 and in a lot of games in general.
Play that card if you open it.
And this is kind of his splash card.
Dragoon's Lance.
There's
another
flavor
equipment.
cards, sorry.
This is white and 1 for job select. I think this is actually the first job select card we've seen, but there are quite a few in the format. So job select is when this equipment enters, you make a 1/1 colorless hero token, and then you attach the equipment to it. So nice little value there as it gets the free auto equip. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. During your turn, equipped creature has flying. So this is Bahamut's flavor lance here. It is naturally 4 to equip. So it's a 2-mana, 2/1 flyer. During your turn, it's
Seems
flying
okay.
anyways. 4 to equip is a little bit expensive. I don't mind this card though. 2.5, 2.75. Above average, but nothing exciting. Dwarven Castle Guard, white and 1.
Okay,
for
and
its,
I'm going to go ahead and fast forward a
if
little
I'm gonna
bit
be
to where I
generous,
left off on.
if you need a
I
current
was like
available
30
cards,
minutes in. And this is a
right?
Koana from Final Fantasy 14 too.
I think this is another one of those the clause of this. A deck may have any number of this card. So, Moogle
Let's
creature
see.
token with light.
Moogles, I think that's removal.
I'm gonna give this a high for skeleton spirits
And
or
then I
zombies.
think I left off
Enchantment.
right.
Beginning of
Oh
your
yeah.
upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's in an artifact or creature, you may reveal it, put it in your hand. If you put a card in your hand this way, create a food and transform into cooking campsite. So adds a white.
Alec
So
XK
it
Dash
actually could
says
be
hi.
ramp in limited.
Hey,
White ramp
How does
in
the
limited.
audio sound?
3 tap, sack it, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control, activate only as a sorcery.
Oh, maybe that's why it's not that good. 3 tap. Oh, okay. I was thinking that this card was actually kind of decent. It makes food tokens. You can add white to your mana pool, but it's a mana source also. But it does cost 3. I didn't notice it was 3 to sacrifice a token.
Tap, sack it, put a
That's a little
1/1
bit
counter on
expensive.
each creature you control, activate only as a sorcery.
It's funny because he does go back to it like
Alec
2 or 3
XK Dash
Not
times.
says, "Sounds
terrible.
good."
Let's see though.
Okay,
How many
nice.
artifacts / creatures are you gonna have in your deck? Let's say the base is you have 15
So
creatures.
I've seen a lot of
and then maybe
artifact
you have like
based
3 artifacts because
stuff
there's a lot
so
of
far.
equipment. That's not bad.
A lot of
Viola guy.
artifacts.
You get a food token.
Said hello.
you
Hey,
get
Viola guy,
ramps,
welcome
late
in.
Game. I mean,
So, I apologize. We are not doing Final Fantasy VII right now. We are doing something a little bit different today. We are doing the today. I'm going to the pre-release for the Final Fantasy set that comes out tonight, and I like to do the set reviews for the cards before I go into those tournaments. I used to do those in the past. I haven't been in a Magic tournament or a pre-release in years since the accident, and even a little bit before the accident because of COVID before that. So it's been a long while, and I don't want to go in completely blind, no pun intended. So we're going to be reviewing some of those. There's a lot of art. There's very nice cards. Final Fantasy, I mean, all
I'm
the Final
guessing it looks
Fantasies.
better than it is. I'm just gonna give this a 2.5. I don't think it's busted.
I have played Magic
Viola
over the
guy.
last
Reasonable.
15, 16 years.
Said, oh, I can hear
I think it's
myself today.
playable.
Yeah, yeah, I
think
do have
it's
desktop audio on, so you
OP.
guys can hear the video.
Slash of Light, white 1 instant, deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control the target creature. So a little bit better than the classic just X damage, where X is the number of creatures you control, of course.
I was thinking of
As
running
that way,
green,
you don't necessarily need to have that many creatures. You can have a
but I
couple of
am really
equipment
liking
floating
white,
around.
especially with the knights.
But I don't
Okay, I'm not
generally
gonna lie.
like this
Dion
card.
Dion basically just sold me. I want to run white now.
White, as we've seen,
That
is
Dion.
pretty
I
go
hope I
wide,
pack him.
but this is 2.25. I'm sure there are going to be many better.
He seems
Did I
like so
misread the
kind of good in
sacrifice?
general. He really doesn't seem like a
sacrifice
bad
and
card at all.
artifact put a 1/1 counter. Okay, that makes it a little bit better, but still, I'm not going to give it a 3. Maybe it's a 2.75 instead. Anyways, even if you have a bunch of job select equipment, I don't think this card is all that good. I think it's a 2.25. You're going to play it in those decks, but it's not exciting.
At the same time, I'm kind of looking at the art too.
Snow Villiers. White 2, legendary creature with...
One thing that I don't like is the way he says like the mana cost for the cards. How he'll say like white 2. Like I like when they say like 3, 1 white, 2 colorless for, you know, so and so for so and so card. I don't like how he says white 2.
Vigilance.
And he does that for all the
Power equal
cards.
number of creatures you control, and it has 3 toughness. So
Okay.
with Vigilance, here's white 2, legendary creature with Vigilance. Power equal the number of creatures you control, and it has 3 toughness. So on
Is
its
he a
own, it's a
knight?
1/3.
No, he's not.
This is fine. We've seen this type of creature in white before.
If it was a knight, it'd be
it generally
broken.
plays out decently. It's another one of those cards, though, that you need to have other creatures, right? If you only have 1, 2 creatures, this thing's pretty bad. On the battlefield, that is. But the later the game goes, or if you're able to swarm, no, this is fine. This is 2. I guess 2.5 makes sense.
And keep in mind, guys,
2.5. I'm on 2.5 for that.
all these ratings, and then also like I guess the commentary that I'm also kind of giving in my not that great educated opinion, but it's based off of limited. This is not for actual like tournament play, really. This is specifically for pre-release. So pre-release, basically what it is, you get 5 packs. You make a deck. I think it's 4 or 5 packs. Can't remember. But oh my goodness, what is that? But yeah, you make a deck with those 5 packs that you get, and it's basically a tournament that's running through the night. And yeah, you try and get more cards like that. So ratings are solely based on that.
Stiltskin,
How good
Moogle
they are
Merchant,
for the
a white
pre-release.
1/2 lifelink for 1. A white 1/2 lifelink for 1 white. Tap 2 and tap it.
Hey,
Target
Harry.
While ago.
opponent's
Welcome
control
in.
of another
Said
target
I went to
permanent you
pre-release
control. If
events
they
before,
do,
they're
you
fun.
draw a card.
Yes, they are very fun. Hey, I am looking at the set review for Final Fantasy. We're going to the pre-release tonight. It's gonna take a while to get through this, I'm not gonna lie. But I really want to get through it.
Control of another 1/2 white.
It's harder 'cause I'm
on
talking
2.5
too.
for that. Stiltskin, Moogle Merchant, a white 1/2 lifelink for 1. A white 1/2 lifelink for 1 white. Tap 2 and tap it. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card.
Okay. Situational.
I will say this can kind of hose removal from your opponent's side, right?
Yeah, I just told the
It's-
commander deck looks amazing.
It's like a weird protection against removal.
I think this
If your
is...
opponent tries to kill something other than Stiltskin, you can use the ability in response. You draw a card, and then, the creature would die. And it's a 1/2 lifelink for 1. So that has synergies with the lifelink stuff. I don't think this is like a...
I
I
feel
don't
like
think this
it's
is
more for
unplayable.
constructed.
I don't think it's insane, but I think it's definitely playable. So I'm willing to
It's
give it
not
a
bad.
2.5.
We get a 1 for a
think
1/2
that's totally
life
fine.
link in the beginning. You're just poking with it. You're getting free life on its own.
Totally. Summon
Without its ability.
Choco/Mog.
I want to
Alright,
know
our
what these do.
First Choco. Oh no, we saw a couple Chocos. White and 2 for a 3/3 Saga creature.
Ah, so this is the Choco/Mog from Final Fantasy VII. That's exactly what it's called in that game.
All
So it's
other couple
3?
Chocos. White and 2 for a 3/3 Saga creature. All 4 of its chapters are other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. That's not bad. That goes really well with the
3
white
for a 3/3. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 to end of
go
turn.
wide theme that we've seen. It will die after the 4th chapter, but that's just an okay playable.
I'd run it.
Common. 2.25? Yeah.
What if you get multiple of
I don't think
those?
it's as good as like Stiltskin or whatever, but it's definitely
Blizzard
reasonable.
23 says a nice beef stick.
Summon Knights
Yeah.
of Round. White,
Ooh.
6. 3/3. 4 chapters of making 3 2/2 knights.
8 cost.
With the 5th chapter, other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter
Vilaga.
on each of
Said,
them.
oh look, the summon you don't have yet.
Oh, it's a 3/3 indestructible itself.
Yeah, I have heard.
Yeah.
I've heard many times people talking about Knights of the Round. Waiting for that
Yes,
one.
for sagas, when they hit their final chapter, you can note it at the top there. It says sacrifice after. For example, chapter 4. This one's insane. So it is.
But for 8 though?
It's a 3/3, but because it's indestructible, your opponent's gonna have a hard time.
I mean, if you're playing cards that are casting 8 in pre-release, it's basically
Blizzard
The time-
23 says you need foe get it before the final fight. It makes it
where
easier.
everybody is top decking. Like at this point, people usually, if it's that far into the fight, which it tends to happen a lot in pre-release, you're top decking, and if you top deck this, it's probably going to put you back in
And
control of the game,
dealing
and
with
probably
it, which means
obviously
if
cost you to
this
win.
sits on the battlefield for any number of turns, you're gonna be very hard pressed to lose at that point. Like on the second turn, it will have made 6 2/2s.
Oh.
6 2/2s.
How
So
does it make 6? Create 3.
base
Oh
stats
shit!
say they somehow have a -X effect. It would be an 8 mana 3/3 and 3 2/2s, right? So even if they kill it, you're still up 3 2/2s. No, this thing is nuts. The mana cost is the only thing holding this back. This is another 4.5.
Even for
What did I give the other one to? Bahamut?
still pretty damn expensive.
Blizzard
Yeah,
23 says fun fact if you
Again,
summon the round table and the
format
rest of the party
dependent. We're
has the
not sure
copy
how-
materia, you'll fun.
Fast this format's going to be. But if you cast this card, I would say you're very likely to win the game, assuming you're not just dead on the
So
crack
far,
or
just
something.
based on the white cards I've seen, it seems to be pretty slow
Very good.
set.
Summon Primal Garuda, white 3/3 saga creature.
See,
Aerial Bla-
see how he says that white 3/3? That always confuses me. I don't like the way he says it. I like when they say 1 white, 3 colorless, or 4 costs, 1 white, 3 colorless.
Blast is the first chapter. White 3/3 saga creature. Aerial Blast is the first chapter. Deals 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. That's very good. Oh, 3/3 flying.
Nice
flying.
removal.
Next 2 chapters, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying intelligence. Oh, this is a great uncommon.
Oh, well.
Because even though it's a saga with only 3 chapters, so it will die relatively quickly to its own ability. If you've killed anything with this, that's already up in value, and then yeah,
Not bad.
that
4 for a
pushes a lot
3/3
of pressure.
flyer, just on its own, and then it also
this
is
is like
removal.
a 3, maybe a 3.25. This is a really good uncommon, I think. Very nice.
Pretty good. That's an
Ultima,
uncommon.
white 3, destroy all artifacts and creatures, end the turn for sorcery.
Hmm.
Generally, the end the turn is not going to be that relevant.
that is
I
kinda
will say
random.
though, if your opponent has like creatures that have triggers when they
I
die,
don't understand why it has ended the turn. I can't really see. I've never really seen a removal that has that before.
that gets rid of those. I don't love wrath effects in limited. Some wrath effects like Sunfall and whatnot, or Phyrexian Rebirth, those are kind of busted. But just regular wrath effects, I think, are more akin to like ratings of 3. Especially if you think about it, the white theme, if you're playing white, is generally, from what we've seen, go wide. So this is kind of like counterproductive to your plan. But I think it's a solid 3.
For 3?
Yeah, I'd give it a solid 3.
Oh no, he's rating it a 3. Ooh,
Venet,
is
Heart
that? Oh, it's Venat. That's so
of
nice.
Hydaelyn.
He called her Venet. It's Venat.
Venet, Heart of Hydaelyn.
Thank you for the follow, guys.
3/3
Hey, girl,
legendary
welcome in.
creature, Elder Wizard. Whenever you cast
Hold on.
Hydaelyn,
I'm reviewing this. It's 3 for a 3/3 already. There's so many legendary creatures in this set.
solid 3. Venet, Heart of Hydaelyn. White 1.
Heart of Hydaelyn.
3/3 legendary
Crow.
creature, Elder Wizard.
Said bruh I mistyped the TDS command.
No worries. It's okay. You guys can hear TTS today. So you guys can type if you want to just type today. I'm okay either way.
Where you cast a legendary spell.
Unless it's long, then go ahead and type it.
Draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. And then an ability of 7 and tap, exile target non-land permanent, transform Venet.
Oh, she
Hydaelyn, the
transformed.
Mother Crystal.
Oh my
4/4
God, that's so
No,
nice.
not flying. 4/4 indestructible. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn it gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. Oh, that card's very good. We've seen a million legendaries.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
So 3 mana 3/3 that probably can draw you a couple of cards. if it
Blizzard23
sits.
says
And then if it
NGLI like
does
the
get to
vibes today
transform,
watching
it
you be
gets
hype
to
about magic is
exile
cute.
a permanent and turn into a 4/4
Not just hype about Magic. I'm so hyped that it's also Final
indestructible,
Fantasy too.
a couple of cards if it sits. And then if it does get to transform, it gets to exile.
So what is it? Whenever you cast a legendary spell. Wait, what's a legendary spell? That's going to be an instant sorcery or creature. Draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, how does it flip? You have to pay the mana cost? I think, okay, yeah, you have to pay 7. You exile
Oh,
her,
a
and then she
permanent.
flips.
And turn into a 4/4 indestructible that starts buffing your other stuff. Yeah, that's nice.
The only thing about this card, it's obviously people are going to try and kill it off, like, immediately. So it might be a card that you're going to...
Alex
I don't
Dash
think you'd want to play it early
Said
game.
no VTuber model today.
There's no VTuber model? Oh, no. Hold on. Where's my VTuber at?
Blizzard23 says Jesus if you manage to flip it OTS a free win.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Chrome Magic Source. Windows
Blizzard23 says
2.
wait I can see your model though.
Yeah, it's actually just my Twitch users that can't see it. Hold on, guys. Let me see. There you go. You can see me now. Sorry, I didn't notice that. I had to set up a new source for some reason. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like the just chatting things that much. Not that I don't like them, but for some reason, every time I want to do a just chatting session, the sources don't pick up automatically. I have to reset them every single time I have to add a new source. And I don't do just chatting that often, but it's kind of annoying because I have to redo the audio
Alex
and I have to
Dash
redo the source every time.
Said you can hide the chat since it blocks the card.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can hide the chat. Give me 1 second. I don't know how to hide it though. Actually, yeah, I can hide it.
Blizzard23
Never
says
mind.
actually Barika I have a friend that needs help with her model. Any advice?
Oof. I mean, to be honest, I didn't do anything for this model. I just bought it. I wouldn't be able to help you out there. Maybe 3D models a little bit, but hardly.
3.75? At least a 3.5. Maybe not quite a 4. Very solid white rare.
Blizzard23 says OBS is starting to charge
Very
over
solid.
$100 per model.
Weapons vendor, white 3/2/2. When this enters,
Thank
draw
you
a
for the
card.
follow,
At the beginning of
guys.
combat, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature.
Hold on.
Weapons, very solid white rare.
They put the
Very
knot
solid.
in Hydaelyn.
Weapons vendor, white 3/2/2. When this enters, draw a card. At the beginning of combat, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. Oh, that's good. 4 mana 2/2 draw a card with an okay ability. Yeah, 2.5,
Okay.
2.6, 2.7.
Okay.
I doubt I'm gonna want to run like a ton of these.
It's too much text for me to
To
read
be
again.
honest,
but
Doe
it
says
replaces
Bearsky.
itself and it has a relevant enough ability. You know.
Hey, 2B, welcome in.
White Arasite. White, and 2 for an artifact. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And it taps for a white. Cool. Cool take. Until this white, and 2 for an artifact. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield.
Okay, so this is just a basic removal, and it also gives you mana too.
And it
Not
taps
bad.
for a white. Cool. Cool take on one of these exile effects until it leaves the battlefield.
It's just like a, what's
The
it
double
called?
white means it's going to be
Shit, I haven't played Magic in so
difficult
long.
to splash for
The
it.
sphere or
so
the 3 cost removal, but it also gives you 1 mana
2.75 or a
for 1
3?
extra.
I kind of like the fact that it adds mana. That's neat.
Yeah, that is nice. Usually we don't have removal that adds mana.
Yeah, decent. White Mage's Staff. All right, white and 1 for a job select. Equip creature gets
Just a FYI, I play White Mage. I main White Mage in Final Fantasy 14, so
+1/+1.
right
White
up my
Mage's
alley.
Staff. All right, white and 1 for a job select. Equip creature gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life and is a cleric in addition to its other types. Equip cost of 3. So it's a 2 mana 2/2 that whenever it attacks, you gain 1, and it's a cleric. Equip 3. Good role player for the life gain synergy.
Blizzard23
these
says,
work?
I wonder if Erish Death is going to be a spell.
I wonder. So job select. Does this automatically? Does this come into as a 2/2, or I need to attach it to something? Because it's an artifact equipment. But he's saying it like if it's 2/4 or 2/2, like if it's already a creature. Equip
Vilagot.
creature.
Said if you didn't hear the good news, Final Fantasy Tactics Remake has full voice acting out September 30th.
I did. Yes, I'm very excited for that. I was talking about that. Was it yesterday? I think it
Blizzard23
was.
says it should be attachment.
I did see that it had voice acting, but I wasn't 100% sure that it was full voice acting, but I was assuming it was. So I am very, very excited for that. I didn't play the original Final Fantasy Tactics, and I have always wanted to. I've only played Final Fantasy 14,
Blizzard23 says you should play
where
it. Tactic was good.
the characters are in there, like the Ivalice raids and everything, and I absolutely love the Ivalice raids in Final Fantasy 14. So I'm so excited to actually be able to play Tactics properly with the voice acting. So I'm super. Yeah, and also it comes out in 3 months? I guess September 30th. So what, almost 4 months? But still, that's so close. So I'm really excited for that.
Deck.
I was really happy to hear
Worst
that.
case, it's a 2 mana 2/2 that leaves around an equipment. Yeah, 2.75, 2.5. Always happy to play that, I think. The Wind Crystal, the first of the crystals. White, white 2. White spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life. 6 mana ability of creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn.
I'd run this in limited for sure. That's just me.
That ability is really strong, but I bet you this is probably not that good. I think this is probably going to be more of a trap card than anything.
I like
if you can
it.
assemble a really decent life gain deck, sure, I might play this.
True,
But
I
I think
guess
people are gonna
yeah, I guess that ability of getting double life link
Blizzard23 says
is
it's good though.
not gonna really apply unless you have a bunch of
Try to
life
play
linkers.
this, and it's generally not going to be all that good.
If you
6
can
mana
though,
is a lot.
I think it's great.
I mean, I guess if you're going wide, it's fine. I will give it just above a 2. I'm going to say 2.25.
Damn, really?
And that might be generous.
I liked it.
This is one of those cards that I think is going to be a trap for the most part.
I like it.
It's a fun build around. Fun build around. I'm sure I will play it, but probably not a card you're supposed to. Like, yeah.
So the wish, the dream is there, but it's not ideal.
Maybe that's better. Yeah, maybe that. No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a 1.5 that could turn into a yeah.
No, he's going lower on it.
Sure. In any case, it's hesitant to say that's a good card because it's probably not.
What? It's
You're
not
not
that
alone.
bad.
White.
It's only costs 4.
Hesitant to
I
say
mean, I
that's a
guess
good
it's
card 'cause
just
it's probably
an
not.
artifact.
Yeah. Hesitant to say that's a good card because it's probably not. You're not alone. White. For an instant, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, get +4/+4 until end of turn. Yeah.
Decent, not bad.
Not a bad combat trick. Sure. Give that a 2. I guess, so I should definitely give Wind Crystal like a 1.5.
Okay.
If I'm giving
Like, I was just rubbing it at this point that it's
give
more
this a 2,
trash.
I think this is much better than that. So, not that I'm a big fan of combat tricks, but this one's totally reasonable. Zac Fair, white for an
Ooh.
0/1 that enters with a 1/1 counter, so it is a 1/2 for 1. Pay 1 and sack it. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put Zac Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zac Fair
Oh,
to that creature. That's a good one drop.
yeah.
It's just all value there.
So basically, whenever he dies, I mean, he comes in 1 as a 1/2. Whenever he dies, he basically just gives everything to what, and just another creature? You sack him.
It's just all value there.
But I mean, you could sack him in response to him dying.
I mean, you have to pay 1 to give something protection in a sense, but it also moves a 1/1 counter around. No, that's a solid. That's a solid 1-drop. What are you hoping to get from a 1-drop? This is 2.75, 2.5. Always playable in your white decks for sure. Beatrix Loyal General, 6 mana, 4/4, Vigilance. Beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature you control.
Can't you already do that?
6 mana, 4/4, Vigilance is not good. The ability is cool. I would guess this looks better than it will generally play out. Obviously, there will be some situations where like you cast this and then you get to somehow
At the beginning of combat on your turn. Oh, I guess that's the only difference is you can just basically swap over the equipments, I think.
equip like 3 equipment and it's insane, but
Yeah.
I think this is probably more just like a 2.5er. 6 mana, 4/4 Vigilance. The ability's cool.
I think I would only run this card if I was really lacking creatures, but I really wanted to run white and like, or maybe I just didn't have enough creatures, like beefy creatures. It's still pretty bad for just a 6 for 4/4 Vigilance like that. But it was like if I was desperate, I think I would put that in there.
Yeah, you need a decent number of equipment, I think, to make that any much. Rosa, Resolute White Mage, white 3, 2/3 reach. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until end of turn. Busted. Beginning of Rosa, Resolute White Mage, white 3, 2/3 reach. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a
White 3, 2/3 reach. I hate the way he says that. White. So 4, 1 white, 3 colorless for a 2/3
1/1
reach.
counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until end of 2/3 reach. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until end of turn. Busted. Easy 4. Busted. I'll splash for this card every time.
Really.
Not like a crazy insane
That is
bomb,
a good card.
but I'm playing this
Got it?
every time,
To splash.
and I will splash for it.
4 for a 2/3.
It's not in draft. Wait, I need to turn off, apparently. Let's see.
What does it mean it's not in
How do I
draft?
turn off? Is it just... There's a way to turn off those cards.
Like
Read
it's not
chat.
unlimited?
Yes, I see it's not in draft. Oh, wait, was this thing not in draft either?
Oh my god, he's just
I
reviewing
think
cards.
there's some way I can turn off the weird sets.
What if my
Maybe there's
Dion's not in
Okay,
my
well.
set?
F it. I gave it a rating anyways.
So mind games. Like some of these cards are I guess they're just what, Secret Lair or something? Wait,
I have to watch the card number.
why is blue here already? Are we done with it
Oh,
already?
I see. That one was 555. Gotcha. Okay. In any case, we're on to blue. That wraps up white.
Damn, I feel like they went by so fast. I mean, we did start in the middle. I did watch like
Astrologians
30 minutes
Planisphere.
yesterday.
Astrologian's Planisphere. White 1. Job select equipment. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. That's very cool. And it's only 2 mana to equip. I like that. 2 mana, 2/2. Wait, no. 2 mana, 1/1 at its base. But then casting non-creature spells grows the creature. I mean, it's a little bit fragile. If you go all in on a creature, you added like 2 or 3 counters and then they get rid of it. Sure, that's awkward, but I think this is probably pretty decent for blue. 2.75. I'm always going to play it unless my deck is just like mono creatures.
I usually don't run blue, so I'm kind of like considering just skipping over blue. And if I run blue, it's usually never going to be in a pre-release.
Astrologians. Oh, wait, what did I say?
Unless I'm forced to.
Astral.
It's funny because like all the names that he's saying of like certain Final Fantasy names, he's mispronouncing them. Like the machinist, he was like, is it machinist or is it machinist? It's just like a classic Final Fantasy like issue that people always say. Same thing with astrologian. People always say, is it astrologian or astrologian? And then for Venat, he's what did he say? Venet?
Astrologians. Astrologians. Whatever. Astrologians.
It always gets
What did
people all the time.
say?
I say
Astrologian.
astrologians.
No, I added an extra O in there or something. Cargo ship, blue and 1, 2/3 flying vigilance vehicle. Add colorless, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. Crew for 1. That's pretty good. 2/3 flying Vig vehicle that crews for 1. 2.5er.
I'm just gonna review some of the blue ones.
I like that type of card. Combat tutorial.
Kinda
Blue
see
2
where it's
sorcery.
leading.
Target player draws 2. Put a 1/1 counter on up to 1 target
It's a
creature
pretty
you
card.
control.
A really nice card.
Creep. Divination with upside. What is divination? A classic 2.5. I don't know if there are. I don't know if there are any 1/1
That's
counter
divination.
synergies.
Where you reveal the top card, top 2 cards. No, target player draws 2 cards, puts a +1/+1 con counter up to 1 target.
I can't think of any.
I
off the
thought
top of
divination,
my
like,
head. Maybe there
scribe.
are. Yeah, 2.5 easy. Dragoon's Wyvern, blue 2, 2/1 flying. When it enters, make a 1/1. Hey, it's the classic 3 mana 2 power flyer that makes a 1/1.
I like
Is
the way it
this
looks.
as good as like the Preening Champion or whatever it was called? Do we give it a 3? It's probably better than 2.5. Maybe it's a 2.75. Just a solid common. Did Preening Champion have Convoke? I didn't think Preening Champion had Convoke. Dreams of... Oh, wait, you meant Preening Champion was a set with Convoke, maybe. Dreams of Laguna. Blue 1, instant, surveil 1, then draw a card with flashback. I love this type of card. I'm not going to give it anything more than like a 2.5, but if I'm blue, I'm playing this every time. Just good value, man. Just good value. Edgar, King of Figaro, blue 4, 4/5. When it enters, draw a card for each artifact you control, and then the first time you flip 1 or more coins, each turn those coins come up heads and you win. Okay, so it's a 6 mana 4/5 that draws a card for each artifact you control.
I mean, if you're running artifacts,
Anywhere
not
from
bad.
like a 2
Pretty
to
good.
a 3.25. I mean, most decks are going to have some number of artifacts. If this is a 4/5 that draws 1 card, that's kind of whatever. As soon as you start drawing 2 or more cards, then I think it becomes pretty good. Yeah. Actually, this is probably like a 2.25 or a 2.5 at its base. Every deck's going to have some artifacts.
I think if you're like really heavy
Man, I
artifacts,
can just
it could be
imagine
a pretty
casting this and drawing like
damn
4
good
cards,
thing.
and it's like, ooh, yeah.
Hmm.
Eject. Blue 3, instant, can't be countered. Return non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card.
For 5.
Instant speed, bounce, card draw.
This is not bad with
2.75.
card draw.
A little bit expensive. 2.5, 2.75.
I guess it's okay for a bounce. It's a 5 for a bounce is kind of pricey, but
Alec XK
it does
Dash
give
says
you
4
draw.
mana.
4 mana?
A little bit expensive. Card draw.
Okay. I don't think that's bad then. I was 5 mana. I thought 5 was kind of expensive, but 4's not that bad for. I just don't like that it bounced. But I mean, if it was a kill, that would be broken. But it also does draw you cards. So it's not bad.
2.75. A little bit expensive. 2.5, 2.75.
I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted on that card. It's the bounce. I don't know.
Either blue and 3, artifact, exile it, add blue. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets. I like that. Again, a little bit expensive.
For
You
what is
choose
it?
new
For
target,
4?
exile it, add blue. When you cast an Either blue and 3, artifact, exile it, add blue. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets. I like that.
I'm not
Again,
good,
a little bit expensive.
good at those. I don't run blue traditionally or red.
Man, if you have some good instants or sorceries, you can think of this as maybe another like big card draw effect. You can think of this as another removal spell. I shouldn't give it more than a 2.5 though.
I think he just likes it more.
That's probably me just liking that
Yeah.
type of card more than it's
Yeah.
worth. Go-Go, Master of Mimicry, blue 2, 2/4. Legendary creature wizard. This is a mythic. XX
What is
2
this?
type of card
Go-Go?
more than it's worth.
I don't recognize him from. It looks like a frog, kind of. Is he like the Frog King?
Go-Go, Master of Mimicry, blue 2/2/4, legendary creature wizard. This is a mythic. XX tap. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times.
Mm-hmm.
You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied, and X can't be 0. What are the best activated and triggered abilities in the format? I'm sure there are some really crazy ones. This is also a 3-mana 2/4, so it's not like terrible stat-wise. This is probably like a base 2.25, right? Or 2.25. Yeah, 2.25. Oh, Sagas, right. Yeah. So just to copy a Saga ability once is 2 mana and tap?
Well, you can copy a Saga ability? What is a Saga considered? Is it considered... Is that an instant or a source? What's a Saga considered? Well, it's ability, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's
No,
an ability.
I'm willing to give this a base 2.5 because of all the Sagas. You're right. Didn't think about that. 2.5 plus. Easy. I mean, sure, it's meant for Commander, but this is probably going to be pretty decent and limited, I would say. Ice Flan. It's probably not pronounced like that. Ice Flan. Blue 4/5/4. When it enters, tap an artifact or creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it, land cycling. Any island, or any, not land,
Common.
Island cycler. Any land cycler, I'm going to give its base 2.25. They're just always...
that's like one ability that I'm always not that... I always forget, kind of. Land cycling? What's land cycling? Like, you just trade a land out? I don't remember what land cycling is.
Is decent. Maybe even a 2.5 for any of the land cyclers is correct. But
so its base is 6 for 8, 5/4. Tap island cycling. Discard, or is that where you discard an island and draw a card? I can't read that.
They're generally not going to be much better than like a 3 at best, unless they're a really, really good one. But solid. Always going to play it in blue. Here's the blue magic. Blue and 1 instant.
Ice magic.
So blue and 1 with 0. Return a creature to its owner's hand. So just a bounce for 2 mana. For 4 mana, you turn it into a tuck effect. And the opponent gets to choose whether it's top or bottom. And then for 8 mana, 8 mana, blue 6, it is a pure shuffle it into their library. So versatile bounce effect, scalable. Yeah, I like this card.
I guess
2.5.
I like the first. I don't like the last ability. I mean, like the shuffle for 8 is quite expensive. The first, I think 2 for a bounce is fine. And what was the second one?
5.
Target.
I'll basically always play the first copy.
Put
in a
it
blue deck.
into their library. I didn't see it.
Ilmeg Pixie, huh?
Ooh.
Blue 1, 2/1 flying. When it attacks, surveil 1. Oh, that's just classically good.
I forgot what
Classically
surveil
good
is.
2-drop, 2-power flyer.
A 2 for 2
Easy
fine flying.
2.75, maybe 3. Always happy to play this in your blue decks. Not a
It's a
slam
really
dunk
pretty
first
card.
pick or anything, but just like solid 2-drop role player.
You can poke people to death. with
Jill
those.
Shiva's Dominant. Blue 2/2/2. When it enters,
What I want to know is this card in the actual set, or is it one of those other weird cards that's not in the set?
return up to 1 other. Just like solid 2-drop role
It'd be
player.
amazing to pack that.
Jill Shiva's Dominant. Blue 2/2/2. When it enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's. Okay, so baseline better mana
Alec
war, 'cause it
XK
can
Dash
bounce
says
non-land
part of the set.
permanents.
Okay, because he was also seeing some cards that weren't part of it.
5 mana tap exile flip. Once non-land permanent to its opponent. Blue
Rewinding.
2/2/2. When it enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's. Okay, so baseline
Bounce.
better mana war because it can bounce non-land permanents.
Ooh, non-land permanents.
5 mana tap exile flip. Shiva Warden of Ice 4/5. First 2 chapters, target creature can't be blocked this turn. And then chapter 3, tap all lands your opponents control, exile Shiva, then return to the battlefield. So it gets to keep doing the thing. Oh, this is good. This is like a 3.
That is
battlefield, so
good,
it gets
but wait, what's
Then
the
chapter
second?
3, tap.
Oh, the first two sagas are the same, I think.
All lands your
That's-
opponents control,
that's
exile
good.
Shiva, then return to the battlefield. So it gets to keep doing the thing. Oh, this
Definitely
is good.
read it.
This is like a 3. Not a bomb, just a very solid 3-drop that gets value later on. Very nice. Every time Shiva does the 3rd chapter, not that you're generally going to get that far multiple times, gets to keep bouncing stuff. So it's a nice one.
She doesn't come back though, right?
How is this name pronounced? Louis.
Louis Swa? Is that Louis Swa? Let me see. It is Louis Swa.
Louis Wees. Louis Wees.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go with Louis Wees because that sounds great.
Uh,
Louis Wees sacrifice.
She flips back to a creature side once the Sage saga ends. Okay, all right,
Alec
nice.
XK Dash says he
Blue
Violet
instant
got-
as
And
an
welcome
additional
in, guys.
cost.
Said so Ike,
Sack a
so Ike,
legendary
so Ike,
creature
so
or
Ike.
pay 2.
So
Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell.
and welcome in, guys.
Okay.
Anybody tuning in for the first time, I am visually impaired, so it is difficult for me to read all these cards, but I usually used to review the set reviews anyways before I lost my vision, but that's what I'm doing here, so it might take me a moment to read your chats. But welcome in, guys. Just doing the set review today. We are going to the pre-release later tonight. I haven't been to a pre-release in a few years. I have played Magic off and on for the last 15, 16 years or so. So I'm also a big Final Fantasy fan. Do play a lot of Final Fantasy here. So
Okay, so let's just
Checking
counter
it
instant
out.
as an additional
let me
cost.
see.
How do
Hold on.
you pronounced Louis Wees. Louis
Not that.
Wees. I'm gonna go with Louis Wees. 'cause
Louis
that
Swa,
sounds
guys.
great. Louis Wees sacrifice. Blue instant as an additional cost. Sack a legendary creature or pay 2. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. Okay, so let's just assume this costs 3. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. 1,
You can counter it
1.5.
activated or trigger ability. It's interesting.
Louis Wa. Louis Wa.
Almost.
Louis Wa. Louis Wa.
God.
Louis Wa. It's Louis Wee. I've already canon Louis Wee. Bad but fun name, Louis Wee. The Lunar Whale.
they put the
blue
whale.
3/5 flying legendary artifact vehicle. You may look at the top card of your library
Already fine.
dog says
4 for
hi.
a 3/5 flying. That's already fine.
anytime. I like where this is going. Flying legendary artifact
Hey,
vehicle.
welcome in.
You may look at the top card of your library anytime. I like where this is going. As long as it attack this turn, you may play the top card of your library.
Ooh,
Whoa!
That's pretty good. Wait, what's crew?
1. Love it.
What does crew do, guys? I don't remember what crew is.
3.5? Maybe 3.75?
Isn't that something with artifacts or what are they called?
Love it.
Vehicles? I think he is technically a
3.5 flying
vehicle.
vehicle that only costs 1 to crew is great there.
Blizzard23
love it.
says, what is it?
Good card.
This is a mount in Final Fantasy 14.
Probably close to
Let's see.
The dog
you
says,
have
how are you
to
doing?
Tap a creature with that much power, or more to make it into a creature until end of turn. Ah, wait.
Alec
wait, wait,
XK
wait.
Dash says you tap creature's power equal to the crew number.
Wait.
Blizzard23 says, no lol, what term did you describe? I'll Google it.
Wait, so is he technically, he's not a creature until I pay that crew cost? Is he kind of just like sitting there with just the effect and not a 3/5 flyer until I pay the crew cost? Is that correct? You have to tap a creature with that much power. Okay, all right. But he stays, once you pay the crew cost, he stays like a creature, right? That's
4.
not bad because it's 1.
Magic Damper. Blue, instant, target creature control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn.
Wait, I already chat. Hold on. Oh, every turn. Okay. I mean, it's still pretty. It's still pretty damn good card. It's fine. I mean, you get to play the top card of your library whenever you want to. Just that's pretty good. And then plus, I mean, you have a 3/5. What is it? 3/5 flyer.
Tap it. Good card. Probably close to a 4. Magic Damper. Blue, instant, target creature
Blizzard23
control
says
gets
it allows
+1/+1 and
vehicles
gains
to
hexproof
become
until end of
artifact
turn. Untap it.
creatures
So
until
just
end of
shore up
turn.
Thank you, Bazaar.
2.
Target creature.
I generally
Blizzard
play
23
one of
says
these
that's what crew
cards
does.
in my decks. and especially if I have cards like the whale to protect and stuff, but obviously not a very high pickup.
+1 +1.
And not something that's like extremely
Gains
exciting. It's a
as
good
an
protection effect. Can be used as a
Untap it.
combat trick.
Eh.
Matoya Archon Elder. Blue
I
2,
love that.
1/4. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card.
I mean, it's fine if you have Scry or Surveil, but so far I haven't really seen that many Scry or Surveil cards.
There are
Is-
some scry surveil.
Is this... It's kind of reminding me of Courser's Crewfix a little bit. Wasn't Courser's Crewfix also 3 for, what was it? 1/4, 1/3, and you could reveal the top card of your library or
effects
something?
in the format. I don't think there are that many.
Yeah, this is going to be more for
I'm guessing
constructed.
this is probably like a 1.5, and maybe it turns into a 2.5 deck dependent, right? You really would need a decent number of scry / surveil effects, and ideally repeatable. So I know, but it like if you just have one of the pixies, this is still not a great card. You need to have multiple things.
A wall? 3 for a 1/4.
Okay, so turns out there are 0 scry in the format and 12 surveil. And how many of the surveil are repeatable? Because if it's just like the 2-drop, that's repeatable. I mean, I guess the flashback card.
So far, I've only seen one Surveil card that he talked about, I think, which was it blue or white? And no Scry
Kind of.
cards.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is generally not going to be very good. You can make it good in your deck. It's probably, again, a scale range. Memories returning. Blue 2 sorcery of
Is that Clive? Oh, no, that's not Clive. That's Squall.
reveal top 5. Put 1 into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put 1 on the bottom. They put 1 on the bottom of your library. Then you put 1 into your hand. Then they put 1 on the...
Blizzard23 says it's FF8.
Wait,
1 on
what?
the bottom 5. Put 1 into your hand, then choose. Memories returning. Blue 2 sorcery. Reveal top 5. Put 1 into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put 1 on the bottom. They put 1 on the bottom of your library. Then you put 1 into your hand. Then they put 1 on the... What?
Is this actual text or is he trolling?
Oh,
I
wait,
can't see it.
So it's a 4-mana draw 3. You get to choose the best of it, put into your hand. They choose your next best, put on the bottom. Then you put... That's very good.
What? You lost
Flashback
me.
9.
Cool.
That card is sweet. I'm gonna give it an
Blizzard23
above,
says it's the actual
but it's
effect.
probably worth rating of like 3. Or maybe even a 3.25. That's just a lot of value.
It's like, it kind of reminds me of that card. What is it? I mean, a Fact or Fiction, I think, where they give you the option to look at to choose the 2 piles. Is it kind of like that, but different? Obviously not as good.
Flashback is basically non-text, although it will come up eventually or once in a while. But yeah, format it's concentrate, but you've looked at more cards and you've gotten to choose. Yeah, I like that card.
Is that what that
Yeah, maybe a 3 is fair.
kind of threw me off?
3 is fair for a good card draw effect. The Prima Vista, blue 4, 5/3 flying vehicle. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, it becomes an artifact creature until end of turn and it accrues for 2.
Choose hit. Said AO hype.
2.25.
Hey, Cheesy, welcome in. Deadbeat, welcome in also. Sorry, guys, just saw my chat right now. I am reviewing the sets. I'm going to the pre-release today for Magic for the Final Fantasy set. It is in the evening today. It's not the official release. This is the pre-release. So basically, if you guys aren't familiar what it is, you get 4 or 5 packs. I think it's 5
Choose
packs, if
hit.
I'm not mistaken.
Said have fun, have fun.
And then you build a deck based off those cards. So this set review is a set review just literally based for the ratings are based for this tournament type, not for like the card in general. So it might be a really good card like in constructed format, standard, and whatever commander, but in actual limited format it might be like trash. So it's based on
Maybe
this
flyers are like
format
extremely good in the format.
for the pre-release.
The crew is not very expensive. I think this is just okay though. Maybe like slightly above filler, but 2.25.
So far, we have not encountered any trash cards or unplayable cards. I won't say trash. Any unplayable cards. So far, everything has been
best I
playable.
think is fair. Keykern Merchant. Okay, pronunciation check there.
What is that?
Keykern.
3 for
Keykern.
1/4?
Keykern Merchant. Blue 2
Blizzard
1/4.
23 says how many
Pay one
cards are
tap,
being released.
Loot. That's not bad.
I believe this set has, was it like either somewhere between 200 and 250 cards, I believe. It's a big
7
set. This one is a really large set.
Sack 1/4. Pay one tap. Loot. That's not bad. 7 sack it. Draw 3. Active. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. There are
Choose hit.
a lot.
Said I'm
of
so excited on Amazon they briefly
towns
had
before
one
that.
of the collector packs
Common
available
and
then it
uncommon,
immediately.
Probably some.
Oh, really?
Blizzard 23 says OMG so many decks.
What are the collector packs? How much are those? Are those like $12? Like I'm guessing they're kind of like the, what's it called? The Modern Masters packs, maybe?
There might even be some rare. Cheap looter. 4 toughness. No, this is above average. 2.5, 2.25. Actually, if I gave this a 2.25, this is a lot better. So maybe this is more like a 2 or
Choose hit.
1.75.
Said oh gosh
This is
here
a
in the UK they're
2.25.
30 to 34 for one pack.
Keycurn
Oh, God.
Merchant.
I don't know how much they are here, to be honest. I'm not sure
like
if it's a $12 packs. Maybe it's more.
Quistis Trape. Trape?
Trap.
What is that word? Trape. Quistis Trape. Blue 2, 2/2. Enters. You can cast target instant or sorcery from a graveyard. From a graveyard.
Mm.
That card's cool.
But you have to pay their color mana cost, right?
That's not just your graveyard. A graveyard. I like that. You're not going to cast this very early generally unless there's like a 1 or 2 mana removal spell, but turn 6, 7, 8.
Really? Hmm.
I'm digging this. I'm
Yeah,
gonna give it a
true, because there's
2.75.
probably not going to be too much, I guess, in the graveyard that early.
The nice thing is, even
that
if you
the
don't have
reason
that
why?
many instants or sorceries in your deck, it's likely your opponent's going to have some, right?
I don't know.
Realm Sketching, blue 2, sorcery, create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land.
That
Nice.
other
Blue-
card, it's situational. It's pretty situational. I mean, I guess maybe if you at least have a lot of instants or sorceries, it's
Alec
fine to
XK
run.
Dash says you can use any color to cast the last card.
You can use any color to cast the last card. Oh, that's pretty good. Are you we can use any color to cast the last card? Huh. That's actually that is good. That is nice. I think
Blizzard
if
23
you,
says you know how op the black cards are going to be.
I think if you have a lot of instants or sorceries, it's fine. But if you don't and you're kind of just guessing your opponents are gonna I don't know if I would run this on my main board. Maybe I would have it as a sideboard.
Blizzard 23 says the black
Realm
ones are
Sketching,
probably the
blue
villains.
2, sorcery, create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land.
4
Nice.
for a copy.
Great. I love this kind of clone effect. I imagine the vast majority of the time you're going to be, well, yeah, it's going to be like
That's fine.
70% creature, 25% artifact, 5% land.
Hmm.
That would be my guess. I'm going to give that a 3, though. I like clones. And you can copy your
Alec
opponents.
XK
It's not
Dash
just like
says
your
your
own.
whole sealed
So,
packs are part of your sideboard.
Realm Sketching. I think that's a decent uncommon.
Yeah.
Retrieve the Esper.
Yeah, that's why I think that other card, I think I would run that as a sideboard card. I don't think, I mean, maybe one of. It seems pretty situational. Like, unless, like I said, you have your own, like, a lot of instances and sorceries that you can pull from your own graveyard where it's kind of guaranteed you're going to have stuff, then, like, yeah, for sure then. But
Kokadon
otherwise,
said I think I would always include the 2/2.
you think so? I guess it's just me. And I don't really play blue that much. I don't know. I feel like it seems kind of situational. But it's because I don't think I've really ever played blue in limited before. I hardly even played blue like in constructed, so I don't know.
How long
that's
has
just
it been?
personal. My
about-
personal best educated.
Alec
That's not
XK
very
Dash says
educated
everyone has
opinion.
instant and sorceries.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. I guess maybe I haven't been to a pre-release in like a while. I know a lot of people do splash like, or not splash, but they run those like the attack
Alec
mechanic
XK
cards,
Dash
like
says
plus
it's
4, plus
basically
0.
a Snapcaster Mage.
A Snapcaster Mage. What? Wait, hold on. Let
You
me
can copy
go.
an art-
Okay,
yeah,
everybody
great
has a
sorceries in
different
your deck.
opinion than I do. What is it? Let me review this.
It's
Kokodon
turns
A flashback?
said sorry for typing before I didn't
Just your
realize the
graveyard.
TDS was free.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, and I'm sorry for not letting you know. Yeah, it is. I am visually impaired, so my TTS is free. It does just have the filter on it, so I'm not like bombarded with TTS. But I can read like short messages pretty decently. Longer messages, I do have a lot of difficulty reading. Let me
Cast
hold
target
on. Let me
trait.
see.
I like it. Quistis Trape. Trape? What is that word?
3 for a 2/2.
Trape. Quistis Trape. Blue 2/2/2. Enters. You can cast target instant or sorcery from a graveyard. From a graveyard.
Damn, I guess it is like Snapcaster Mage, but without the flashback. Well, you put it like that. Damn, when you put it like that, that is very true. I really want the Clive and Ifrit cards. I don't know what they do yet, so once we get to those, I will review them. But it is basically a Snapcaster Mage, but without the flashback. But Snapcaster Mage, it's not your opponent's library, right? It's just your own. I don't remember. It's been a while. I used to play Snapcaster Mage. I did play a blue deck actually at that time with, I think, Aetherling and Snapcaster Mage, but it's been so long. But I can't remember. I'm pretty sure Snapcaster Mage is just your graveyard, right?
That card's cool.
Okay, you're right.
Alec
You guys
XK
are
Dash
right.
says he is just your own, but he has
That's not
flash.
just
Yeah, he's your own, but he has flashback. Yeah, you guys are right. This is basically almost like a Snapcaster
your
Mage.
graveyard.
That's fine.
A graveyard. I like that. You're not going to cast this very early generally.
And
unless
there's no
like,
extra cost for casting the card or anything. It's straight up basically just Snapcaster without a flashback. It's actually pretty good. It's
a
not
1 or
bad.
2 mana removal spell, but turn 6, 7, 8.
I'm glad I came back to this because
I'm
yeah,
digging this. I'm going to give it a 2.75.
because I was just thinking like, okay, so usually a lot of times when you're in like limited format, a lot of times I was really only thinking like spells or abilities where it's just like, you know, those 1 mana cost red gives it +0, +4, +4, +0, +1, +1, you know. I was thinking of those types of cards, but you can target anything. You can target removal, you can target any spell or instant or sorcery. So you can get bounces, you can get removal, you can get attack effects, you can get anything.
The nice thing is, even if you don't have that many instants or sorceries in your deck, it's likely your opponent's going to have some, right?
I was kind of just focusing on the fact
Alec
that
XK
looking.
Dash says, and you can use any color to cast them.
Yeah, you can. That's crazy. Does it say that you can use any color to cast them there? Because the Snapcaster Mage, you still have to pay their converted mana cost, right? You may cast target something or instant or sorcery card from the graveyard
Blizzard23 says this set is going to be a game changer.
and mana type of any can be. Oh man, yeah, you can use that is yeah, because the Snapcaster Mage, you still have to pay the actual mana cost. All right, yeah, you guys are right. This is a really good card. It's actually a very good card. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the big picture. I was just literally looking at like little 1 mana cost like instant sorceries for some reason. I was kind of just focusing on that. But yeah, I can break anything and you can use any mana cost. That's kind of damn.
Your opponent's going to have some, right?
Blizzard23 says, oh
Realm
yay,
sketching,
Berica, we're
blue,
going
blue
to be
2,
battling
sorcery,
every day.
Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. Nice. Great. I love that. Token that's a copy of target artifact, creature.
Wait, that's a copy.
Realm sketch. We're about an hour in and we're almost done with blue. Okay. I need to go faster because this is going to be a lot longer than the 2.5 hours than I thought at this rate. Or maybe we're right on track. I don't know. Retrieve the Esper. Blue 3 sorcery. Create a 3/3 blue robot token. Then if this spell was cast from a graveyard, put 2/1/1 counters on that token. So 4 mana, 3/3 artifact. And then a 6 mana, 5/5 artifact on one card. It's decent. It's a 2.5.
Blizzard
We move on.
23 says blue took
Rook
our.
turret.
We're
Blue
cooked
3,
gang.
3/3 flying. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Oh, that's good.
What was it?
3 flying. Decent. It's a 2.5. We move on. Rook turret. Blue 3, 3/3 flying. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw
So 4 for a 3/3 flying.
a card. If you do, discard a card. Oh, that's good.
Whenever that's perfect. That's fine. That's good value. You get 4 for a 3/3 flying. Whenever it enters, you may draw. What is it? Draw and discard, or just draw? Enters, you may draw a card. If you do, yeah, discard a card. That's fine. You can. That's like what
That's very good, I think. Phantom monster at its base with an artifact upside, and then rummage. Oh, it's kind of like the koi fish.
Koi fish.
Do you got what's the called swimmer koi swimmer or something? Yeah. This card's good. 2.3 or sorry 2.5.
Dreamadix
2.75.
said there's a small
Also,
chance that a FF9 remake might get announced today.
Really, Final Fantasy 9. I've never played Final Fantasy 9, but Final Fantasy Tactics. Did you see that? The remake was announced. Was it yesterday? The day before yesterday, and it has voice acting, full voice acting. So I'm super excited for that. 9. Who's the main character in 9? And question, where are all these games being announced at? What event is it that's going on right now that they're announcing all these games?
Is if you squint and look upside down, it's kind of phallic. Sage's Nolith.
That card looks so nice. I love that.
Blue 1, artifact equipment, job
Vila
select.
Guy
Quick
said
creature
the
gets-
previous event was Sony State of Play.
Sony State of Play. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that. That's awesome. They're announcing these games. I was really surprised with the Tactics announcement. Not only was like that Tactics was being remastered, but how soon it's coming out. I thought it was gonna be like a year wait or something for it, and no, it comes out like in 4 months. It's so awesome.
+1/+0 and has whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature and is a cleric in addition. And this one's whatever. This is like a 2.
Cleric. I love the
That's
card though. The
definitely
art is
phallic.
so
Look at that
nice.
thing. All right, anyway.
Probably looks really nice in
Sage's
foil.
Noliths.
Kokodon said I would
2-1,
prefer they come out with
that
a new
can
one
untap.
instead of remastering, but that's good too.
Mm-hmm.
Tap a target attacking creature. Yeah.
When I saw the one for the Tactics, I thought it was a like an actual new one at first, but no, it is the classic one. Just yeah, I think they like fixed the UI, or they I guess upscaled the UI. They added the voice. The voice acting part is just a godsend for me because I mean, like I said, guys, I'm visually impaired. There's a lot of old games that so with me, I have played MMORPGs a lot through my lifetime. But I have not really played that many RPGs until I was like older, or like in the last, I don't know, probably 10 years or so. So I really missed a lot of the old RPGs, and now that I actually want to play those games, it's difficult because I can't see well enough to read. So I depend on certain things like voice acting, voice mods. Like right now I've been streaming Final Fantasy VII, but they have a mod, the Echo 7 mod for the voice acting, which is like I said, it's a godsend for me. They're working on other games like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VIII. So them making like Final Fantasy Tactics with the voice acting, that's awesome. I love that.
This is like a 2. Not great. Maybe filler 2-drop.
The card's so pretty though.
Sahagin. Blue 1/1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on this creature and it can't be blocked.
Whenever you
There is
cast a
that mana cost
non-creature spell, if you
matters. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on this creature and it can't be blocked. There is that
It's 2 for
mana
1/3
cost
at
matters
least.
theme in the format. So it turns into a 2/4 for 2 if you've cast one bigger spell. I'm gonna give it a 2.25, assuming it's
it can, but it turns into what? Just a 2 for a 2 for
in the right
I think
deck,
it's okay.
right? And it probably scales a little bit because if you can trigger it like
Wait, but does
twice-
it get a counter or it just turns into it? Oh, it gets a counter. It can. I mean, it has potential, but it's kind of pretty situational. On you have to be casting pretty big cost cards to play for that to work. But it can. It has
that's pretty
potential to be something.
Alec XK Dash says
but
it's a comment.
The thing is, it's like a 1.25
Kokodon followed your channel.
Thank you for the follow,
up
Kokodon.
to like a
Appreciate it.
2.5
Thank you.
if you have a good deck for it. So
Yeah, it has potential to be okay.
Scorpion Sentinel, blue 1/1/4. As long as you control 7 or more lands, it is a 4/4 artifact. Two mana artifact creature for those
1/4.
synergies that can
As
turn into a
long as you
4/4. It's
control.
probably still like a 2. Nah, that doesn't turn into
As
a 4/4
long as you control
for quite a
how many more lands? 7 or more lands. I would use it as a wall. Like if I was playing a kind of slow deck, a blue deck or something, and I just needed a wall, I would just play it as a 2 for a 1/4.
while. Side quest card collection, blue and 3 enchantment. When it enters, draw
But
3.
that's pretty bad like thing. But that's something that I do. I'm not like the best player. But if I needed like blockers or something to stall, I think I would just play it as a 2 for a 1/4.
And discard. Side quest card collection, blue and 3 enchantment. When it enters, draw 3, then discard 2 at the beginning of your end step. If 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, transform it into magic card. 4/4 flying vehicle, crew 1.
The triple
Draw
triad
3,
card.
discard 2 for 4 is like okay. 4/4 flying vehicle is like okay. I mean, it's good. but
Blizzard23 says, have we
this is
seen
still not
anything
better
that
than, like, a
summons land?
2.2.
How does it whenever this enchantment enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards at the beginning of your end step if something ends. Okay, that seems
2/5.
weird.
I mean, it's good, but
I'll trust him.
this is still not better than like a
Too much text for me to read.
2.25 IMO. I mean, it's good, but this is still not better than like a 2.25 IMO. Sleep Magic. 1 mana enchant creature aura. When this enters, tap enchanted creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. When enchanted creatures dealt damage, sacrifice
Blizzard23
this
says,
aura.
if there are 8 or more cards, it becomes artifact.
Step. When enchanted creatures dealt
8
damage,
or more cards. Okay.
sacrifice this aura. It doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. When enchanted creatures dealt damage, sacrifice this aura.
It's fine.
That seems good.
Just control.
How many ways are there going to be to
Blizzard23
self-damage
says
your
in the
creatures
grave.
that
It's
you
for
want
one.
to do, you know? And if they do self-damage their creature to untap it, then you've still gotten value.
Yeah.
Am I reading that wrong? It's like a 2.75. Yeah, solid. Stolen Uniform. Blue instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. 1. 1.25.
I think that's like the
Maybe you
lowest
sideboard
ranking
that
that
in
he's
and try to-
given so far. I
1.
wanna-
This turn, if equipment until end of uniform. Blue instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you can...
Give me a second, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I had an important phone call. Give me a second here. Everything is good. Everything is all good. Hold on. Now I'm gonna pull up my stream over here. Make sure my chat's still up and everything's good. Okay. All right. We are continuing. Hold on one second. Okay, we're good. Let's continue. I wanted to hear what this card was trash for.
Control, unattach it. 1.
Let me open my
1.25.
chat back up.
Chosen target creature. Yeah, solid. Stolen uniform. Blue instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. 1.
That sounds like a lot of gibberish. From what I understand, you just attach an equipment, and then when you lose control of that equipment, it attack control. What?
1.25. Control to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it.
So you just don't lose the... Wait, but you normally don't lose the equipment either way.
1.
I don't get it.
1.25. Maybe you sideboard that in and try to get cute. Garbage. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. Blue and 2, flash aura, enchant artifact or creature. When it enters, tap enchanted permanent, and then it doesn't untap, and its activated
It's a pretty
abilities
card.
can't be... Oh, so it's an arrest.
Okay.
It's an arrest for artifacts and creatures. Cool.
Oh, it's a rest with flash. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. 2.5, 2.75.
It's control.
Decent. Summon Leviathan. Blue, 4, 6/6. Enchantment creature saga. Return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent, or Klamas for short. Very easy to remember. Klamas for short. To its owner's hand. Second and third chapter, until end of turn, whenever a Klamas attacks, draw a card. Love it. I mean, it dies very quickly. Tax.
6 for a 6/6?
Chapter, very easy to remember. Or turn each creature that in blue 2.5, 2.75. Decent. Summon Leviathan. Blue, 4, 6/6. Enchantment creature saga. Return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent, or Klamas for short. Very easy to remember. Klamas for short. To its owner's hand.
That's fine and so. 6 for a 6/6 that bounces everything. Bounces your stuff too, but I mean, if you have no board and they have something, you could just clear it.
Second and third chapter, until end of turn, whenever a Klamas attacks, draw a card. Love it. I mean, it dies very
Basically, whenever a the Klamas is, what is it? Kraken, whatever he says. So whenever a Leviathan attacks, you draw a card?
quickly,
Or anything else that you have of those, you draw a card?
but it's generally going to get you some value via either the bouncing effect or drawing the cards itself, right? Dece. I'd say that's Dece. 3? Probably not too much
Nothing
better than a
amazing.
Alec
3.25
XK Dash
at
says
max.
you only get to attack with it once.
Wait, you only get to attack with it once? Oh, because he dies, right? Because when the effect is done. Yeah. That's true. Because he comes in, you're going to have, what's it called? Summoning Sickness. So he can attack. He doesn't have haste. And then you can attack with
Alec
him the
XK
second
Dash
turn.
says he has no haste.
Yeah, you can attack with him the next turn. You can attack with him the third turn, though, can't you? Or does he die as soon as he comes in the third turn? Until end of turn. You can attack with him on the third turn, and then... So it is a 6 for a 6/6 that can only attack twice. It does have a
Alec
bounce.
XK Dash says dies.
It dies. I mean, it can save your butt still. But, yeah, I forgot. This because there's some sagas that don't die. So that would have been really good. But he does die, so it's not as good.
All you got to do is Klamas. Summon Shiva.
I don't know
Blue,
why
blue,
this Shiva looks like what's her name? Medusa for. It looks like she has snakes in her hair.
4/5. 3 chapters. Tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it for the first 2. And then the 3rd chapter is draw a card for each tapped creature opponent control. Oh, that card's nice. Is draw creature an blue blue 3 4/5. 3 chapters. Tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it for the first 2. And then the 3rd chapter is draw a card for each tapped creature opponent control. Oh, that card's nice.
Tap what?
Chapter is draw a card for each tapped creature opponent control. Oh,
So you tap 2 creatures, and then you get to draw 4.
that card's nice.
And 3 for a 4/5. Pretty good.
So you play it on
It's a
turn
good control
1.
card.
You can attack with it on turn
It's actually
2.
a really nice control card. It's pretty good.
And then it draws cards on turn 3.
It taps
This is
them,
like
right?
Another 3.
Yeah, taps target creature and opponent controls. Doesn't stay tapped though, right? It doesn't stay tapped.
If it stayed tapped, then that would be pretty good. So then I think you would draw 2 cards, no?
Solid. 5 mana, double lockdown with some card draw. I'll give it a 3. Swallowed by Leviathan. Blue 2 instant. Choose a spell. Choose target spell. Surveil 2. Then counter the chosen spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Kind of like a cool circular logic. You get to surveil 2 on it. That's generally going to be good early and probably decent late. I mean, it's not a hard counter, but you get to surveil 2 in worst case scenario. Yeah, 2.25. Syncopate! Blue X, instant, counter target spell unless the controller pays X. If that spell is countered this way, exile instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. 1.75.
Who's on the syncopate card? I think it's just like a.
I
don't
like
recognize
this type
it.
of counter in limited.
It's
I'll
where you just
play
paid
it,
3
but
mana?
I don't think they're
Or
generally
that's
that
the one
good.
where you have to pay 1 more?
In 1.75.
Counter
maybe a
target spell. Controls X if your spell is countered this way. Yeah, unless his controller pays X.
2.
Yeah.
I don't like this type of counter in limited. 1 point. Blue 2 artifact equipment job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and it's a rogue. So it's a 3 mana 2/2. It's a thieving otter or what have you,
A what?
and it's 4 to equip.
Ooh, it's kind of pricey.
That's pretty expensive. And a 3 mana 2/2 is not generally going to get in very easily by itself.
The draw's nice, but it's expensive.
Give it a 2. 2.1. It's okay. It's playable. Travel the Overworld. Blue, blue, 5 sorcery. Affinity for towns. Draw 4 cards.
What's that? Affinity for towns.
6 mana for 4 cards is usually like pretty good in limited. 7 for 4 is a little bit expensive. Now, you can definitely draft a bunch of towns in this format. We'll get to the lands eventually. So I think this is probably like a maybe 2-ish at maybe a 1.75. It's like it really depends on how many towns you have. Like if you have 2 towns and it costs 5 to draw 4, that's pretty good. But how many towns are you going to realistically draft, you know? Maybe say you have 5 towns. By the time that you get to the later stage of the game, maybe you've drawn 2. So I would give this a scale. If you're drafting the towns, maybe a 3. You know?
I'm not sure what towns are.
Ultros, Obnoxious Octopus. Blue 1/2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun count on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 counters on Ultros. Look at that face. I like this card. At worst, it's a 2 mana 2/1, which is like a 1.5 in limited. But the ability's decent. Spell if at 4 mana. Ultros 3.
Reviewing
know.
these. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. I'm messaging somebody too.
Ultros, Obnoxious Octopus. Blue 1/2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun count on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 counters on Ultros. Look at that face. I like this card. At worst, it's a 2 mana 2/1, which is like a 1.5 in limited. But the ability's decent. And the last ability is just funny. I'll give him a 2, maybe a generous 2.25. A generous 2.25. Valkyrie Aerial Unit, blue 5, 5/4 artifact creature. Affinity for artifacts. When this
What
enters
is
surveil
affinity?
2
Affinity, like, it likes artifacts?
Sure. Valkyrie Aerial Unit, blue 5, 5/4 artifact
7 for
creature.
5/5.
Affinity for artifacts. When this enters surveil 2. Ooh. This is probably going to be a beatdown in the artifact matter decks.
What is surveil?
Man, if you can cast this for 5 or less, it's just pretty disgusting. I'm willing to... like, obviously, in a lot of decks, you're never going to want to play... In some blue decks, it's going to be a 1. Nah, actually, even in non-artifact matter decks, it's probably still closer to a 1.5 or 1.75. And then in the artifact heavy decks, I'd be willing to give this a 3.25. 3.5 maybe.
Looks like a
That's cool. I like it. Okay, another
like a
crystal.
squirrel
This
in
one,
armor
the
to me.
Water variety. Blue spells you cast cost 1 less. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many +4.
Oh, okay.
+4.
For 4 and limited, I'd run this.
6 mana. Each opponent mills cards equal the number of cards in your hand. 1.2.
So they mill? You mill 6 cards and they mill 4. Let's say they mill 7 cards. You mill 4. What is that? I'm bad at math. 28, 32.
5.
Is that right?
That's probably generous. Another one of those cool cards. Cool cards.
I mean, but you have to get them to mill, and you can't get the. I haven't seen any other cards that can get them to mill so far.
Cool 0.25. Those cards equal the number of +4. The blue spells you cast cost 1 less. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many +4.
It'd be cool if there was mill cards and it worked.
4. 6 mana. Each opponent mills cards equal the number of cards in your hand.
I mean, you can use it for the last ability, just the last ability, but then you're kind of wasting almost a turn for a 4-drop. But also blue spells, you get cost 1 less to cost. I think it's a cool trick, but I don't know if it's ideal or what's the word I'm looking for? Not adequate. I don't know if it's a good trick.
0.25.
Say 1.25.
Probably just 6 mana. Each opponent mills cards equal the number of cards in your hand. 1.25. That's probably generous. Another one of those cool cards. Cool cards, but not good cards, you know? Y'shtola rules, blue 4, 3/5. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, if it's the first end step of the turn, there is an additional end step. So you get to double flicker. This card is really, really sweet. If you have enough ETBs, I think this card is nice. If you don't have any ETBs, this card just kind of maybe gives your creatures vigilance. 6 mana, 3/5. It's probably like a 2, honestly. Maybe a 1.5. How many ETBs have we seen?
Not many.
It's going to be really good in some
so far.
decks, but you still require other creatures that do things, you know? So.
That's Scarlet.
Ultimecia.
Oh, nope.
Ultimecia Temporal Threat. Blue 4, 4/4. When it enters, tap. Oh, wait. I caught it. It says 500.
Oh, that's one
Pass.
of those cards.
Blue 2 flying Death Touch. 3 to activate. Sacrifice another creature or artifact.
Already fine. 3 for a 2/2 flying death touch is perfectly, I think, on its own.
Draw. 2 flying. It says 500. Pass. Blue 2 flying Death Touch.
What does he say? It's not Bluetooth, it's black.
3 to activate, sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw a card. Yeah, it's good. 3 mana, 2/2 flying Death Touch with a nice card draw ability. Give that guy a 2.25 and say, nice man, Ari man. The Albed Salvagers, blue 2.
Yeah, we're already through 3 sets. We're already in black. That's 3.
Oh wait, by the way, we have now moved into the black portion of the set review. Albed Salvagers, blue, black 2/2/3. Whenever this or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. I like this card.
3 for a
creature
2/3.
Or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life.
An artifact or a creature? That's
Set
fine.
review.
That's good.
Albed Salvagers, blue, black 2/2/3. Whenever this or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. I like this card.
Yeah, that's fine because I mean you are playing limited. There's gonna be a lot of little baby creatures, 1/2s, 2/2s, 2/1s. This guy's a 2/3. If you block a 2/2 with him, it's gonna kill it, and you get the effect of gaining 1 life and losing 1 life.
This is going to be a very, very annoying drainer. I'm willing to give that a 2.5.
I like the black so far.
That is
The
discard.
first
You wanna-
3 black
Oh, wait,
cards have
by
been
the way,
fine. First 2
Creature
black cards are
or
fine.
artifact you control dies, target opponent loses
I would
1
run
life,
both
you
of
gain 1
those.
life. I like this card. This is going to be a very, very annoying drainer. I'm willing to give that a 2.5.
Early on, when I was reading the cards, I liked the white, and I was thinking maybe I could run like white black or something. But we'll see. Let's see. Maybe I run white black.
1 rating, you know, everybody knows the rules. 1 bite, everybody knows the
Ooh,
rules. Chat.
Arden.
Arden the Usurper, black, 5, 4/4. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. He's not a demon himself. However, at the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exile the card this way, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 5/5 black demon, which is then going to have Menace, Lifelink, Haste.
How do I
Except it's from
make the
a
demon?
graveyard. However, demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. He's not a demon himself. However, at the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exile...
That's good because it's the beginning of combat. He doesn't have to attack, but it's hella expensive. It costs 8 for a 4/4. Maybe if he was a little bit like a 4/6 or something, like he could survive a little bit more, but that can get removed from.
Exile the card this way, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 5/5 black demon, which is then going to have Menace, Lifelink, Haste.
It's expensive.
That card is kind of nuts. Triple black is disgusting,
Yeah,
as in bad. So is the 8 total mana. However,
it's a good
unless
card.
they immediately kill it after you play it, you're
It's
going to get
so
a 5/5
expensive.
out of the deal, though the 5/5 might lose its Menace, Lifelink, Haste.
Imagine like playing this and thinking you're gonna win and just getting like the what's it called? Oh well, no, the arrest wouldn't affect it because it doesn't need to attack. It's the beginning of combat, so you still get value. So far, the only removal. I mean, we haven't even gotten to black or red yet, though. But I haven't seen any straight up removal or any straight up 4 damage. So maybe this could survive.
But that card is
But I
quite
mean, we
good.
still have 3 colors to review through.
I'm going to give it a 4. I'm going to give it a 4. The mana cost is prohibitive,
Hmm.
but it is very strong. Very strong.
If it was 7, I would be like, take my money.
Black Mage's Rod. Black 1, job select, equip creature gets +1 blow, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, and it's a wizard in addition to its other types. Equip for 3. Decent. Not exciting. 2.25. Seasoul Dark Knight. Black for 2/3 Death Touch. When it deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, so 10 or less, untap Cecil, transform it into the Redeemed Paladin. 4/4 lifelink. Whenever it attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn.
I kind of like it. But later game, when you're below 10.
That's a very costly effect. But I think this is probably going to play out pretty well.
Like, I think if you just wait to play it
Probably gonna
till
play
you're
out
already.
pretty well.
Because it says when you you lose 10 much life. I think it's if you're 10 or less, it transforms. If it's 10 or less and when it transforms, I would just wait to play it, and then you basically just get 1 for a 4/4
I'm gonna give it a 3.
for lifelink.
I think this is probably gonna play out pretty nicely.
But it's also, but it's the thing is, it's 1 for a 2/3 death touch. So people might want to play that early on, because if somebody else has a beefier card or something that's doing damage to you, you're gonna want to use this as basically a blocker to get rid of that card. But then I think you take damage. Yeah, it deals damage to you, doesn't it? Hold on, I gotta rewind.
10 or less. Untap Cecil, transfer to touch. Cecil, Dark Knight, black for 2/3 death touch. When it deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total. So Dark Knight, black for 2/3 death touch. When it deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, so 10 or less, untap Cecil, transform it.
Whenever you take damage, okay, so basically you're taking double. It's like almost like double strike. You're taking damage and then you're losing that much life. I get it now. See, that's kind of the bait right there, because it's 1 for a 2/3 death touch, which is really good in its own. But if you take damage, you're gonna take double damage. So you can hold it in your hand and play it later. Can you play it with
into your start damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, so 10 or less.
Does the first ability need to take effect for the second part to work? That's what I don't understand.
Untap Cecil, transform it into the Redeemed Paladin. 4/4 lifelink. Whenever it attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn.
Be nice if it had other attacking creatures get indestructible until end of turn.
That's a very costly effect.
Said you take the life loss, so it does 2 to an enemy and 2 to you.
2 to an enemy and 2 to you. I'm kind of...
But I think this is probably going to play
Let me
out
see what he says.
pretty well. I'm going to give it a 3. I think this is probably going to play out pretty nicely. And I mean, a 1-mana 2/3 death touch, you don't have to attack with it. And if it blocks something, sure, you're going to lose 2 life. But I think that's decent.
If you only take, okay, you're not taking double damage. You're not taking double strike. You're just taking 2 life. If you're taking 2 life, that's fine. If I thought it was like, if they're hitting for 2, you're now getting hit for 4. Or you're hitting for 3, you're now getting hit for 6. That's not the case. That's the part that's kind of confusing me a little bit.
But I think that's decent. Circle of Power. Black and 3 sorcery, draw 2, and you lose 2 life. Make one of those 0/1 wizards that whenever you cast a non-creature
said there
spell.
is no double strike.
Okay, it's not. Yeah, I know it's not like, it doesn't actually say double strike, but I was thinking like you're taking double damage. Like I was just kind of like comparing it to double strike. That's what I was kind of thinking. That you're taking double damage.
Token deal. Make one. Circle of Power. Black and 3 sorcery, draw 2, and you lose 2 life. Make one of those 0/1 wizards that whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Wizards you control get +1 persona and gain lifelink until end of turn.
Said it's a normal 2/3, but you lose life equal to its damage dealt.
Okay.
This is a little bit of an awkward.
I think it's
secondary.
It's still good either way. Just with the 1 for 2/3 death touch, then the other effect. It's a little bit. I'm still a little bit confused on it, but it still seems like a fine card.
Effect. I don't know how many other just like
Vilagai
non-token wizards there are.
said
in the
it's
format.
strong after it transforms.
I feel like it's even strong with just with the 1 for the 2/3 death touch. Just because sometimes like you get a random bomb in pre-release, so having that 1 for the 2/3 death touch is nice. Like if you need to use it to block. So I feel like it's good both ways. Either way, I think it's still good. I'm a little bit confused on that part of the text, but it still seems like a good card. Despite that,
but if you can cobble together a couple of the wizard tokens and then cast an additional number of non-creature spells in the turn. All right, let's just rate it on its base: draw 2, lose 2, make one of those wizards.
Vilagot
2.5.
said it has to cause life loss that results in you being under half HP, then it transforms.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be happy playing that in my decks. Cornered by black mages, black 1 sorcery. Target opponent sacks a creature of their choice, and then you make one of those wizards. I'm guessing a sacrifice a creature of their choice is not that strong, but the
Yeah.
added wizard that you get is decent. 2.25. There's
The wizard's what, a 0/1 wizard?
so many tokens running around, whether they be heroes or otherwise.
I don't like the
This is probably
choice.
not that good. I like the effect of making the wizard, but hey, it's Bobby Boy. Dark Confidant is back.
Dark Confidant.
In limited?
I don't know. Is it good in limited? I don't remember what it does. I know it's good, but I can't remember what it does. I know I've run it in many of my decks too, but it's been so long.
Can be bad. I'm generally gonna be playing this every time on turn 2 and whatnot, and just praying that we run well. I mean, average. You know, you're not gonna hit that much of a top end, presumably. Bob and
At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top cards of your library and put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana cost. Oh yeah, I used to run that card in. I run Junk Reanimator. My commander deck is kind of just trash junk, but I used to run that card, and I would get cards like freaking. I mean, I have a lot of high casting cards like Angel's Serenity and what was the other one? Vorinclex, I think. I had, yeah, and I would lose massive life, but I also ran like Thragtus and Restoration Angels and a lot of other lifelink cards.
limited is what, like a 2 point?
Yeah, no,
Is
limited.
2.5 too high?
I'd be scared to run it in limited,
2.25.
especially because usually in limited, people always put, or you always tend to put a few cards that are going to be heavy hitters that are usually cost 6 to 8 mana. So, oh, getting hit with that. Is it a May? I can't remember. At the beginning of your upkeep, no, you have to. So, yeah, that can
I am
be
rating out of 5,
devastating.
correct? Yeah,
What do you say?
that's right. I am rating out of 5, correct? Yeah,
Okay, 2. Okay, I thought he said he's rating it out of 5.
that's where I'm sticking. I'm gonna give it a 2.25 ish. I'm gonna play it in my black decks. It's gonna be awkward sometimes. It's going to hurt me too much sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd be scared to run it. I mean,
honestly,
it depends.
A lot of times you're not going to want to play this on turn 2. You're going to want to wait until a little bit later, I'd feel like. But anyway. Dark Knight's Greatsword, black 2, job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. Equip of pay 3 life, activate only once each turn. So it is a 4/1 knight for 3 with pay 3 life to activate. I like 0 mana equip costs. The 3 life is steep, but this is a...
I mean, if you're running this, so I kind of was thinking of maybe trying to run white black depending on the cards. I did like the white a lot. I feel like I didn't really see that many white lifelinkers though. Like there was some lifelinkers. But if you're running this with white and you're running the knights, white has knights in there and you have lifelink, it would synergize with this. Fine.
card that can pressure pretty nicely.
But I don't recall seeing that many white life linkers. I gotta go back. There was some. Maybe there's gonna be more in green.
2.5 might be too high. 2.25? I'm down for it. The black crystal here, the darkness crystal. Black 2. Black spells you cast cost 1 less. If a non-token creature an opponent control would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. And then 6 mana tap, put target creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 additional 1/1 counters.
Ooh.
I think this is
I
the
like
best
that
of the
one.
crystals we've seen so far for
Definitely,
limited.
yeah. I might. Black seems
Because
pretty
it
good
definitely
overall.
can have an immediate effect,
Has some good creatures. This spell's really good.
since creatures just trade off and whatnot. And
I might definitely try and run black.
is kind of great. Even as the best of the crystals that we've seen, though, I don't think it's anything better than a 2.5. Maybe a 2.75.
I like
I
it.
think it's not immediate
see.
or
Let
limit.
me
One tap
listen
when
to it
you
again.
check. The black crystal here, the darkness crystal, black 2, black spells you cast cost 1 less. If a non-token creature an opponent control would die, instead exile it and you gain
A non-token
2
creature.
life. And then 6 mana tap, put target creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 additional 1/1 counters. Ooh.
I mean, obviously it's a little situational on what you're going to get from their graveyard, but they still do get 2+1/+1 counters. And then what else was I going to say? The only thing that I don't like about these cards in limited, I feel like it takes up an entire turn. And sometimes, like, if you're running like a bunch of little weenies that could be attacking, and you play a card like this, I mean, it does also, black spells cost 1 less to cast. That's nice. But that's the only thing about some of like these cards that I'm always like a little bit kind of not hesitant to run. Like I will run them, but I'm always nervous to play because I feel like it's taking a turn where it could be like play creatures that could be attacking more, especially early on in the game like this. At turn 4, it's still kind of early.
I think this is the best of the crystals we've seen so far for limited. Because it definitely can have an immediate effect. Since creatures just trade off and whatnot. And the ability is kind of great. Even as the best of the crystals that we've seen, though, I don't think it's anything better than a 2.5. Maybe a 2.75. The non-token clause really hurts it. It's nice that you can get an effect immediately, but I mean, we're all going to lose to this card at some point, but yeah. Demon Wall, black 1, 3/3 defender with menace. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. And then for 6 mana, you put 2 1/1 counters on it. Oh, I like this. 2 mana 3/3 artifact
3/3.
defender. So artifact synergies early. And then it, like first activation is a 5/5 menace.
What is menace?
It's a good early game play, I feel like.
That can be blocked by what? 2 or more creatures? I can't remember. Can be blocked except by 2 or more creatures.
2.5. Maybe even slightly higher. I'm not going to give it a 3 though. Evil Reawakened, black 4 sorcery. Return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional 1/1 counters. That's decent.
That's fine. I feel like this would be like a bad reanimate spell that I would splash in my junk reanimator deck, commander deck.
Land cyclers, right? Land cyclers are a thing. Have we seen this?
It's like a really bad what is it? Is it Reanimate Dead? The one that gives -1, -0, -1 to reanimate, but it costs like 1 or 2. This one costs 5.
Swamp cycler yet?
A really, really bad one. But you
remember
do
what
get a
that
+1
does.
+1.
I'm give this a 2.75. I like that card. Fang Fearless.
But I have to remember, I'm not comparing it to cards that are good. I'm just comparing it to this format. I think for this format, it's fine.
Is that 7? The Swamp cycler yet?
5 is a little bit pricey, but you still get the +1/+1 counter. I wish it would have been 4. Yeah,
I
it's
don't
fine.
remember what that one does. I'm give this a 2.75. I like that card. Fang Fearless. Is that an L? Lassie?
Vilagai. Said it's 2/1
Fang.
counters.
2+1/+1 counters? Okay.
Let's just go with Fang. Black 2, 2/3. Whenever one
2+1/+1 counters. It's actually better. Yeah, I guess it's fine. For 4, yeah, I was thinking my +1/+1, but 2+1/+1 counters, that does make it better. For, what was it, the cost of it? It was 5?
that
4?
one does.
5?
Fearless.
That does improve it a little bit.
Is that an L? Lassie? Fang. Just go with Fang. Black 2, 2/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. Melds with Vanille.
What's that?
Turns into Ragnarok Divine
Ooh.
Deliverance. 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Haste. When it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Wait, it's uncommon.
Get non-legendary permanent from your graveyard.
What's
when it
how does it flip?
like to see I like that card. Fang Fearless. Is that an L? Lassie? Fang. Just go with Fang. Black 2, 2/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability
Whenever you draw a card, you lose 1 life. So whenever you're pulling cards from your graveyard, you're gonna draw 1 and lose 1.
triggers only once each turn. Melds with Vanille.
What is he saying? Melds with this ability triggers only melds with vanilla. What does that mean? I don't know what melds with vanilla is.
Turns into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance.
How does it turn?
7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Haste. When it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Hey, Gambit, welcome in. Final Fantasy 13 is a choice. I don't understand what melds with vanilla is. Is that an effect?
All right, well, the card standalone does not look very good. I don't know how many ways you can get cards out of your graveyard, but this is probably like a 1.75 that you're going to play in the hopes that you can transform it.
I don't understand how to transform it. Like, I can't judge it because I don't know how to transform it. I mean, he's giving it a 1.75, so I mean, I guess it's not that good. It seems like it's good because it transforms to that really big guy, but I guess the ability to be able to transform him, or the way to get him to transform, is a little bit difficult. I'm not sure. I don't understand how it transforms.
Right? Fight on! Black 2 instant, return up to 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah.
There's actually a pretty good graveyard love in this set.
2.25. Instant speed, double return is fine.
Aerith and Yuffie.
Good even. The Final Days. Ooh, that's creepy. Black 2 sorcery.
Oh, it's the
2
masks in the Final Days in 14.
tapped. Good even. The Final Days. Ooh, that's creepy. Black 2 sorcery. Create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. If this was cast from a graveyard, you make X of those tokens, where X is the number of creatures in your graveyard. Flashback is 6. This card is great.
Okay. So
4
he
mana
has
for
flashback.
2 2/2s. I'm willing to give this
4 mana for 2 2/2s. That's like an upgraded Lingering Souls, but there's no flying, obviously. And then you can flashback it if it was cast from the graveyard.
It's a 3.
Those tokens. X. Oh, hold on. I gotta go back and read that.
Black horror creature tokens. If this was cast from a graveyard, you make X of those tokens, where X is the number of creatures in your graveyard. Flashback is 6. This card is great.
That's pretty good. For an
4 mana
uncommon.
for 2 2/2s. I'm willing to give this a 3.
And 4? That's a good card. That's a really good
Maybe
card
even
for 4.
3.25. I can see that flashback ending games very quickly.
I like that card.
Gaius Van Baelsar. Gaius Van Baelsar. 2 mana, 2 black 2 for a 3/2. When it enters, you choose one of the modes. Each player sacks a creature token. Each player sacks a non-token creature, or each player sacrifices an enchantment. That looks very mid.
I have to pee.
That looks like a 2. Very mid to me. Hecht Eyes. Black 1/1/1. When this enters, each opponent discards a card. Ravenous Rats. 2. 2.1.
Yeah.
I generally like Ravenous Rats, but
If it was 2 for a 2/1, then yes. But 2 for 1/1. What is it? Each opponent discards a card.
they're never
I don't think I've read it.
much. Yekt.
Okay, guys, hold on. I gotta go restroom really, really bad. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Give me just a few minutes. BRB.
Okay, alrighty, I'm back. I got a few snackies. I got a little bit hungry.
Is it?
Let's
pronounce the J?
continue.
I don't really like
Is that
ravenous
Vincent?
rats, but
No, I don't think so.
they're never much.
Is it? It kind of looks like him a little bit, but not really. He's not wearing a shirt.
Jekt. Is it? Do you pronounce the J? Jekt, Reluctant Guardian, black 3/4/3 menace. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control.
5
Vraska's Final Aeon.
for 4/3
Black
minutes.
3/4/3 menace. When it deals combat
4 or 5? No, 4 for a 4/3 minutes already is good in its own. Whenever
damage to a player, you may exile it, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Vraska's Final Aeon. Hard J. It is a hard J. Okay. 7/7 menace. Each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card. And then third chapter, each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Oh, that card's nice.
does seem pretty good overall, just from the get-go.
They-
4 for 4/3 minutes is
Yeah, your
fine.
opponent really can't let you connect.
Hold on, I want to review that again.
It, then return to the battlefield under its own 3. Is it? Do you pronounce the J? Jekt, Reluctant Guardian, black 3/4/3 menace. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control.
Oh, so whenever I attack and do combat damage, it flips.
Vraska's Final Aeon. Hard J. It is a hard J. Okay. 7/7 menace. Each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card. And then third chapter, each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Oh, that card's nice.
So you're losing out by discarding a card, I think. I think that's the only drawback, because they're drawing
Yeah,
and
your opponent really can't let you connect with that. Because then
hey,
you're like
Saya, welcome
5
back. Oh, hold on. Let me check up on my messages over here. Baseline 4 mana 4/3 is not that strong with menace, but the flip side is okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's solid on its own. Just a 4 for a 4/3 menace. I think that's fine for for limited. And then with the other abilities that it gets, I think it's perfectly great.
for wanting them. And
The
you
only
hit them for
drawback
4.
is, I think,
Turn 4 menace creature with 4 power?
yeah, I think that's turn 4 menace.
It's not like uber bomby, but it's like a 3.25, maybe a 3.5.
4/3? I think it's
at
fine.
the top end. 3.25 feels good.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good card.
It's not like uber. It's not like uber bomby, but it's like a 3.25, maybe a 3.5.
Solid pick.
At the top end. 3.25.
I would definitely put it in there.
It's a good card. Can you sack the saga? What do you mean? Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. You don't sacrifice, it's just your opponent.
That is pretty good. Yeah.
Kane Trader's Dragoon. I mean, it only attacks once as a 7/7, right? Black 2/4. Legendary.
Oh, that's right. I
You don't-
I
you
keep
don't
forgetting about these saga cards, that they don't stay in play. Still, a 4 for a 4/3 is fine. 4/3 menace is 4 for a 4/3 menace is perfectly fine. I did forget about that, but it's whenever it deals combat. So it's basically as soon as you do damage for the first time, it's gonna flip.
It's just your opponent.
Yeah.
Kane Trader's Dragoon. I mean, it only attacks once as a 7/7, right? Black
Still pretty
2/4.
Can't be hitting.
Legendary. During your turn, it has flying. It's one of those knights. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, make that many tap treasure tokens, then lose that much life.
Wait, how many cards?
All that many deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, make that many tap treasure tokens, then lose that much life.
So 2? They gain control. Sorry,
Two
guys.
knights. Whenever it deals
I
combat
can't read these cards in my head, so I have to keep replaying it so I can understand them. Sometimes they're kind of confusing.
Legendary attacks once as a 7/7, right? Black 2/4. Legendary. During your turn, it has flying. It's one of those knights. Whenever it deals
So
combat
only during your turn it has flying.
damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, make that many tap treasure tokens, then lose that much life.
One of those cards is a little bit confusing.
I don't like that. I mean, you're going to get first use of the treasures eventually, and the cards, presumably.
I like the 3 for 2/4. That's it.
I don't like that. I'm going to give that like a 1.5.
The ability
I
is
don't like
kind of
that.
weird. I feel like
I mean,
I feel like I'm giving them benefit.
you get the first use of the stuff. Maybe a 2. Maybe I can give it a 2. It seems a little sus. Marlboro, black 4, 4.
Problem is
4 with bad breath. When this enters,
Marlboro.
it seems a little sus. Marlboro, black 4, 4, 4 with bad
6 for
breath. When
4,
this enters,
4.
each opponent discards a card, loses 2, and exiles the top 3 of their library. Oh, here, okay, this is the Swamp Cycler. 6 mana, 4, 4. Discard, lose 2, exiles top 3. That's decent.
Each
This is
opponent?
the Swamp Cycler.
Each player.
Black. It seems a little sus. Marlboro, black 4, 4, 4
See ya.
with bad breath. When this
Said
enters,
thing is you just give it out and you won't get any more value off of it. Also it's not goated, so it.
What do you mean by goaded?
each opponent discards a card, loses 2, and exiles the top 3 of their library.
If each opponent and 6 for a 4/4 discards 2, loses 2 life,
See ya.
and exiles the top 2
Said
cards.
goated means that creature must attack each combat but not you.
Oh, okay. This card seems fine, I think. Is there another effect? What's the last effect? Swamps. Actually, no, this card seems pretty good. A little bit expensive, but I think it's fine. I like the effects that it has. The bad breath.
Oh, here, okay, this is the Swamp Cycler. 6 mana, 4/4.
I think it's fine. It's good actually.
Discard, lose 2, exiles top 3. That's decent. Yeah, what have I given all the land cyclers so far? Like a base 2.5? This is like a 3. 2.75. Always going to play it in your black decks. Not terrible when you're hard casting it.
Yeah.
Definitely fine. Namazu Trader.
Namazus.
Black 3/3/4. When it enters, you lose a life, make a treasure. When this attacks, you can sack another creature or artifact if you do Surveil 2.
I haven't really played treasures before. What do treasures do?
2.25. Looks a little Surveil 2. 2.25. Black. Definitely fine. Namazu Trader. Black 3/3/4. When it enters, you lose a life, make a treasure. When this attacks, you can sack another creature or artifact if you do Surveil 2. 2.25. Looks a little bit better
4
than
for
complete
3/4.
filler, but not great. Ninja's Blades. Black 2 job select. Whenever equipped creature gets... equipped creature gets +1/+1 is a ninja in addition to its other types, and as whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. 3 mana 2/2 ninja with that ability. 2 to equip. 2.25. Probably just better than complete filler. It doesn't look that good to me. Overkill. Black 2 instant. Target creature gets -0, -9999 until end of turn. Just solid removal. Give it a 3.
There's another card with
Phantom
-999.
Train. Black 3/4/4 trample vehicle. Sack another artifact or creature. Put a 1/1 counter on this. It becomes a spirit artifact in addition to its other types until end of turn. So put a 1/1. Phantom Train. Black 3/4/4 trample vehicle. Sack another artifact or creature. Put a 1/1 counter on this. It becomes a spirit artifact in addition to its other types until end of turn. So there's no regular crew cost. You have to sacrifice an artifact or a creature. But it is a big trampler that does get bigger.
Does it keep getting counters? If it keeps getting
2.5.
counters, that's okay. Sacrifice another. Yeah, it keeps getting counters. For a 4 trample already? That's solid. Just 4 for a 4 trample alone is fine. It's good. And then it keeps getting counters. You have to sacrifice other stuff. But I mean, if you have tokens or anything, you can sacrifice anything. And an artifact too, which is pretty good.
especially when they're
I think it's
like
better than complete filler.
sometimes I'll put like shitty artifacts in, or like artifacts that aren't very good, or maybe they're good early but then they kind of become kind of useless later on in game. Then you could just sack them.
I don't think it's incredible, but it's not bad. Poison the water, black 1 sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -1/-1. So nausea versus target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards that card. Not bad. Yeah, that from it. Nausea. Poison the water, black 1 sorcery. 5. I think it's better than complete
Sorry, mini chips, guys, but side note, I really do like the art in that card. That card is very nice.
filler. I don't think it's
I bet you it would look
incredible,
really nice in foil.
but it's not bad. Poison the water, black 1 sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -1/-1. So nausea versus target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards that card. Not bad.
I like it.
Yeah.
Fine.
Both
It's good.
modes can be relevant. I mean, both modes can potentially be irrelevant, but this is a little bit better than your run-of-the-mill discard effect, I think. 2.25. I guess there are a lot of 1/1s in the format, but oftentimes they're going to be equipped or have gotten bigger otherwise. Yeah, 2.25 is fine, I think. Kutrub Forayer, blue or black 2/3/2 zombie. When this enters, choose one. Destroy a creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Yeah. Definition of filler. Playable filler. 2. Creatures, choose one. Destroy a creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single. Kutrub Forayer, blue or black 2/3/2 zombie. When this enters, choose one. Destroy a creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard.
The first ability is pretty decent. But it's an early card, and I feel like you're just 3 for a 3/2, and you're basically only going to destroy something that's really not probably that much stronger than this card is that early. I mean, for the most part. So it's okay.
Yeah. Definition of filler. Playable filler. 2. 2.1. Reno and Rude, black and 1 for a 2/1 menace, legendary human assassin.
No Reeves. How come it should have done Reno, Rude, and Reeves? Reeves wasn't part of the team.
Reno and Rude, playable filler. 2. 2.1. Reno and Rude, black and 1 for a 2/1 menace, legendary human assassin. Whenever Reno and Rude deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library, then you may sack another creature or artifact.
Wait.
You may play the combat
What?
menace, legendary human assassin.
So, I don't know if you guys remember or not, for those of you that have been watching. I have been talking about, occasionally I mentioned how there's a really hot guy with red hair in one of the new Final Fantasy games, but I didn't know who that guy was. Apparently, I think it's Rude actually, but Rude in the old games the original Final Fantasy VII doesn't look like he has red hair like that. I think he has the brown hair, doesn't he? I think that's the hot guy that I've been talking about. I think he's from the new Final Fantasy games, and he has red hair. I think that's a guy. I didn't know that. I think it is him. Yeah.
Whenever Reno and
Let me Google it. Hold on.
2.1. Reno and Rude, black and 1 for a 2/1 menace, legendary human assassin. Whenever Reno and Rude
Maybe
deals
it's
combat
Reno.
damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library, then you may sack another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn and mana.
It's Reno. The hot guy I've been talking about was him the whole time.
Really want to work a lot. Then you may
Sorry,
sack
I was focused
Reno
on
and
him.
Rude, 1 for a 2/1 menace, legendary human assassin. Whenever Reno and Rude deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library, then you may sack another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn and mana of any type can be spent. This is going to be one of those cards that you really want to work a lot, but then when you deal damage with it, you're like, wait, do I really want to sacrifice something? I mean, you get to see what you hit first off
You
of
have to
their
sacrifice
library,
something?
but I don't think this is much better than filler. Another 2.1.
That's the hot guy. Figured out who it was.
Resentful Revelation. Black 1 sorcery. Look at the top 3 of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest into your graveyard with flashback. Yeah. Resentful Revelation. Black 1 sorcery. Look at the top 3 of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest into your graveyard with flashback.
With flashback? Oh, he has flashback. I think it's maybe a good card for constructed, but I don't think for here.
Yeah, that's fine. It's more fillerish. Maybe there's enough graveyard synergies to make this better.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a bomb to dig to. Another 2.1.
It depends how you build your deck, but I feel like this is more
Definitely not as good as
constructed.
that blue Surveil 1 draw card with flashback. But it digs. Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. Black 2, 3/3. Human Avatar Soldier. Whenever it attacks or enters, you can sack another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved, whenever it attacks or enters, you can sack another creature. If you do, draw a card.
Already value.
Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved, transform into the 1-wing. Loses 1 life, you
Whenever
gain 1
this
life.
card
If this
dies?
is the 4th time this ability has resolved, transform into the 1-winged angel.
I didn't know.
5/5 flying.
I haven't really
As
seen
this
this card.
transforms, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Whenever it attacks, you can sack any number of creatures if you do draw that many cards.
Oh,
So let's think about it like this. A 3/3 Drainer, and that's for any creature, any other creature. And it has a card draw built into it, but you have to sacrifice creatures. Honestly, this is probably not that amazing in limited. I am willing to give it a 3. Amazing.
let me review that again.
Creature dies.
I thought it was really good.
Targeters, you can blacks. Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. Black 2, 3/3. Human Avatar Soldier. Whenever it attacks or enters, you can sack another creature. If you do, draw a card.
Okay. Oh, you have to sacrifice a. You have to sacrifice a creature. Whenever another creature dies. Shit.
Whenever Fabled Soldier. Black 2, 3/3. Human Avatar Soldier. Whenever it attacks or enters, you can sack another creature. If you do, draw a card.
Oh yeah. So you have to sacrifice creatures. If you have tokens, it works. It's a good card, but you got to sacrifice creatures, which is pretty in a what's it called in limited. That's kind of self-damning sacrificing creatures unless, like I said, you have creatures to sacrifice. If you have the synergy for it, I think it's an amazing card.
Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved, transform into the 1-winged angel. 5/5 flying. As this transforms, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Whenever it attacks, you can sack any number of creatures if you do draw that many cards. So let's think about it like this. A 3/3 Drainer, and that's for any creature, any other creature. And it has a card draw built into it, but you have to sacrifice creatures. Honestly, this is probably not that amazing in limited. I am willing to give it a 3, but I don't think it's going to be that much better than that. 4 creatures dying in one turn is actually
Said, oh
quite
yeah,
a
this
task,
card
I
is
feel like.
insane.
Yeah, I think it's if you can pull it off, it's freaking amazing. Like it's super good, but you have to have the creatures to sacrifice for it and be able to stay alive still in limited. But it is a really good card if you can pull it
I'm
off.
going to give it a very generous 3, but I think this is going to look much better than it is, you know? Sephiroth's Intervention. Black 3, destroy a creature, you gain 2 life instant. Solid.
3, destroy. 4, destroy a creature, you gain 2 life. Great removal. Removal's always
Honestly, I
good.
would
Instant
probably rather
removal.
have Intervention than Sephiroth.
See ya. Said I saw Legend play
2
it in
points.
standard and it's pretty easy to pull it off.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think in standard, it's fine. But I think
Alec
in
XK Dash says that picture looks familiar.
limited, I think in pre-release, I think it's going to be a little bit harder. 'Cause sacrificing creatures in pre-release is a little bit detrimental. Uh, unless you have to have the cards to be able to pull it off in limited. Otherwise, if you don't have the correct synergy with it, it's just going to hurt you, I think.
753.
But this is a really good removal
Sephiroth.
card. It looks familiar.
2.753. Shambling Seath. Seath. All right, pronunciation.
Is that Kate Sith?
Give me the codes.
Is that Kate Sith? No.
Give me the ways to pronounce this. Seath. Seath. Shambling Seath. Black 2/3/3 enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay a black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, that's a good value one. Yeah, that's a 2.5er, 2.75er. Whenever you Seath. Shambling Seath. Black 2/3/3 enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay a black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, that's a good value one.
Fine. Pay 1 black. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a
That's good.
2.5er, 2.75er. Just solid.
Whenever you cast a creature
Annoying.
spell, you pay 1 to get him back to your hand.
Hmm.
It's pretty good. And he's a what was he?
2.5er, 2.75er.
3/3, 3/3. I wish he was a 3/4, but it's good.
7.5er. Just solid. Annoying. Shinra reinforcements. Black 2 for a 2/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards, gain 3 life. Yeah, there's some
See ya.
self-mill /
Said oh no more ways to trigger table.
graveyard theme and cards gain. Black 2 for a 2/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards, gain 3 life.
It's funny because I was just thinking to myself right now, like, usually I feel like I'm not the type of person to like sit through, like, I guess reviews of stuff, like very, very long reviews. Like these things are usually 2 to 4 hours long. I'm usually not the person, but for some reason, every time like a Magic set that's gonna come out that we're gonna play, I always watch all the set reviews for all the cards. It's, for some, I don't know. I surprised myself that I would watch these because usually I'm not the person to really like sit through things like this very extensively long. Like I like short to the point, quick reviews. But I have always like through the years, whenever we were gonna play in that set or that pre-release or that draft or whatever, I always will end up watching these in their entirety. I've literally been sitting here. How long are we into this already? Let's see. Maybe we're not even that long. But I started watching it yesterday. We're an hour and a half into it, and it's 3.5 hours long. So. And no, it's barely going to be 2 o'clock, so we still have a while to go, but I'm invested.
Yeah. Reinforcements. Black 2 for a 2/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards, gain 3 life. Yeah, there's some self-mill / graveyard theme in the format.
It's good, especially because there is, yeah, like you said, there's a good amount of graveyard love in this set, so that's pretty good.
It would appear. Probably a nice role player. 2.25.
And you gain 3 life.
2.25.
It's nice.
It's gonna be like a 1.
Like it's not something that you're gonna put more than. I don't think I would put more than one of. Okay, maybe I guess maybe it's not that great. I'm not gonna put more than one of, but I think it's fine to have like a one.
I have
of
in a
in
lot
there.
of decks, but 2.25 is. I mean, it has life gain. Is black white the life gain? I only saw like black cards that cared about life. I thought. Side quest: Hunt the Mark. Black 3 enchantment. When it enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. Okay. Beginning of your end step, if a creature died under opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then if you control 3 or more treasures, transform into Yaya's Mat, Ultimate Mark,
that looks pretty.
5/6 legendary dragon. Sack another creature or artifact. It gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it.
It seems fine if you have.
So 5 mana,
Treasures?
kill a creature, get a treasure. Eventually, if 3
But I don't
creatures
think
have
that's gonna happen.
died from your opponent's side of things on your turn, you'll have enough treasures.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna
Okay,
happen.
I mean, it's a little bit difficult to flip it, but 5 mana, kill a creature, make a treasure. It's an enchantment, so you can probably bounce it a number of ways.
I guess that is a good point. It is just a 5 mana spell removal. I didn't think about that either. That you can
possibly bounce it too. What bounce spells are there? I can't recall seeing any bounce yet for enchantments. So it's a good, I think maybe just for the 5 removal.
2.5. Just like solid, decent. Summon Anima, black 4, 4/4 with 4 chapters. First 3 chapters are draw a card, lose 1 life. Pretty good. Oh, it's got Menace as well, by the way. Final chapter, each opponent sacks a creature of their choice and loses 3
Said
life.
doesn't have to be specifically enchantments, it can be permanent bounce.
Yeah, true. But I can't recall if I've really seen that much permanent bounce yet.
Life. Menace as well. First 3 chapters are draw a card, lose 1 life. Pretty good. Oh, it's got Menace as well, by the way. Final chapter, each opponent sacks a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Yeah, not bad.
6 for
Not bad, not bad.
a 4/4.
So if it lives for 1 turn, it's turned into Phyrexian
Set or flicker effects if you play while black.
Gargantua, in a sense. 4/4 Menace. 2.75.
He has menace also.
I like it. A lot
6 for a 4/4.
of value.
Hold on.
Turn, it's turned into not bad, not bad. Creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Yeah, as well. First 3 chapters are draw a card, lose 1 life.
That's fine because I mean you're also getting the life back 2 + 1. Or no, yeah, you're getting a life. You're getting life back for each of those. 6 for a 4/4, and the third.
Good.
What's the last
Oh,
ability?
it's got Menace as well, by the way. Final chapter, each opponent sacks a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Yeah, not
Yeah, it's just opponent. Yeah, you're not losing out. You don't have to sack anything. I mean, I guess you're losing him already, but that's pretty good.
bad.
It's a little costly, but it's still fine. You're getting removal, and
Not
you're
bad,
also
not-
getting you're drawing cards, and you're not really losing life because you're getting it back.
Bad. So if it lives for 1 turn, it's turned into Phyrexian Gargantua, in a sense. 4/4 Menace. 2.75. I like it. A lot of value. Summon Primal Odin, black 4, 5/3 saga creature. Destroy target creature an opponent controls. 6 mana, 5/3, kill a creature an opponent controls. That's nice. Second chapter, this creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game.
What?
Creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game.
Straight up.
All right, so a forced block or kill.
Wait, see, things like this in limited are hilarious because they can happen. I'd run this guy like immediately.
It is only a 3 toughness creature at the end of the day. Final chapter, draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. Oh, that's good. That's funny because that'll hold back their creatures if they don't have removal, and then if that's the case, you can just draw 2 later on. That card's nice.
Yep.
3.5.
Would run it.
6 mana, 5/3, kill a creature. 3.25. I'm ignoring the second chapter. It's like
I like the second chapter because it's like it's limited, so shit like this can happen.
first and third chapters that are probably going to be relevant. Yeah, it's good. A lot of value.
It's more of it's a card that I like,
Thornberry,
but it's
black
also
for a
good.
2/1, enters tapped with a stun counter. During your turn, this has first strike, death touch. Okay, that's kind
What's a stun counter?
of neat. He's got a knife. I'll give him a 2.1. He's probably a little bit better than your average filler card. Undercity Diarat, black 1/2/2. When this dies, make a treasure. Okay, just solid filler. I'll just give it a 2. Happy 2-drop. Veins, Treachery, black 1 instance. Kicker, sack, an artifact or creature. Oh, this is just a reprint of Final Flourish, right? Is it literally Final Flourish? I think it's literally Final Flourish,
What's
which
that?
is like a 2.5 removal spell, right?
I don't know what that card is, but okay.
Maybe 2. Yeah, maybe 2.5 is
Hey,
generous.
Vincent.
2.25. Black 2, Vincent Valentine. Black 2, 2/2. Legendary Assassin. Whenever a creature opponent controls dies, put a number of 1/1 counters on Vincent equal to that creature's power. Whenever Vincent attacks, you can transform it. That's a quick
Oh, he okay.
transform.
He
into a
trans
3/2
yeah, in the game he transforms to this too.
trample lifelink that when it dies, return it to the battlefield tapped.
Oh, so he keeps returning.
That's neat.
It's pretty good. I was like, just a 3/2, that's it, 3/2 trample, but he keeps returning back. That's nice.
Huh. Now remember, it gets 1/1 counters. So if you transform into this thing and it's got 3 counters on it, that's a 6/5.
Wait, the counters go to the transformation too? I thought the counters just like fell off. That's kind of broken. Ah,
That's nice. This thing is just really annoying.
yeah, for it to just keep coming back.
Is this higher than a 3? I'd say at least a 3, right? I mean, 4 mana 2/2 initially is not very exciting. But
Like,
I
it
think that
might
card's
be hard to get the counters. It's whenever, how do you get it? Whenever he attacks. No, it's not whenever he attacks. Wait, how do I get the
decent.
counters? Hold on.
4 mana 2/2.
Whenever a creature an opponent you control dies. See, it might be hard to get the counters, but the fact that he's 4, he doesn't cost 3. Whenever he attacks, transform him. I mean, you can just hold him, you don't need to attack with him. The fact that he keeps coming back is just the part that's kind of annoying. The part with the counters, it might be a little bit difficult to get. If you can, it's great, especially because the counters stay on them. I wasn't aware of that. I thought the counters just fell off. But yeah, he keeps coming back, so
Initially
that's
is
good.
not very exciting, but I think that card's decent. I'm gonna give it a solid 3. Solid 3. Vincent's Limit Break, black and 1 instant with the tiered, so it has a couple of different modes, a few different modes. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and has the chosen base power and toughness. And has the chosen base power. Okay, so it is
Chosen?
a combat trick that turns your creature into a 3/2, 5/2, or 7/2 initially, and then when it dies, your creature is going to come back instead. So this can help you trade up, right? So for example, black and 2, your creature turns into a 5/2, which is presumably going to trade with most things, and then you get your creature back. 2.2.
I don't know what
It's
that
fine.
chosen thing is.
It's definitely fine. No way, this is a 3.5. Unless you meant Vincent, sure. Like I said, this is at least a 3. I'd see 3.5 on that.
I was gonna say 3.25 for Vincent.
No, it's the other way around. For this card, it's making your creature a 3/2, a 5/2, a 7/2 before it dies. And then it comes back as its normal self. No, you're reading the card wrong. Xenos, yay, Galvis.
Ooh.
Black, 3/4/4. When it enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/2. When the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform into Shinryu, Transcendent
Shinryu.
Rival. 8/8 flying. As this creature transforms, choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. Well, yeah, duh.
Seriously.
Kind of a cool level. 8 field transform. Xenophore. When it enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/2. When the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform into Shinryu, Transcendent Rival. 8/8 flying. As this creature transforms, choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. Well, yeah, duh. Kind of a cool commander card, of course. Still
I think the part that I think
Alec
What
XK
it's
Dash
supposed to
says
be-
a commander card.
yeah, I think what is supposed to be like, I guess a little bit maybe flavor there is Xenos was like in the story for Final Fantasy 14, Xenos was like obsessed with trying to what's it called, to beat you. Like you're the main character in the story and Xenos was obsessed with it. So Xenos is my waifu. Yeah, Xenos is 100%. I have seen some like okay, maybe I shouldn't say it like that. I have seen some manga style things with Xenos before, and like with the relationships with girls. I swear to God, it wasn't X-rated. It was just like it was more smutty, and it was like, oh, I loved it so much. It's this person on Twitter. They make like art of it.
Dash says sure.
I swear to God, it's just like smut. It's nothing R-rated or NC-7. It's not triple X rated, but they share them on Twitter, and it's like just like smutty stuff with Xenos and like a manga style like art, and it is. I love them so much.
Oh, good and limited.
But I feel like how it says if your player lose the game, you win the game. I feel like that's kind of like a touch to his story because Xenos was so obsessed with like beating you in the story. So that's why he
Still
kind of
very good and limited.
it says that maybe.
Flying arm in a star.
But let me review that card.
Xenos, yay, Galvis. Black, 3/4/4. When it enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/-2. When the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform into Shin.
So you choose a creature, they get -2/-2. Them and other creatures get -2/-2, except for Xenos. And whenever they leave the battlefield, he transforms.
Shinryu, Transcendent Rival.
I
8/8
think that
flying.
seems
As this creature
good.
transforms, choose an opponent.
If I
And the chosen player loses
reading
the
that
game, you win the
correctly.
game. Well, yeah, duh. Kind of a cool commander card, of course. Still good and limited. Still very good and limited. Not difficult to make that a 5-mana 8/8 flyer. And it's like a Infest stapled on. Yeah, this card's nice. This is 3.5.
I feel like it seems kind of easy to flip them. It's just whenever the thing leaves the battlefield, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So when he enters the battlefield, if there's a 2/2, I can choose that 2/2. It automatically dies, and then he just flips. Is that correct?
I like this card a lot. Maybe a 4. 4 is a little bit high, but definitely in that territory of things.
Because that seems kind of
Pokemon.
easy.
Said no, the thing you choose doesn't he get 2/2.
Oh, the thing that I choose doesn't get 2/2s. Okay.
Zodiark Umbral God. Things. Very good card.
Those were my eyes when I saw that manga.
This card a lot. This card's. And it's like a Infest stapled on.
Yeah, I
This-
guess that would be. I think that's why I was kind of questioning if I read that right, because then that would be kind of broken. Where you could just -2/-2 on something that was a 2/2 and instantly transform him to an 8/8. That would be no.
This card's
That'd
nice.
be too much.
This is 3.5. I like this card a lot. Maybe a 4. 4 is a little bit high, but definitely in that territory of things. Very good card.
I think I'm gonna run black for sure.
Zodiark Umbral God.
Oh,
Black,
nice.
black.
Zodiark.
5/5
Oh my God.
indestructible god. When it enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice rounded down. Whenever a player sacks another creature, put a 1/1 counter on it.
I mean, you can't
It's really good,
lose
it's
with this
just-
card.
5 black is really hard to cast.
I mean, if you're running mono black, it's perfectly fine.
I will give it a 3 based on the effects. But it's really hard to cast.
If you're mono, not if you're.
Maybe I should even go a little bit lower. 2.75. I mean, if you're playing a 2-color deck and you have, say, like
That was
a
a little bit confusing, but it's basically essentially a wipe, correct?
9/8 split,
Except for him.
you're still not hitting 5 black until pretty late generally. So far, we haven't seen that much fixing.
I think it would definitely be scary to run in any multicolor deck, but if you're mono black, I
Treasure
think
productions
that's
and stuff.
okay.
So, I don't think it's unplayable. And it's still not bad if you're casting this on like turn 8, 9, 10, but it's like you're going to have to be very, very heavy black to play this. Deadly Embrace, black 3, destroy a creature an opponent controls, then draw a card for each creature that died this turn. So, base
Removal?
5 mana, kill a creature, draw a card. But very frequently, you can cast this like second main phase and draw a couple of cards. That's a good removal spell.
It is a good removal for.
That's a-
You get a
that's a
draw. There's no
2
drawback. Just sorcery speed. That's it.
7/5 removal spell, I'd say. Certainly a little bit above average. I mean, often, generally, I would say it's
Hey, that's
just drawing
Garuda.
one
I just noticed right now.
card. But Seymour Flux, black 4/5/5, legendary spirit avatar. At the
See more butts.
beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a 1/1 counter. Fantastic. Avatar. Seymour Flux, black 4/5/5, legendary spirit avatar. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a 1/1 counter. Fantastic.
Oh, the beginning of your upkeep, so it can happen every turn. Jeez.
So that to me is a 4.
There's no drawback here. 5 for what is it? 5 for a 5/5 at the beginning of your upkeep. So every turn, your drawback is paying 1 life, but you're
At
getting
5, that draws
counters
cards and
each
gets bigger.
and drawing cards.
Splashable. Card's great.
That's a rare.
No! 500 rating!
Oh.
Or whatever collector number.
Is that a real card?
Delete it from your memory. It's a 0.0.
It's not gonna be in limited.
It's a 0.0 because it doesn't exist in the native set.
What is that set from? Like, what are these cards from? Are they the commander cards? Is that what they are?
See ya. Said basically Phyrexian Arena on a stick with.
Is that what that is? That those cards are the commander cards, so they're not the ones in the pre-release? And is that why you had said the other one was a commander card too, Alex? Wait, is Xenos a commander card? Fuck. Is Xenos a commander? I think Xenos might be a commander card.
See ya. Said no, I think it's just collector packs only. Kokodon. Said Xeno's not commander.
Oh, okay, all right, great.
Barrett Wallace, red and 3. Oh, we are now into the red section of cards. Red and 3, 4/4 reach. When it attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control the defending player. 4/4 reach at its base.
I usually don't really ever play red or blue. Those are two. I always go green, red, or black. No, wait. I'm sorry. Green, white, and black. Hence why I
2.5.
run Junk Reanimator.
Probably real good in the equipment deck, but 2.5. And that's just because it's a 4/4 reach for 4. Blazing Bomb. Red for a 1/1. Whenever you
Oh,
cast
it's
a
a cute
non-creature
bomb.
spell, if at least 4 mana was spent
Kokodon.
to cast it, put a 1/1 counter.
Said Barrett Wallace also not in main set LOL.
Oh my god, yeah, this guy's getting trolled.
Tap a 1/1 for reach for 4. Blazing Bomb. Red for a 1/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to
I'm gonna be so mad if Dion wasn't part of the main set. He's my favorite character in Final Fantasy 16. Like, just in games in general, he's one of my new favorite characters now. And I would love to get him and play him pre-release. He seems so good.
cast it, put a 1/1 counter. Red for a 1/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter. Tap sack. Deals damage equal to its power to target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. That's fine. That's a 2.25. 2.25. 2.
Yeah, not up my alley. I
It's
don't think
playable.
it's. I don't
It's not
think it's
exciting.
that good though.
Sorcery speed only, I guess, hurts it a lot. Yeah, I'll give it a 2. Call the Mountain Chocobo. I like this card a lot. Red and 3. Sorcery. Search your library for Mountain. Reveal it. Put it in your hand. Then shuffle. But also, you make a Chocobo. And it's got
Oh.
flashback.
Oh wow! Wait, the Chocobo's flashback?
That's just a very nice value.
Or the card has. Oh wow, the card has flashback too. That's not bad. That's like a freaking. You're searching. I mean, it's not like Farseek. Farseek, you can search for any. You're searching just for a mountain, but I mean, this is limited. For limited, you're searching for a land, and you're getting a Chocobo, and it has flashback.
card.
It is kind of expensive,
If
the
you're casting
flashback.
it, then you
for
already
6,
have
but-
presumably 5 of your
Wait, but this costs 4? Holy moly, that's kind of a
6
lot.
card. And it's got flashback.
You're getting a land and a 2/2 Chocobo for 4. I guess now that I see the flashback cost, I saw the cost of the card, I understand why it's 6. I thought it costed 3. If it was 3, that would be amazing.
That's just a very nice value card. If you're casting it, then you already have presumably
I guess it's nice that it's only one red, though.
5 of your 6 for flashback later on. I think that's a 2.5er. Easy, nice common. This card's also insane. Chocolate Comet.
Chocolate Comet, Choco Comet. Oh no. So we were playing Final Fantasy 16. There is a part where there's chocobos with the comets coming down, the red chocobos. That was a pretty hard fight.
Red X. X damage to any target. And then you make a birdie, bro. Worst case scenario, you get a bird for 2 red. Best case scenario, you're like killing your opponent. But like base scenario is like kill a creature, get a 2/2.
Chocobos are a menace, man. Maybe I'll make a chocobo deck.
This is like a 3.5.
Is
Only
only
thing
does
pulling
only red have the
it back
chocobo
is
cards?
The double red
Like
cost,
most of them?
So it's not really splashable. Very good. Notably, the card I used to good effect in the latest Shuffle Up and Play. Clive, Ifrit's
Clive.
dominant, red 4/5/5. When it enters, you can discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red.
Oh, random
So
devotion card.
presumably a minimum of 2, assuming they don't kill Clive in response.
6 for a 5/5 devotion.
6 mana, tap, flip him. What does he do? Ifrit, Warden of Inferno, 9/9.
Cool.
That kills a creature
Okay.
on the first saga.
Alec
or on the
XK
first
Dash
chapter.
says, "Is
Next two
this part of the base though?"
I hope this is part of the base. Can anybody confirm if this card's part of the base?
chapters, add quad red. If a Frit has 3 or more lore counters on it, so it just adds a bunch of mana and then transforms back.
Oh, so he doesn't die. What's his drawback? 6
Mana
for a
and then
5/5?
Transfers. Flip kill Clive red 4 in the latest Shuffle Up and Play. Clive, Ifrit's dominant, red 4/5/5. When it enters, you can discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red.
Okay, you gotta have devotion for the draw. Otherwise, it's just a 6 for a 5/5.
So
And then it costs 7 to transform him.
presumably a minimum of 2, assuming they don't kill Clive in response. 6 mana, tap, flip him. What does he do? Ifrit, Warden of Inferno, 9/9. That kills a creature
It is kind of pricey.
on the first saga, or on the first chapter. Next 2 chapters, add quad red. If a Frit has 3 or more lore counters on it, so it just adds a bunch of mana and then transforms back.
I feel like it's kind of situational. It's kind of pricey to transform him.
6 mana, 5/5. That's not bad. That's a 3 in my books.
That's fine. 6 mana for a 5/5. You also get the potential to draw at least for 2, because your devotion for him, I think it counts the devotion for him. So you're at least getting 2 cards. But it is really pricey to flip him. Oops.
I don't think it's any higher than that. Certainly solid. Once you flip it, it's really good, but maybe a 3.25.
Said Tekken 8 card
Blizzard23 says it's
POG.
Clive.
Hey, Alu, welcome in. I don't know. They eventually might do. With all these sets, we've had SpongeBob, Final Fantasy. There's been, Warframe. Lord of the Rings. There's been so many sets. Who knows? There might eventually be Tekken or Street Fighter sets in here. Would
It's very
not be
good.
shocked. I feel like, if anything, though, if they did a fighting game collab, I feel like it would be Capcom, because I feel like there's so much more characters in Capcom compared to, like, Tekken.
The fact that you have to flip it to do it, I don't know.
I mean, but if you're already casting this guy for 6, it only costs 7 to transform him. It's just 1 more. So maybe it's not that. Maybe it's not that. I mean, it's not bad, but maybe it's not as, like, I was kind of taking points off of it because of that.
Yeah, I mean, presumably if it keeps flipping, it doesn't need to flip many times for you to win. All right, I'll give it a solid 3.25. No, wait, what did I say initially? 3? Yeah, 3.25. It's probably pushing up there.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Coral Sword. Red for a flash equipment. When it enters, you can attach it to a creature you control, and that creature gains first strike. The equipped creature gets +1 +0, and its equip is 1. That's a decent combat trick.
First
It's a combat
strike's
trick
fine.
that sticks around, but is not susceptible to a removal spell like an Aura is. That's a 2.25. Just a little bit better than filler equipment, I'd say for sure.
I like the way the card looks. It's a
Fire-
very nice card.
Just a
Be
little bit
really
better
pretty
than
nice
filler
in foil,
equipment,
probably.
I'd say for sure. Fire Crystal. The red crystal gives your creatures haste and create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Sack at the beginning of the next end step. In addition to the normal spell reduction cost.
I mean, it gets haste for 6. You can keep. Can you keep doing this? You can keep paying the mana cost to create a. What is it? Was it create a token?
And Fire Crystal. The red crystal gives your creatures haste and create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Sack at the beginning of the next end step.
That's a copy of a creature. I mean, it can be really good. What are you sacrificing? No, but you can copy the tokens too. I think this is good. It's 4. It gives your creatures haste. That is nice. Red spells. I think it's actually pretty good. 'cause
Lazar23
4
says so just a token.
red spells cast 1 less to cost. So that's always nice. Creatures you control also have haste, and then you have the potential to keep getting, what is it? Okay, hold on. Tokens. Copy so you have the potential to make copies of creatures, and they also get haste. It is pricey for the copy, but I mean, they're getting haste also. I think this is pretty good.
In addition to the normal spell reduction cost. Again, maybe a 2.
What?
Creatures you control have haste is nice, but and the token is a strong effect. It's just
What's the deal?
I don't think the crystals are going to be something that you generally want to play in limited. You know, I've been very generous with the crystals on my rating. I don't think they're that good.
I think the last effect is the one that's just a little bit that makes it not that good. I mean, it also depends what if I think it's a good card. I like it. I mean, I guess I can see his argument, but if you have nothing else that you're playing at your turn 4, nothing better, I think this is a good card. But you're also playing red, so creatures you control might already have haste unless you're like playing multicolor. Then it'll also give them haste too. And a lot of the red spells that I have seen, well, it's just 1 less to one colorless. It's not even it's not 1 red, so that's good. I think it's better than what he's saying.
I just want them
But
to
he's
be
probably
good,
the
which is why I'm
professional.
giving them like a playable rating.
Playable.
Fire Magic. Red tier. This is a really nice one. So for 1 red, you can deal 1 damage to each creature. Okay, whatever. For 3 mana, you can deal 2 damage to each creature. Okay, that's decent, especially, again, instant speed. And for 6 mana, you can deal 3 damage to each creature. This is a nice trick. This is a 2.5er. Very solid red card, I'd say. Furion, a Wild Rose Warrior, red 2/3/3. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities, cost 2 less to activate, sacrifice that token, and this is whatever.
That was a lot of reading.
This is constructed.
Lazar23 says,
there
well, that
is
is the
gonna be an
beauty of
equipment deck in
Magic.
the
You can
format.
make any deck work with the right combination.
You would give it a 1.
But
Yeah,
even still, I don't think this is...
I'm not the greatest of Magic players, guys. I feel like that's a card that I would put in, and then my husband would probably be like, "Why did you put this trash in here for?"
going to be that good. It's like 2.25. It's probably like it's probably like a 2, just base. And then if you have like a good equipment deck, maybe it's a 2.
Usually, like what'll happen is every time after a pre-release, sometimes I'll like. Usually I don't really do that great in pre-release. I never usually go like 0-4 or anything, but I usually will go like 2-4 or 1-4. I think 2-4 is probably the best that I maybe do at pre-releases. Like if there's 4 rounds, depending how many rounds there are, I usually just win like 2 matches, 3 if I'm lucky.
But literally, like, usually after every pre-release, like, my husband will look at my deck, he'd be like, "What is this? Why are you putting this in there?" That's probably one of the cards that he'd be like questioning
0.5.
my judgment
know.
on.
Blizzard23 says, "Are you
Maybe.
by the
I mean,
physical set?"
in a good equipment deck, maybe it's like a 3.
Yeah, the pre-release that we're going today is
But-
the physical set.
Freya Crescent, red for a 1/1. During your turn, it has flying, and then you can add red, but only spend that mana to cast an equipment or activate an equipment ability. So, again, in the same deck that you want Fury in, you want the Freya. And in that deck, this is probably like a 2.5, right? Or a 3. But everywhere else, it's a red flying men on your turn. It's
What
like
do we have
whatever.
left? We just have green, I
So-
think, right after red.
Very deck dependent, but only one deck really wants this, right?
So far, red's not really
Just-
impressing me
So if
at
you're gonna
all.
draft Boros aggro every time, then great. These cards are right up your alley.
Black impressed me.
Gilgamesh Master at Arms, another one.
White
that
also
seems
did.
Very
Blue didn't impress me that much
equipment
either.
Dependent. 6/6. Whenever it enters or attacks, look at the top 6 of your library. You can put any number of equipment cards from among them on the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. When you put one or more equipment on the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. You need to have quite a few equipment in your deck for this.
Yeah.
But if you do, it's very good. It again, a very good
Blizzard23
card
says,
for
"Red
the
is slow. I'm
equipment deck,
surprised
you know?
about blue."
A very good card for the equipment deck. Everywhere else, it's going to be a 6 mana 6/6 for the most part. So a 1.5, man, maybe a 6 mana 6/6 is like a 1.75. But in the right Boros deck, you're gonna sometime like in this format. Eventually, somebody's gonna play this. They're gonna hit like 4 equipment, 2 of them with job select, and you're just gonna be like, "Oh my god, what just happened?"
Yeah.
But that is the high roll scenario, you know. Haste magic, red 1, instant. Give a creature +1/+3/+1 in haste until end of turn. Then exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step.
Wait.
1 instant. Haste magic, red 1, instant. Give a creature +1/+3/+1 in haste until end of turn. Then exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step.
+3/+1/+1/+3.
Your next end step,
Plus
yeah.
3/+1.
It's a fine
and
combat
gains
trick.
haste.
Like
That's
a 2.
fine. That's good.
Fine. Hill Gigas. Red 4, 5/4 trample haste with mountain cycling. Hey, this is a good one too. This is one of the better land cyclers we've seen.
What is cycling, guys? I always forget what cycling is, but it alone with a 6 for a 5/4 trample haste, that's good.
2.75.
And I know cycling
2.5.
I think is supposed to be good. I always forget what cycling is.
2.5. I mean, I'm always gonna play it in red. It's decent. It's nice.
Kokodon
Item
said
shop.
you can pay 2 and discard it to get a mountain from your deck.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that
Shopkeep.
is yeah.
Red 1/2/2. Whenever you attack.
Wait, is that Vatri? Oh no, I thought it was Vatri from 14.
Target. Item shopkeep. Red
Vatri would have been white though.
1/2/2. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creature gains menace until end of turn. Again,
2 for a 2/2.
role player for the equipment deck. Otherwise, it's a 2 mana 2/2.
Not impressed with any
So-
of these red cards so far.
Complete filler 1.5 otherwise, but in the right deck, maybe it's a even in the equipment deck, only giving menace doesn't seem that good. Giving menace maybe makes it like a 2.2 in that deck, you know? Laughing Mad, red and 2 instant as an additional cast. Discard a card, draw 2, flashback. Solid. Nothing crazy. Laughing Mad, red and 2 instant as an additional cast. Discard a card, draw 2, flashback. Solid. Nothing crazy.
It's okay.
If this is like a 1.5, this is probably a fine filler 2. Give it a 2 out of 5. Light of Judgment, red and 4 instant, deals 6 damage to a creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. Yeah, suck it, other red decks.
Good.
Instant speed, 6 damage, 5 mana.
Oh, it does damage? It doesn't just kill it? That's still fine. I mean, 6
2.25.
damage is going to kill most stuff, and it also destroys any equipment. Hopefully it kills, because if it has equipment, it might be more than 6.
But
If
it
you blow
seems
up an
fine.
equipment in addition, you are jumping for joy.
But 5.
If nothing else,
But it is
decent
instant.
sideboard, but 5 mana, 6 damage instant is okay. Mysidian Elder, red 2/1/3, that when it enters, you make one of those pingy wizards.
That's it.
Yeah, it's like a 2.25.
3 for a 1/3.
It's also fine.
Make a wizard. What is the wizard? A 0/1?
Blizzard23 says, why is red so lackluster though? For the damage color, they didn't do it justice.
Wizard creature tokens with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell. I think the wizard thing is going to be kind of hard to pull off in limited.
Not exciting, but it's fine. 2 bodies for 3 mana, one of them relevant. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Nibelheim of Flame, red 2 sorcery. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If the spell was cast from a 2, I mean, yeah, that's fine. Nibelheim of Flame, red 2 sorcery. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand, draw 4. Oh, we got the Chandra's Ignition back.
Has
Except this
flashback
only does it to
to
creature, not player.
That's super. I mean, it's still white.
Flashback, same ability, but draw 4.
It's doing damage equal to the creature you choose,
Discard your
right?
hand, draw 4. Oh, it deals. Nibelheim of Flame, red 2 sorcery. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand, draw 4. Oh,
That's fine. It's gonna wipe your stuff too, but it's not gonna kill whatever you targeted.
oh we got the
And it also has flashback.
Chandra's Ignition back.
That's
Except
good.
this only does it to creature, not
I like it.
player. Then flashback, same
If it had to
ability,
player
but
too, it'd be
draw
really good.
4. It's one of those very swingy type of cards.
You can definitely wipe a board. Oh, it will wipe the board. 3. 3.
Again, high ceiling, low floor. I'll just give it a perfectly average 2/5 as a result. Sometimes it's gonna be
Blizzard23 says, oh,
uncastable
Barika,
or
guess who's
be
on the stream
terrible
sleeping?
if you can cast it. Other times it's gonna like win you the game, right?
Oh, Mocha. Yeah, you said earlier that Mocha was here.
So just give it an average score of 2.5 because of that. There are going to be a lot of times where it's very
Sometimes.
awkward.
Sometimes I would put streams in my background, just fall asleep
Opera
to them.
Love Song.
Oh, is
Red and
that what's her name?
Blizzard23 says she's adorable.
From Final Fantasy 15. Is that her? I
One.
can't tell.
Choose one. Exile top 2 of your library. You can play those cards until your next end step. 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, that's totally reasonable.
For 1, for 2? That's nice.
Yeah,
That's
2.25.
2 abilities?
Yeah, for next end step. Red and awkward. Opera Love Song. Red and 1. Choose one. Exile top 2 of your library. You can play those cards until your next end step.
Blizzard23 says,
1
no,
or 2
I don't
target
think so.
creatures each get +2/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. 2.25. That's probably just a little bit better than filler. Prompto Argentum. Red 1/2/2 haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. Yeah. 2.25.
I can't really say how good like the treasure cards are because I'm not 100% familiar with the treasure cards, what they do. I haven't really played treasures before, and I can't really remember people that played it. It's been a minute since I played.
Slightly above average red 2-drop.
Basically, what happened with Magic, like I said, I've played off and on for but a pretty good amount for the last like 15, 16 years. But COVID had happened. So obviously when COVID happened, everybody stopped going anywhere for anything. And then when everybody was just finally starting to return to the world again after COVID, we had our car accident. And then, well, since our car accident, I was in the hospital for 7 months, and then I was recovering like the whole last year. So it's been like 2 years since then. So it's been a minute since we played Magic. I mean, we played a little bit here at home, but like we haven't really played like the way we used to at shops or anything, where we would always go to like pre-releases or game days, stuff like that. We haven't played like that in a while.
Nothing exciting.
So I'm kind
Totally
of
reasonable.
rusty on my mechanics.
Nothing
shit.
exciting.
What did I open over here? Hold on.
Totally reasonable. Queen Brawn, Queen Brawny. Red 2/2/1 prowess.
Kokodon.
Whenever it attacks,
Said
create
the
a-
opera
oh,
is
whenever-
from
yeah,
Final
whenever it attacks,
Fantasy
you get one of those
VI.
Wizards.
Oops, hold on, guys. I accidentally closed my chat. From Final Fantasy VI. Oh, I haven't played that one before. Somebody told me today that they might be making an announcement that they're gonna be remaking or doing a remake for Final Fantasy IX. Give me 1 second. I accidentally closed my chat. I still like to have it open in case somebody messages without TTS.
Blizzard
Rated
23
A.
says
Brawn,
we aren't
Queen
even halfway
Brawny.
through.
Reasonable. Queen Brawn, Queen Brawny. Red 2/2/1 prowess. Whenever it attacks, create an whenever it attacks, you get one of those wizards. Problem is, it's a 3-mana 2/1. Yes, it has prowess.
What does it do?
This can take over the game pretty easily. I'm willing to give this a 2.5.
Whenever
It's better than
he
a
didn't read
2.
it. Whenever he attacks, create a zero. A zero
Yeah,
1 black
2.5 seems
wizard.
fine.
Prowess. What is prowess? Doesn't it give +1? Yeah, +1/+1 until end of
2.5
turn.
is a crazy rating.
Whenever
for
they
this card.
when they attack, I think.
There are going to be times where it's garbage. There are going to be times it's great. Again, I'm giving it the average. It's so random encounter. Red 4. Shuffle your library. Mill 4.
Damn, what do we have left? You're right. I thought we only had green left. We have green. What do we have left after green? Oh, we have like the artifacts and the lands. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna be able to review through all this set. It's 240. I still technically have a lot of time, but it's a lot of time to review all of this in one stream. I mean, this guy did it, but I'll try and get through as much as I can.
Put each creature milled this way onto the battlefield. They
I want to
gain
try.
haste.
I think I want to at least get to the colors. I want to finish red, and then I want to finish green.
The beginning of the
And
next
then maybe
end
I'll
step,
review the. If I'm a little bit too tired after that, I'll review the last cards of my own.
return those creatures to their owner's hand. This is a 1. However, I will want to play this a lot and hope that it hits.
I'm assuming there's
This
going to
is
be
a card
quite a
you
bit of
should not
colorless
play.
Blizzard
I am
artifacts.
23 says
guessing,
if we do,
right?
then we should be there
But
when
if
you
you
build
do
your deck.
play it and you do hit, then it's super cool. No, if the creature dies, then it just stays in the graveyard. You don't get to return it as well. What? Yeah, this is an easy one. Easy one, but tons of fun. Raban Bowl of Allah Mihigo. Red 1/2/2.
Raban.
Ward with pay life equal to
He
its
said it a little bit weird. It's Raban.
power. Whenever it attacks,
Is it
attach a-
one-hard Raban or is it two-hard Raban? Is it? Does he have his other arm? I think he just has one arm. Okay, no, it's a little horn that he has on
Blizzard
his shoulder.
23 says one arm.
I thought they gave him like a little pointy nub of an arm, but no, it's the little horn that he has. He doesn't really. Okay, no, he does look like Raban. I was like, he doesn't really look like him. He has short hair, but no, it does. It does.
to one target.
I like
equipment
Raban a lot.
You control two.
He was one of my favorite characters in the
Raban
Realm of Born.
Bowl of Allah Mihigo.
Let me go.
Red 1/2/2. Ward with pay life equal to his power. Whenever it attacks, attach up to one target equipment you control. Again, another red attach equipment card.
What's ward? Is that the ability for ward? Pay
Red
life?
1/2/2. Ward with pay life equal to his power.
No, he said ward with pay life equal to its power. What exactly is ward?
Whenever it attacks, attach up to one target equipment you control. Again, another red attach equipment card. 2.1. 2 point like
Does he transform
a
or
2
something?
that gets good if you're running the equipment deck, but by good it's like a 2.5. You know.
Kokodon.
So
Said
I
if you
guess it's a
don't pay the
1.5
ward
that
cost,
can
the
turn
thing
into a
gets
2.5.
countered.
Oh, okay. And that one was what? Pay life equal to Raban's power. So 2. So 2, take 2. It doesn't seem very good.
Kokodon.
And you just put in equipment?
Said when targeting it, I mean
That's
sorry.
my rating.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it keeps doing multiple damage, not just when you cast it. Is that right?
Red Mage's Rapier. Red and 1. Job select. Equipped creature has. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 and is a wizard, and the equip cost is 3. 1.5. 1.25.
Damn.
This one's not very good. IMO. A 2-mana 2/2 with upside is a 1.5. It's very light upside, and like I said, it scales up to a 2.5 if you have equipment. So
Blizzard23 says so far red has the lowest
Tender.
score.
Red and 1 for a 2/1 with reach. Whenever a land you
Yeah, I don't really see that much coming out from red.
control enters, this deals. Sabo Tender. Red and 1 for a 2/1 with
Alec
reach. Whenever a
XK
land you
Dash
control
says multicolor would be good to go over.
True. Shit, I forgot about multicolor. I didn't even think about that.
enters, this deals 1 damage to each. Tender. Red and 1 for a
Fuck, forgot about multicolor. That's very important, actually. God damn it. I was like, artifacts, it was like, okay, lands, it's fine. But yeah, multicolor is actually really important.
2/1 with
It's a
reach.
lot.
Whenever a land you control enters, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah, that's just a classic 2.
Hey, it's the cactuar that throws all the
Sabo
things.
Tender. Red and 1 for a 2/1 with reach. Whenever a land you control enters, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah, that's just a
I like it.
classic 2. I would much rather have Sabo Tender than Raban. Maybe even in the equipment decks, honestly. I mean, I'd play this in the equipment decks for the synergy and for funness, but this is just a decent 2-drop, you know?
I like that one.
Very annoying 2-drop. Samurai's Katana. Red 2, job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has trample haste and is in a So it's a 3-mana 3/3 trample haste, but the equip is 5.
Ooh,
But that's solid.
expensive.
2.25, 2.5.
3 for 3. I don't like how he says like it's 3 mana for a 3/3 because that's not like. But or maybe what does this mean when it says job select? Is it 3 mana for a 3/3? Is that like correct, or what is this job select thing? When this equipment enters, create a 1/1. Oh, okay, so it's creating a 1/1. Oh, okay, I see what he means now. So it's a 3/3. Okay, but no, it's not a 3/3. It's a 2 for a 1/1, and then you have to equip for 5 with a 3/3. As trample and haste. So it's what, a 3/3 trample haste? Seems kind of pricey.
Yeah, not bad. Expensive equip, but strong equip ability.
But you don't have to attach it to him, right? You don't have to attach it to the job select token. I can attach it to any creature that I have. Is that correct?
Sand
think I
equip,
can.
but strong equip.
I don't think I have to attach it. I think if I don't have to attach it to the 1/1, that makes it better than what I think. So you can potentially get beefier, bigger creatures. But I'm not 100% sure. I
Kokodon
think.
said if you want to attach it to something else you have to pay the equip cost.
A little bit pricey.
Sandworm.
It is
red
good,
4/5/4
but it's-
haste
yeah,
when it
it's
enters,
pricey.
destroy target land. Just destroy target land. Worm. Red 4/5/4 haste when it enters, destroy target land. Just destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So, a lot of towns in this format.
Already 5 for a 5/4 haste. That's good on its own. And then you get to destroy a nice land, or potentially a nice land. If they have I don't know what the lands are going to be yet. If there's multicolor land or tricolor lands for the common ones, but if the tricolor ones would
A
be
lot
really
of
good.
fixing. You can screw people over by blowing up a duel.
Yeah.
This is a 5/4 haste at the worst case scenario. You can also fix yourself, in a sense.
Fix yourself.
You can destroy one of your own lands.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah,
and
you
get
can.
a different basic.
Yeah, it is pretty good. I didn't think of that.
2.5. I think that's fair for the Sandy Worm. Landfall trigger for your chocobos. Yeah, easy.
I haven't seen that trigger. I don't remember it.
Safer Almazi. Red and 3, 3/4. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. Okay. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast an instant or sorcery with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile. That's not bad. Curve into that on turn 4 and attack with like a random 3/3. Gains double strike. 2.75. Maybe a clean 3.
The red's getting a little bit better,
Yeah, that's decent.
but it's still not as good as the
Cipher.
other colors.
Cipher Almazi. There you go. Self-destruct. Red and 1 instant. Target creature you control deals X damage to any other target and X damage to itself, where X is its power. Oh, this was the cactus combo card.
I think that's fine.
X damage to any target and X damage to itself. So actually, if you have a creature that has a toughness greater than its power, it doesn't have to blow itself up. You can shoot
Oh, does it to
face
him
with
too?
this. I'm
Does
gonna
it-
give it a 2.25.
It gives it to you.
think
Does
it's
it to
above
yourself
average.
too? I
It's
think,
cool.
or
It's
to your
unique.
creature.
Side quest, play Blitzball. Red and 2 at the beginning of combat on your turn. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. End of combat on your turn. If a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage, transform this attachment, then attach it to a creature. World Champion Celestial Weapon. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 as double strike. Equip 3. If your opponent's taken 6 damage on a turn, they're probably losing anyways. I don't think this card's that great. I don't think +2/+0 by itself is good enough. I will inevitably lose to this card, I'm sure. But I'm going to give this like a 1.75. I think it's probably a little bit below average for sure. Feels bad to me. Sorceress's Schemes. Red 3 sorcery. Return an instant or sorcery
nice.
from your graveyard or exiled card with flashback you own to your hand. Add a red, and it's got flashback. That's cool.
What? Oh, it gives it flashback. It just gives the card flashback for 4,
That's
and
really
it has
neat.
flashback.
It's not great. It's probably bad.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna give it a 2 because I like this type of card.
For 4, oh, that's yes, yeah. I don't think the card's very good.
I mean, it is value. Yeah, it's probably like a 2-ish. It says exiled card with flashback you own, so no. Summon Brynhildr. Red and 1 for a 2/1 saga creature. First chapter, exile the top card of your library. During any turn you put a lower counter on this saga, you may play that card. And then the second and third chapters are when you next cast a creature spell, gains haste. Just a very solid 2-drop.
Never
Like,
cast a creature
very
spell
happy.
gains haste.
Just a very. And then the second and third chapters are when you next cast a creature spell, gains haste. Just a
I don't know what the first ability is because I don't know what that lore card is, but a 2 for a 2/1 and your other creatures get haste.
very
That's fine.
solid 2-drop.
That's good.
Like, very happy. Like, sometimes it draws you a card. Other times it might not be anything more than a 2/1, but it's better than a 2. Maybe a 2.5 is generous, but it's above average 2-drop, you know?
The only thing is that since it doesn't come back, your creatures after 2 turns, 3 turns, it dies. Your creatures don't get haste anymore, so it's okay.
Well,
But I
that's
mean,
the
it's
thing.
still 2 for a 2/1 though. At
It's
minimum.
above average 2-drop, you know? Well, but that's the thing. It probably replaces itself with the first chapter. So even though it dies after 3, I think it's still fine. Summon Esperama. Red 2, 3/3. Deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature and opponent controls. And then second and third
Esperama?
chapter of Wizards you can
Oh,
control
it's
get +1/+1.
Rema.
Okay, cool. Deals damage equal
I'm
to the
surprised he's red. Lightning, I guess lightning's red for some reason in Magic.
number of non-summon. So even though it dies after 3, I think it's still fine. Summon Esperama. Red 2, 3/3. Deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature and opponent controls. And then second and third chapter of wizards you control get +1/+0. Okay, so a nice
If you have
later
a wizard
game
deck.
Flame Tongue Kavu of sorts. That's a 2.5er.
It's okay.
I think the second and third chapters aren't very relevant, but 4 mana, 3/3, shoot something, and then stick around for a turn or two. It's fine.
And he dies
Ramu?
too.
Hmm.
No, it's Rema.
Summon Girlfriend Cerberus. Red 2, 3/3. Chapter
Say
1,
girlfriend?
Surveil 1. Chapter
Oh, it says GF. That's
2,
why.
2, 3. Summon Girlfriend Cerberus. Red 2, 3/3. Chapter 1, Surveil 1. Chapter 2, when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets. Chapter 3, when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it twice. Love this card. Gotta love a Girlfriend Cerberus.
Hmm.
I'm gonna give that a 3. A generous 3. It's probably closer to like 2.75. Maybe a 2.5. It's definitely above average. But man, if it sticks around and you get to utilize the second and third chapters, ooh, that's spicy. Summon Girlfriend Ifrit. Man, so many girlfriends. Red 2 for a 3/2. Chapters 1 and 2, you get to rummage. Chapters 3 and 4, it adds a red. Yeah, just a decent 3-drop. Sticks around for a little while as well. It's not like a 3 chapter. Yeah, 2.25, above average. It even says not bad on the card. It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Suplex. Red 1, sorcery, 3 damage to a creature. If that creature would die, exile it or exile target artifact. Classic, decent removal, 2.5.
Oh my
Under
goodness.
Magic, red instant with the tiered.
I'm sorry, guys.
So for 1 red, you can deal
If I'm a little bit quiet now, it's because I'm getting a little bit sleepy.
2 damage to a creature.
These cards aren't
For red and 3,
entertaining
you can deal
me.
4 damage to a creature, so electrify. And then red 5, 8 damage to a creature. Just a nice removal. That's another 2.5er.
I think, like, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to play red. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just go
Easy.
ahead and skip
Maybe
on
even a little
over
higher.
to green. And then the multi-color. So we're already about to finish the red anyways. I basically got through the whole set.
Could if you do make a
Let's
treasure.
see. Or maybe not.
Whenever
Maybe
you
it is
cast a
little bit
spell you
more.
don't own, put a 1/1 counter on each scout, pirate, rogue. 5. Oh, make crap.
Let's see.
Small, but
What?
it's menace.
Was he yelling?
No! Collector or something card.
Oh, we got baited again.
I got ruined. Oh wait, both of these were 500s.
Oh, lols.
Oh,
See, good thing we
God.
skipped them.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh
All right, on to green we go.
my God.
Womp womp. All right, so those were not actually
That's
part
it.
of the
Looks like it.
set. Airship. So those
Is
were
this
not
it? Yeah, it is it.
actually part of the
Nice.
set. Airship Crash. Green 2, instant, kill a creature, or sorry, kill an artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying with cycling 2. I love these type of cards.
Nice.
I always play them. Cycling makes it good, and then versatility. 2.25, 2.5. Always love them.
Yep.
Ancient Adamantoise.
Ah,
Green 5 for
damn, look at the Adamantoise. He has horns. Holy shit, that's an evil looking Adamantoise.
an Ancient Adamantoise. Green 5 for an 8/20.
What?
Vigilance Ward 3.
Oh, at 820.
Damage isn't removed from this creature. 20. Vigilance Ward 3. Damage isn't removed from this creature during your cleanup steps. All damage that we dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. When it dies, exile it and make 10 tapped treasure tokens.
Damn, so he's just a giant tank.
This card is really cool. It's not actually all that feasible. I feel like
Interesting.
it is very cool.
Damn, I kind of want it just
I
because
will
the
give it a
Adamantoise
very
looks really
generous
cool.
2.25.
The Adamantoise looks awesome.
A very generous 2.25. It's very cool. It's very cool.
It's literally just
coolness
a
factor.
giant tank.
Balam T. Rexasar, green 4. Oh yeah, this is the insane one. Green 4, 6/6 trample. When it enters, gain 3, but wait, forest cycling. Easy 3. Easy, minimum 3.
All the cycling
This
cards
is a
are pretty good.
disgusting Forest Cycler. Easy. So good. Yeah,
6
easy
for
base
6/6
3.
trample.
It's probably higher. This is the best of the land cyclers. Easy. Bard's Bow. Green 2, job select, equipped creature gets +2/+2, it has reach. So it's a 3/3 reach for 3. That is a very expensive equip cost.
How much is it?
2.25?
6? No.
3/3
6?
reach for 3.
Yeah, shit.
Equip 6 expensive, but it makes it better for sure. Bartz and Boko. Green 3. Whoa. Green 3, 4/3, affinity for birdies. Enters each other bird you control deals damage equals its power to target creature and opponent controls. Very nice. You need to have a bird. And very nice. Enters each other bird you control deals damage equals its power to target creature and opponent controls. Very nice. You need to have a bird.
I feel like I haven't seen that many bird cards yet, though. Not many chocobo cards. Like, there's some, but it's kind of hard.
And probably more than one. But that's not going to be too hard, presumably, because you're going to be playing green. So, because
maybe all the
you're
chocobos are in
likely to
green.
have a decent number of birds, I'm going to give this a 3.25 because I assume it's just going to be a like base 4 mana 4/3 kill something. You're not always going to be able to play it to good effect, but it's strong enough that I'm willing to give it a decent rating, you know? How many birds? I'd play this with like 3 birds, 4 birds.
Alec XK Dash says pretty sure there is some
Worst
for
case
each
scenario,
color.
it's a 5 mana 4/3, which yes, it
I saw a
sucks, but the
few.
upside is there,
I saw
you know?
Ambrosia. I saw a few, but I mean, I can't say that I've seen a lot of them. But I mean, I have seen a bunch of pictures of
Blitzball
cards.
shot. Green 1 instant. Creature gets +3/+3, gains trample. Classic 2.
Good
Classic power
normal
level
ones
2
that you're
trick.
gonna throw
It's
in
fine.
your limited deck.
Cactua. Green 3/3 trample. Beginning of your end step. If this didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand.
What?
End step. If this didn't end. Fine. Cactua. Green 3/3 trample. Beginning of your end step. If this didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. 2.1. 2.2 maybe.
I don't get it. If it didn't,
It's like okay. It's gonna be annoying. It's not busted. It's probably slightly above average. 2.2 maybe percent. 3 trample. Beginning of your end step. If this didn't enter the battlefield this turn,
if what didn't enter the battlefield this
return
turn,
it to its owner's hand.
I don't get it.
2.1. 2.2 maybe.
This card?
It's like okay. It's gonna be annoying. It's not busted. It's probably slightly above average. Chocobo kick. Green
Like it just keeps returning to your hand? Is that what it means?
1 sorcery kicker with return a land you control to its owner's hand, which is nice for the Chocobo. Landfall triggers with return a land.
Kokodon. Said the Cactuar goes back to your hand every other turn, otherwise a 3/3 for 1 would be too strong.
Oh, okay. I see that. Yeah. It was
Chocobo kick. Green 1 sorcery kicker with return a land you control to its owner's hand, which is nice for the Chocobo. Landfall triggers. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. If the spell is kicked, the creature you control deals twice that much damage instead. Easy 2.5. Nice punch
you read
effect.
that too
Creature you control.
fast.
Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. If the spell is kicked, the
I'm blind. I can't read it. Read slowly.
creature you control return a land you control to its owner's hand, which is nice for the Chocobo. Landfall triggers. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. If the spell is kicked, the creature
Alrighty,
you
guys,
control
we already
deals
said,
twice
just let
that
me
much
know.
damage instead. Easy 2.5.
I'll try to read it
Nice
later.
punch effect. Chocobo racetrack. Green 3 landfall. Make one of the birdies. I think this card is fantastic. Yes, it costs
Artifact.
5, so it's a little bit slow to get going, but if you can trigger it more than once, you're sitting pretty good. I'm happy to give this a 3. Love this card. Very happy with it.
Bro, read the cards. Did he not say what it says? Whenever landfall, whenever a land you control enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token with win whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1 plus. Okay, so landfall, you create a chocobo, and those chocobos have landfall. They get +1 plus 0, right? I think that's
Love this
right.
card. Very happy with it.
Chocobo races.
Clash of the Icons. Green for a sorcery. Choose one or more. Target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. Remove a lore counter from target saga you control. Put a lore counter on target saga you control. Okay. Not bad.
When you put a lore counter on a saga, that means like it just gets another turn back.
Probably going to
think-
be a 1-mana fight.
Oh, is that Ifrit in Titan? Oh, I think it is. It's Ifrit and Titan fighting in the background. That's cool.
Majority of the time, but you can get some nice value with the extra modes potentially. Yeah, give it a 2.25. Fights are obviously not as good as punches for the most part, but
Hmm.
yeah, I think that's above average. Yeah, maybe it's it's only 1 mana. Colosseum Behemoth, green 5, 7/7 trample. When it enters, choose one.
Funny story yesterday. We were playing Final Fantasy VII for stream, and I kept encountering what's it called, Behemoth in one of the areas, and I was like, I guess I could just like get some. I'm pretty sure these behemoths give good XP, so I'll just kill a few, farm a few, so that way we can get some XP. I tried killing, like I killed the first one like decently. Second one, we almost got a game over. I was like, oh shit, okay, let's not do that.
Kill an artifact or green 5, 7/7 trample. When it enters, choose one. Kill an artifact or enchantment / draw a card.
It's good.
It's
No
a big boy.
drawback. 7 for 7/7, big boy. Trample, it's good on its own, and then you get to choose. You either destroy an artifact or enchantment or draw a card. It's fine.
7 mana? 2.25? 2.5? It's above average. It's expensive, but big body with relevant ability.
Yep.
Can't say no to that. Commune with the Beavers. Green for sorcery. Look at the top 3. Can reveal an artifact, creature, or land. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. You're very unlikely to brick on this card, I would think. And reveal an artifact, creature, or commune with big body with relevant
Commune with
ability.
the beavers.
Can't say no to that. Commune with the Beavers. Green for sorcery. Look at the top 3. Can reveal an artifact, creature, or land. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. You're very unlikely to brick on this card, I would think, if you're playing it. And generally, this type of card is better than you think it is.
It's pretty good, especially in limited, where you're probably not going to have a lot of 1-drops where constructed. I mean, obviously you have the choice to put like many 1-drops. So if you don't have anything else for 1 to play, this is a pretty good card to play.
So yeah, another 2.25 at least, I'd say.
Even besides, like, well, no, just like that, like I said. I think it's
Yeah,
pretty good.
I'm gonna cast this card and I'm gonna hit 3 sorceries and I'm gonna never play this card again. But they were probably the only 3 sorceries in your deck, you know? Diamond Weapon. Green 7. Legendary artifact. 8/8 reach. Cost 1
9.
less for each permanent in your graveyard.
Oh.
Prevent all combat damage that we've dealt to Diamond Weapon. I like it.
That's pretty good for limited. It's really good for limited. Hell's like it's expensive as shit. 9 for an 8/8. It doesn't have any effects, I think, but it costs. Oh wait, no, it has reach. That's pretty good. I think, right? Reach. Yeah, it has reach, but it costs 1 less to cast reach permanent in your graveyard.
We've seen some ways to self-mill. At what casting cost is this insane? Probably 6 or less. So you would need 3 permanents in your graveyard? I mean, I guess it doesn't have trample. It is an artifact, so it can die to the artifact matters.
Oh, it's an artifact.
Maybe this is not better than a 2.5. I feel like a 3 would be way too generous. 4? No way.
I do think 3.
The thing is, likely, it's kind of, I don't know what rating I would give it because when you're going to have multiple permanents in your graveyard already, it's going to be because the game is a little bit later when it's going to be kind of redundant that you're casting him late game. How do I explain that? It's going to be kind of redundant casting him like late game for low cost when it's already late game, if that makes any sense. But it still is good because, I mean, there is chance that you can lose a bunch of creatures early on and cast them really early. But I
No way,
don't know
that's a
what
4.
rating. I would have given him a 4, that's for
I
sure.
put bombs at 4.
But a 3, maybe a 3. I give it a 3.
I am willing to give it a 3, maybe.
I think a 3's fine.
I mean, sure, with land cyclers it's cheaper, but you have to spend their turns land cycling then.
How many green is it? Is it 1, 2, 3 or 2? It's 2 green.
I'll stick with a 3. I'm not going to give it any higher than a 3. Oh, you're talking about the mana cost. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's solid. I don't think it's crazy. All right, here's the green crystal. Green, 2. The green spells are 1 less. If one or more 1/1 counters would put on a creature, you control twice that many and then distribute 2, so effectively 4. Among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. Again, the crystals, man, they're very strong abilities, but for the most part, I don't think you want to be playing them unless you're just trying to have a little fun, especially like the mill one. This is just a very generous 2. It's probably closer to 1, just like all of the other. The majority of the earth crystals are like 1s. Let's be real. I like this effect. It's powerful, but that's just so much mana. It's 10 mana to invest initially, you know? Esper Origins. Green 1 sorcery, surveil 2, gain 2. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, exile it, then put it on the battlefield transformed with a finality counter. Flashback is 4. Turns into a 4/4 that reveals the top card of your library. If it's a permanent, put it in your hand. Adds 2, and then it gives your... Oh, this card's great.
What is this? Sorcery that transforms to a creature? How does the
You don't get
sorcery
the 4/4
transform?
for very long, but man, it's just all value. Surveilling 2 is kind of like drawing a card, but it has flashback, and it turns into a 4/4.
Then you add
No, I
2.
like that.
What is it? 2 green to your mana pool?
Solid 2.5. I like this more than I like the diamond weapon. They're probably comparable.
Why is a diamond weapon green for? I feel like the
Galef's final
diamond
act.
weapon would be white.
Green 1, instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 gains. When this creature dies, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. Oh, that's kind of neat. Green 1. Galef's final act. Green 1, instant.
Galef? Isn't Galef from 14 also? Sounds familiar, Galef.
Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 gains. When this creature dies, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. Oh, that's kind of neat. That's a very unique trick. $2.25. I'm better than a 2. I like this trick. That seems cool. It's just a very unique effect, which is why I don't think we've seen this type of effect very often, you know? Gigantode. Green 3.
That's the Toad 15.
4/4. As long as you control 7 or more lands, it's a 6/6. 4/4 base.
4 for a 4/4. That's equal on its own. That's okay as long as you control. I thought he said 4 more lands. 7 or more lands. This creature gets +2/+2. Yeah.
4/4 base for 4 in limited. 2.25 maybe.
It's okay.
2. Maybe it's just filler. Maybe
Yeah.
a vanilla 4/4 for 4 until you get to 7 or more lands is not good enough to rate better than a 2 in limited, which is, again, passable. Nothing exciting.
Yeah, no.
Gubu Gardener. Green 1/1/3 plant beast that adds a green. I love this type of card.
Yes, my favorite type of cards, Mana Rip.
Love this type of
Especially
card.
2 for 1/3. Perfect. He can block 2/2s. You don't have to worry about it dying. You get to add mana. Cost 2, 1 green, 1 colorless. Best
A
cards.
generous, maybe 2.5, but that's
I
my
love these
type
cards.
of
I
2.
would run 2, maybe 3. I'd run 3 of these. I would run 3 of these if I had. And it's a common too. I'd
It's
definitely
better than
run
a 2.
2.
2.5 is probably high, but I like this card a lot.
I love those cards.
Grand Pulse Ochu. Green for a 1/1 death touch. 8 mana. Until end of turn, this creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent in your graveyard. That's not bad.
Death touch until end of turn. For 8?
That's not bad. Turn, this creature gets 1 plus Ochu. Green for a 1. I like this card a lot. Grand Pulse Ochu. Green for a 1/1 death touch. 8 mana. Until end of turn, this creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent in your graveyard. That's not bad.
Alec XK Dash says 1 drop.
For 8?
I don't know how good a 1/1 death toucher is going to be in this format.
I mean,
but in some
A
format,
1 for a 1/1 death touch is fine on its own. If it was just 1 for a 1/1 net. 1 for a 1/1 death touch is fine. It's gonna get rid of like a random 3/2 that you see. So that's nice. The second ability is kind of just random. But I'd stick in like a 1. I think maybe 2 1/1 death touch.
that's 1/1 death touchers are reasonable.
Just because they're annoying. Like people, they're like they start the game, they have a 3/2 in their hand
Alec
that costs
XK
like
Dash
2.
says it's late game.
Yeah, it's late game, but it can also just be a very early game annoyance for people that like start like, oh, I have a 3/1 haste for 2, or I have a 3/2 for 2 cost, and they think they're gonna be swiping at you for 3 really early game, and just this guy just stops the party.
8 is a lot of mana.
So he can also be kind of an annoying early game card too.
Well, that just means this card is relevant early and relevant
And it's for each permanent in your graveyard, each permanent in your graveyard, yeah.
late. Yeah, he's like a happy 2.25, you know? Guys, Saul Greens. Green 1.
Thank you
this
for the
is
roses,
nice.
guys.
Just make a chocobo and then expensive
we got the
flashback,
Saul
yes, but what do you
Greens.
want from your 2 mana spell?
We're just for anybody tuning in right now. We are
just a
doing
solid 2-drop.
the set review for the Final Fantasy set in Magic the Gathering. I am going to the pre-release later on tonight. I haven't reviewed really all the cards yet, so I'm going through the set review. Keep in mind, this is a review specifically for a limited format. This is not judgment for actual, like, it's like how good the cards are, like in normal, standard, or commander gameplay. So we're just reviewing those. And we
2.2.
already went through all the colors. We are on green, which is the last set, and then also multicolor. There's also land and artifacts, but I think I'm just going to be doing green and then the multicolor. Maybe the lands.
2.5.
We'll see.
Chocobo. Yeah, he's like a happy 2.25, you know? Guys, Saul Greens.
Mocha
Green
Sakura
1.
says, "Good
oh,
morning."
This is nice.
Hey,
Just make
Mocha,
a
good
chocobo
morning.
Alec
and then
XK Dash
expensive
says Mocha
flashback.
woke up for some hearts.
Thank you so much, Mocha, for tuning in. I heard you were
Heck
sleeping.
yes,
Welcome
but
and
what
good
do you want
morning.
from your 2 mana spell? Yeah, just a solid
We're just
2-drop,
reviewing the
2.25,
mana set.
2.5.
I'm sorry, the mana set, the magic set.
Yeah, just a solid 2-drop.
14.
2.25, 2.5. Whatever it is, it's better than a 2. The Jumbo Cactuar. Green 5, 1/7. Whenever this attacks, it
I
gets...
want to hear what he says about this card because I saw it and I was like, I'm just going to try and create a deck around
Mocha
him.
Sakura, thank you for the gifts.
Ah, thank you, Mocha. Appreciate it. I was like, what was that? Thank you so much for the gifts. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. We've missed you lately. Thank you.
plus
Thank you.
9999 plus O until end of turn.
What does he say about this card?
I'll give it a...
When I saw it, I was like, I'm gonna make a deck just around it because I'm blind, guys. So it's hard to read the cards for everything. So I was like, I'm just gonna create a stall deck and play this card and just roll with that. So
generous 2.2.
ah, it's a easy card for you to play.
You're probably better off playing other things, but this is cool. It's a cool card.
Hmm.
Yeah, it combos with that one red spell we looked at earlier. A 2.1.
Mokasakura says it is all
9999.
the Final Fantasy games are certain. Closing parenthesis.
It's all the Final Fantasy games. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't noticed if there's any particularly games that they haven't put any
Alec
characters from.
XK Dash says
but
y'all
it is
attack
all
into
of
the
them.
1/1 death touch.
Earlier.
Attack into the 1/1 death touch. Yeah, that's so true. You don't have to read numbers if you only stack attack once.
A 2.1.
I get that now. Sorry, it took me a minute. I don't have to because he's plus 999. Good point. Oh my god.
9999.
I don't have to read if I only
That
just
one red
attack that one
playing other
time.
things, but this is cool. It's a cool card. Yeah, it combos with that one red spell we looked at earlier.
Took me a moment to get that joke.
A 2.1 9999.
I'm gonna road him if I get him.
Loporit
Loporit.
Scout. Green 2/3/2. Whenever another creature
It's a
control
scouting way.
enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end.
Mokasakura says, what a joke,
Green
lol.
2. Loporit Scout. Green 2/3/2. Whenever another creature control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, it's filler. 2. Fine filler.
3/2.
Krish's Wanderings. Green 2 instant. Search your library for a basic land or town. Put on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. When you search your library this way, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. I like this.
What's a town?
It's instant speed, ramp, /fixing, /combat trick, /landfall trigger. I think this is above average for this type of card, especially in this format. Like, this is a 2.25. A 2.25
It's
ramp
kinda cute.
effect.
Oh, is this what's her name? I know her from the new raids in Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, Prisha. Yeah, that's her name. I thought it was the new raids are called Juno. This is Prisha. She's from I think Final Fantasy 11 if I'm not mistaken originally. Yeah, I just recognized her right now.
Queena Q Gourmet. Green
Mokasakura
2/2/3.
says
If one or
yes
more
from
tokens would
11.
be created under
Yeah.
your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green
That's cool.
frog are made instead. Sack a frog, put a 1/1 counter on this. Okay. Quite a few tokens in the format. Another
Oops.
above. Okay. So 1/1 green. Gourmet. Green. Queena Q Gourmet. Green 2/2/3. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog are made instead.
That's
Sack
nice.
a frog, put a 1/1 counter on this.
You're
Okay.
making
Mokasakura says, do
tokens?
they have Vivi?
Quite a few tokens in the format.
Vivi, what's that?
Another above average creature, I would say. 2.25. Maybe even a 2.5.
I think it
Steez.
could be a 2.5.
I guess if I gave this a 2.25, this is probably a 2.5.
Mokasakura says Black Mage for mate.
Reach the Horizon. Green 3, search your
Oh, I haven't played Final Fantasy 8 before, so I'm not sure. I don't think so far that I've seen.
library for up to 2 basic lands and like it. Reach the Horizon. Green 3, search your library for up to 2 basic lands in our towns with different names. Put on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle.
For 4? Sorcery?
See, this is the type of card I love, and then every time I play it, I'm just gonna die to somebody going like 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, while I go over here like 3 mana spell, ramp. Oh wait, I'm dead.
That's me all the time.
Depending on how fast or slow this format is, I think this could be
Mokasakura
upwards of a
says
2.5,
FF7
you know?
card.
Is it a Final
2 to
Fantasy
2 point-
7 card?
Alec XK Dash says yes, they have Vivi as a mythic.
Oh yeah, it is a Final Fantasy 7 card. It was too small for me to see.
5. Depends on 5, you know? 2 to a 2.5. Depends on speed. A Realm Reborn. Green 4 enchantment. Other permanents you control
Alec
have
XK
tap, add
Dash
1
says
mana of
for
any
9.
color. A beautiful 0.
0?
But it's really cool.
Oh, a beautiful 0. That's the rating he gave it. Oh, but it's so nice. They have all the scions there. Or all the, what are they? They're not the scions. Like all the leaders of the Limsa and New Gridania and what's the other one that's there? Is that Roblan? I think, oh yeah, it's Alamigo. That's nice.
The 1 mana of any color. A beautiful, beautiful 0.
Hmm.
But it's really cool. Ride the Shupoof. Green 1, enchantment. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. And then this can turn into a 7/7.
Mokasakura says have cloud fog and
for
brain
7 mana.
sorry. Have to fully get up from bed.
No worries.
I dislike this type of card, but it's nice that it becomes relevant
What was
later.
his name? Shupoof? Oh yeah, Shupoof.
I still think I only want to give it a 2, maybe a 2.25. It doesn't feel that good to me. It does, but again, it'll be a card I lose to a lot. But I don't like this card a lot.
Hold on, let me see. Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. 7. This enchantment becomes a 7/7 beast creature in addition to its other types. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. 2.
You can prove me wrong on the streets of Arena.
Wait, are you guys able to see me zoom in on my computer screen when I zoom in? I just noticed that. Wait, I kind of
Iridia's
hold on. I kind of want to check that out. Oh wait, but I can't see if I zoom in because my other screen zooms in over here. Can I?
Mokasakura
TikTok
says no
users?
sad face.
Oh, okay, good. No, I'm glad that you guys aren't able to see when I zoom in because I zoom in like hella giant. Because last time when I did stream for Magic, reviewed some of the cards for that were being released on the spoilers, and the TikTok users were able to see me zoom in, and it was huge.
Return. Green 3. Choose one. Creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn, or return up to 2 target permanents from your grave to your hand. Oh, that's a good value. Yeah, easy 2.25. Not overrun. You don't get trample, but you can also just turn it into double regrowth. Yeah, good value. Saz Katzroy, green 3/3/3. When it enters, you can search your library for a bird or basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand. Then, whenever it attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, then double the number of 1/1 counters on that creature. This is nice.
Birdies.
4 mana 3/3. Draw a card that can attack as a 5/5 the following turn, or pump up some other stuff that already have counters and stuff. 3.5.
If you get enough chocobos, I'll make a chocobo
Easy.
deck. So far, I'm thinking I'm gonna go black-white if I get enough cards. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll pray.
Maybe a 4. Card's great.
But if I can make a chocobo deck, that'd be nice too. A chocobo deck
Very
with a
good.
splash cactuar in there. Jumbo cactuar.
It does take a little while to get going, right? It's not always going to be able to
Mokasakura says
attack
like the little
profitably,
chocobo.
but
Mm-hmm.
it always gets to
Oh, baby
tutor
chocobo.
if it resolves. Yeah, it's pretty bomby. Saz's Chocobo! Green 01.
Mokasakura says ah cuter.
Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on this. Love this card.
1 for a 0/1 landfall. I like that.
Obviously, complete garbage when you draw it in the later stages of the game.
Yeah.
But if you have it early, it does pop off.
You can get like 4 of these and run them early. Oof.
I mean, I'm going to play it in every green deck. I'm going to give it a minimum 2.5. Again, this is one of those
Potential
cards.
to be amazing.
I'll give it a 2.5. I think it's definitely above average. It's going to be very awkward sometimes, but I'm happy. I'm happy with it. Side quest, raise a chocobo. Green 1 enchantment, makes a birdie. And then at the beginning of your first main, if you control 4 or more birds, it flips into the black chocobo, which is a
Ooh.
2/2. Search your library for land, put it on the battlefield tapped. So at its base, it's the 2/2 Chocobo.
Oh, I was like, that's it, but it's an uncommon. I thought it was a rare.
4 birds is a lot. And it doesn't trigger until your first main phase. Or rather, it triggers on your first main phase, so...
2. Oh, it's not even a creature, it's an enchantment. Whenever this enchantment enters... Oh, but you're creating a 2/2.
You can't
Blizzard23 says, okay,
Chocobo,
Barry
and at the
Kamoka
beginning
is awake
side
and I'm finally home. We're
phase, a
here to cheer
Chocobo,
for our
green 1
favorite
enchantment,
streamer.
makes a birdie. And then at the beginning of your first
Yes, yes, I did see Mocha. Welcome back and welcome
and
in,
if you control
guys.
4 or more birds, it flips into
Thank
the
you
black
for the love and
Chocobo,
support.
which is a 2/2. Search your library for land, put it on the battlefield tapped. So at its base, it's the 2/2 Chocobo. 4 birds
Blizzard23
is a
says,
lot.
we love Barika.
And it doesn't trigger until
Thank
your
you,
first
guys.
main phase. Or rather, it triggers on your first main phase, so you can't... You have to wait a full turn after having 4 birds.
Seems okay.
At 2.25. It's... Without the second ability, it's a 2.
It's a pretty card.
2 mana, make a Chocobo is like fine.
The color, I think
filler.
it looked nice
With
in
the
foil.
small upside, sure, I'm willing to raise its stats
I
a little bit.
Feel like
just
the
'cause-
black
oh.
chocobo part doesn't really do much.
The Fat Chocobo!
Oh.
Green 4, 4/4. When it enters, you make a
Blizzard23
2/2.
says
That's
they're
great.
kissing.
Wait, are they kissing?
Oh, possibility.
Oh, they are. I just noticed that's cute.
4. When it enters, you make a 2/2. That's great for the first chapter. So 5 mana for a 4/4 and a 2/2 Chocobo.
Nice.
And then the second, third, and fourth chapters are giving your creatures trample, including itself until end of turn. Oh, this card's really good. Really nice common.
He looks so chunky.
I'm happy giving this a 2.5, maybe even 2.75 for a common.
It's
Like,
nice on its own, just 5 for a 4/4 that comes in with a 2/2, and then you have the other abilities that gives you trample.
That's nice.
It does die, but it's okay.
Oh, did I read that incorrectly? The black Chocobo pumps all your birds? Oh, right. Even still, again, this card, it's difficult to flip, so I'm still fine just giving it a 2.25. Yeah, going back to the Fat Chocobo. Real solid common.
Thank you for the roses, guys. Thank you.
Summon
thank you.
Fenrir, green 2, 3/2. When
I don't know why Fenrir is green. Fenrir, from what I know, in all Final Fantasy games has always been blue. So why is he green here for? When I saw that, I was
it
conflicted.
enters, summon Fenrir, green 2, 3/2. When it enters, search your library for a basic land, put on the battlefield. Oh,
Mokasakura
it
says, EU
ramps.
green.
It's a ramp already. Chapter 2, when you cast a creature spell this turn, that enters with an additional 1/1 counter.
Oh, wow.
And then the third chapter, so this is going to die. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. That's really good.
That's just value all around.
Blizzard23 says, well, why
That's
is
really
Seth
good.
red? He should be black.
2.75, maybe even a 3 quality.
I think that's definitely a 3.
Card seems really nice to me.
Definitely not a 2 point. That's a good card. It's just value everywhere.
What do you mean it doesn't?
3 for a 3/2 on its own. It gives you mana ramp as soon as it comes in. And then it draws it.
Doesn't die anymore. The sagas definitely die unless they specify otherwise. Summoned.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go back.
If you
Forgot
control
about this.
the 1/1 counter. 2, when you cast
Alec
cast a
XK
creature
Dash
spell this
says,
turn,
Sept, he got both red and black.
that enters with an additional 1/1 counter. 2, when you cast a creature spell this turn, that enters with an additional 1/1 counter.
Yeah, whenever you cast a creature, it gives mana ramp. Whenever you cast a creature spell, it gives an extra counter. And then the last
third
one.
chapter, so this
draws
is
a
going to
card.
die. Draw a card if you control the creature with
Yeah,
the
it's 3. I think that's definitely a 3.
greatest power or tied for the greatest power. That's
Definitely
really
not
good.
a 2 point. Not a 2 at all. Not a 2.75.
That's really good.
It's definitely a 3.
2.75, maybe even a 3 quality.
I would even argue that's a little bit higher than 3.
Card seems really nice to me.
3.25.
What do you mean it doesn't die anymore? The sagas definitely die unless they specify otherwise. Summon Titan, green 3/7/7 saga creature. Chapter 1, so the turn that you play it, mill 5. Chapter 2, return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And Chapter 3, until end of turn, another target creature you control gains trample and gets +X+X, where X is the number of lands you control.
5 for a 7/7 is good. The other abilities are kind of random, but the 5 for a 7/7 alone is, I think, good. Mill, 5 cards, and then you get to return land. I mean, it's good. Yeah, no, I think because you're not losing out. You already have 5 for a 7/7, so you're not losing out anything there. So the other abilities are just bonus.
It's got reach and trample itself. This card's great.
It has reach and trample too. Holy, where does it say that? Oh, on the bottom. I was looking at the top for those. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. This card is amazing.
Presumably, if you've cast this, then the final chapter
Is it
is
really
give at
5?
least +5/+5.
Blizzard23 says Titan is up.
3.5.
Yeah, that's actually fucking good. That's super good. Excuse my cursing, guys. Pause it. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's a very good card.
I mean, it only gets to attack once, but it's going to end the game real
Mokasakura says,
quickly between
haha,
its
caught me off
self-attacking
guard.
for 7 once and the final pump ability, I feel
I
like.
wonder if running green-black would be viable too. Getting this guy back a few times.
Summoners.
Blizzard23 says not
Grimoire,
even the
green
round
three,
table
drop-
had this much power if I remember.
What was the round table? The round table was white, right? I think, or was it black? No, I'm pretty sure it was white. Depending on what other cards we have left in green, maybe green-black.
Blizzard23 says blue no.
No, I don't think it'd be blue. I have to
Select
double check.
Equipped creature is a shaman. Whenever this creature attacks, you can put a creature from your hand on the battlefield. If that card is an enchantment, it enters tapped. Oh, that's cool. Not good, but cool. Very strong effect, but it is... I'm going to lose to this card a lot. I don't think it's that good. I mean, the nice thing is you don't mind chump attacking the hero.
There is a, oh my goodness, what is it in the background? I played Summoner in Final Fantasy 14. A Carbuncle, Jesus. A Carbuncle in the background.
That gets equipped with this.
Mokasakura says the blue one is Kerbinkle.
Yeah, I couldn't
Actually,
remember.
This might be okay. This might be okay. You know what? I'm gonna give this a 2.5. I'm gonna draft this card, and it's inevitably gonna be terrible for me. But man, the upside is so sweet.
The way this guy speaks about how he drafts is the way, like,
Green has a lot of
I
chonk,
kind of think
so
about what I draft.
I'm gonna give this a 2.5. I think this card is neat.
Like, I know this is going to be
Blizzard23
terrible,
says,
but I'm
"Lol
going to
me
do
when I
it
forget
anyways.
the tremendous huge lore of FF.
Tifa Lockhart. Green 1/1/2 trample. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double it.
Nice.
1 point.
That's nice.
5.
What? Why? Why? 2 for a 1/2 landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa Lockhart's power until it's to end of turn.
Blizzard23 says Tifa is green. Who
I-
did this?
I thought it was a counter. Wait, for landfall, are they all +1/+0 to end of turn, or are they some of them counters? Some of them are counters, right? Oh man, I thought it was counters. That was like, that's broken.
Easy 1.5. Maybe even a 1. This
Poor-
is not a
Why is she a rare 4?
card you generally want to play in limited. Even if you have ways to get
I mean, I guess yeah, if you're playing her in constructed, you could probably ramp it up.
ramp outs.
Blizzard23 says
This
how
is
the
not good.
butcher my girl.
If you're questioning why this is a 1, I implore you to just read the card again.
End of turn. Yes, exactly. That was exactly what I did. I didn't hear it correctly.
Tifa's Limit Break. Green tiered card. So for 1 green, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. 3, double target creature's power and toughness. Or 8, triple target creature's power and toughness. I love this trick.
That's good, yeah.
This trick is really sweet. I'm going to give it a 2.5. Tifa's Limit Break, 5 times better than Tifa. Torgal, a Fine Hound, green 1/2/2. Whenever you cast your first human creature's
You
Mokasakura
do
says
not-
ouch.
I do not agree that Tifa's is 11. Think. Wait, what? I do not agree.
Blizzard23
that
says
Tifa
it's the dolphin dive technique.
is a 1. I think she's strong. I think she's. It's because I don't think, from what I recall, I can't see any other things that are really going to ramp up enough mana for her to be strong because it's till end of turn. It's +1/+0 till end of turn. If it was a +1/+1 counter, that'd be
Alec
amazing.
XK Dash says today is low because you will not be able to play more than one land a turn.
But yeah, in limited, you're not really going to be able to play more than one land. And then I haven't seen that many cards that are, I mean, maybe unless you're doing the land cycling, if you have like a good amount of land cycling. Wait, is it land cycling? That brings it lets you bring in a different land, right? Like you sack a land, it lets you bring another one. Maybe if you have that, but it's pretty dependent. Maybe it'll be pretty good in constructed, but I don't really see it good in limited. It'd have to be, you'd really have to build around it for it to be good.
Blizzard
each turn that
23 says
Kokodon
to run her you really need
Said it's
spells
not
that let
base
you get
power
more
though,
land
so
quick.
if you put counters, equipment, instance, etc. on her, the doubles carry.
The doubles carry over. Interesting. Maybe so.
So that additional this trick is better
Hold
than
on.
Tifa. 2.5. Triple targets 2 and 10. 1.
Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa Lockhart's power until end of turn. So you're saying like if she has any enchantments or artifacts on her. If she has like artifacts or enchantments on her and you're doubling it from one landfall, that it's pretty strong. I guess. I'm thinking, sorry. I can see how that could be pretty strong. But I wonder if it would be a little bit too slow for it to make it strong. You know what I mean? That's what I'm kind of wondering. It would be a little bit too slow by that point. Because she is a 1/2, so she's very small. And I wonder if it would just be a little bit too, I don't know. Maybe with the artifacts, enchantments, or spells, or instants or anything that give her like plus effects. Maybe that would make her pretty strong, but I wonder if it might be a little bit too slow. I don't know.
Blizzard 23 says that's the point that made her slow to one-tap creatures.
Implore you to just read the card again.
Hmm.
So for 1 green, I'm gonna Torgol, a Fine Hound, green 1/2/2. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 Fine Hound, green 1/2. Torgol, a Fine Hound, green 1/2/2. Whenever you cast your first human creature
Blizzard
spell each turn,
23
that
says
creature
best boy.
Yeah.
enters with an additional 1/1 counter. Hound, green 1/2/2. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control. It's a wolf itself, and it adds 1 mana of any color. Classic, great 2-drop. This is a 3 for me.
He's great on his own. 2 for a 2/2 gives you mana, and he also has added abilities. The only thing is I don't know how many other cards have wolves or dogs.
Easy.
It's
not a bomb. It's just a fantastic
to make that effect.
Fantastic 2-drop. Love it. Town Greeter, green and 1 for a 1/1. Enter, mill 4. Then you can put a land from among the milled cards in your hand. If you put a town into your hand this way, you gain 2 life. These cards are fine. 2 point.
Blizzard 23 says he would never the allegations of being the best boy.
I think these cards are good, but the only scary part I think about these cards for me is that I'm afraid it's going to mill out like some bombs that I have or
Alec
some...
XK Dash says Satyr Wayfinder.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to mill out some wins that I have. Not specifically in constructed, because if it was constructed, that would be no problem. But in limited, you might only have 1-drops that are going to be your, or 1-ofs that are going to be your win condition, and this has potential to mill out those cards. So it's a little bit scary. In constructed, I think, yeah, it's basically almost like a Satyr Wayfinder. It had another ability, no?
0.25. I think they're generally better than average.
If you put, it has that town thing. Yeah, so it has another ability.
Filler. But they're not that.
Doesn't Satyr Wayfinder cost 1 though?
Exciting. I mean, we saw the
oh wait, no,
diamond
it's
card,
2. It's 2, right?
You know, so that's like that can fuel the diamond card and stuff.
Blizzard23 says IDK, I feel like I'm going to brick a lot
Traveling
because some cards
Chocobo,
need a
green
lot of support.
232. You can look at the top of your library anytime. You can play lands and cast birds from the top of your library. Traveling Chocobo, green 232. You can look at the top of your library anytime. You can play lands and cast birds from the top of your library, and if a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability by a permanent, you control the trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Nice!
I
You don't
like
need
that
many
one.
birds for this to be good, right? You can
Yeah.
still play the lands off the top of your library.
What is it? You get double trigger, so you read it so
You
fast.
do have a bunch of birds. I think this is a 2.5er.
Mokasakura says, has
2.75.
Tarutaru
I
been
mean,
revealed?
It's going to get better and better the more birds you have, but a lot of the birds in the format are created by non-bird
Taro. I'm not sure who that is. I don't think so.
Cards, you know.
Not that I've seen so far.
but it's above average. Vanille, okay, here's the other side of the Fang card, or the other half of the Fang card. This is a 4-mana
Alec
3/2.
XK Dash says Corsair if Krufix Bird.
Corsair
enters mill
Krufix
card.
Bird? Is
Oh.
it 3 for a 3/2? Corsair
it's above average.
Krufix was 2 green, 1
Mokasakura
colorless.
says FF11
for
and
a-
FF14 Lalafell.
1, what was it? 1/4? 1/3? Can't remember. 0/3? Shit, I can't remember. And I mean that card for so long. And it says you may play the top card of your library revealed at any time. You may play lands and each bird spells from the top. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't listen 100% to that card. Yeah, it's literally a Corsair Krufix. But you can also play bird spells from the top of it
Kokodon.
too. Oh, that is really good.
Said 2-4.
2/4? Okay. 2/4? Damn, it was 2/4? Which one was I thinking that's 0/3? It was that other one. There was this other land card that I used to play with Corsair Krufix that was a 0/3. It was like a spirit or something. A tree. Can't remember what it was, but I used to play it all the time with it. But yeah, it's a Seder Waif, not Seder Waif, Corsair of Krufix, but it also has the added bird ability. And then, what is the rest? The battlefield triggered an ability of a permanent you control that has more. It's a really good Seder Waif. What's it called? Corsair Krufix triggers that ability an additional
Mokasakura
time.
says FF11 remember Shintaro, but then if they have Vivi
That's
already.
nice.
Vanille, okay, here's the other side of the Fang card, or the other half of the Fang card. This is a 4-mana 3/2. When it enters mill 2, then return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, that one's a lot better than the black one. And then it, again, flips into Ragnarok.
What are these?
Oh, that one's a lot better
What are these cards? I don't understand these cards.
than the black one.
Do they need to pair together?
Then return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, that one's a lot better than the black one.
Blizzard23
And then it,
says
again,
13.
flips into Ragnarok. So if you can flip into Ragnarok, that's awesome. But this half
What I
It-
don't know about these cards still is how do I flip them?
is so much better than
Blizzard23 says yes, they do.
the Fang half. 3/2, mill 2, then return a permanent. So graveyard synergies, recursion. 2.5. Just a good card, huh? Okay. Okay. Sorry.
His wife's like, hurry up.
Poor baby. Always crying on drop off.
Oh,
Absolute Virtue. Blue, white, 6, 8, 8.
my daughter's 3 and she said, now, okay, she used to cry like on drop off because she like missed us. Now she just cries because she just doesn't want to go to school.
Legendary. Absolute Virtue. Blue, white, 6, 8, 8. Legendary. Can't be countered.
Oh,
Flying.
we are
You have protection
officially.
from each of your opponents.
Wait. We are officially, he's forgetting to announce them. We are officially in multicolor. So we are done with all the colors. Now we are reviewing multicolor. I kind of have to pee really quick, guys. I'm going to go restroom really quick. I will BRB.
Kokodon. Said streamer S gone, it's our stream now chat.
Alec XK Dash says haha party time. No nickname says hello friend. Blizzard23 says revolution. Mokasakura says I'll get popcorn smiley face. Blizzard23 says let's all surprise Barika with love. Alec XK Dash says I hear the bunks.
Kokodon.
No nickname says Barika you
Said
napping?
melt butter and pour it on the
Lance Saul
popcorn,
says
it's better.
haha she fell asleep. Blizzard23 says no bunks. Mokasakura says no she is in WC.
Kokodon. Said all the bonks.
Lance Saul says what's WC? Blizzard23 says bathroom.
Okie dokie, I am back. Hey, you
Alec
welcome
XK
in.
Dash says bonk station.
Bonk stage, yeah.
Blizzard23 says WC
I
equals
just saw
water
them all
closet.
right now. Okay, all right. We're getting back to it. We are officially in multicolor. We are nearing the
Kokodon.
end. I
Blizzard
probably
23
Said
says
welcome
no
back, we
bones
were
help.
good, I swear.
I don't know about that. I see all the bonks. What else is going on? Knowing you guys was playing farts in here too. Farts, where are they at? Oh my god.
Alec XK Dash says oof raid's over.
Oh my goodness, you weren't lying. Oh, Bonk Nation. Alrighty. I got my snackies and we
Blizzard23
are
says runaway gang.
resuming. We are officially in multicolor. We have gotten through majority of this. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. We are 2.5 hours into the set review. Let's get
No
through the
nickname says I
multicolor.
like the new voice feature.
I think it'll be probably about 3 hours maybe by the time we get to the multicolor. I don't know. Maybe if I'm feeling through it, I'll try and get to the lens or the other stuff too. But let's try and get through this.
Can't be
Let's
dealt
see.
damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything. Blue, white,
Rewind.
cyan on drop-off.
Blizzard23 says Mocha where's my popcorn?
And so far, I've really liked white and black. I do also like green, of course. I always go white, black, and green. I run Junk Reanimator. Thank you for the roses, guys. Appreciate it. If anybody's just tuning in right now, this is the set review for... I keep wanting to say Final Fantasy 15. Set review for Magic the Gathering for the Final Fantasy set. Pre-release is tonight, so if any of you guys are attending, I am going or reviewing this review of the sets. This review is specifically for limited gameplay, so pre-release drafts.
Blizzard23 says I am a black
of the
player,
sort.
but I'll mixed it with white and green.
So these ratings, they are not based on the cards like in standard or commander or modern
Mokasakura
format.
says Alec and Barika have it.
So let me hold on. I'm trying to open. I have like these little chicken salad cup thingies. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Phone call. Okay, spam, sorry. But yeah, I'm trying to open my snackies that I have here. I have some like little chicken salad cups that I got.
Virtue.
Can't open it though.
Blue, white, 688 legend.
Let's go.
Always crying on drop-off. Absolute virtue. Blue,
Blizzard
white,
23
6,
says my
88,
materia for some
legendary.
popcorn.
can't be countered, flying. You have protection from each of your opponents. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents.
Blue white.
Card's pretty beastly.
I don't think I'm gonna run blue white at all though.
Until they deal with this, they cannot kill you.
Damn.
It is very expensive. It's also an 8/8 flyer.
You're basically dead. Like I think you get this out, there's no way. Like I mean they can. Top deck. But
I don't want to give this a
Blizzard
4.
23 says let them cook and see what they have.
A 3.5?
you hear me
Maybe
silent for
4
a
is
second.
fine. I don't know, man.
I'm munching.
I guess it's a 4. And it's an 8/8 flyer, and if it's on the battlefield, they have to deal with it. No way this is higher than Choco. I don't know, like I still don't know how fast this format's going to be.
I mean,
Like, clearly this is very strong.
the limited format seems slow AF. Definitely does not seem
They
fast
just
by any
remove it.
means.
I mean, that's true about any creature. Dies to removal,
Unless he means like constructed.
right? Like, if they can't get rid of it, you win, basically.
Blizzard 23 says IDK how he doesn't see that
I'm
this
fine
is a
with
slow deck.
3.5. It's very...
I mean, what was I saying? It seems like he's questioning it based on how expensive it is and it like getting removed, but I mean all big beefy cards are gonna hurt if they get removed and limited. Like it sucks. It's like the worst case. You think you top deck and you have a creature in your hand that you've been holding for the whole game, they think it's gonna win you the game, and then they just like top deck a removal, or they have a removal in their hand that costs like 4. Or it gets like arrested or something, or taps can't be untapped, or can't attack or block. I hate that. Sucks.
Very good. It is a classic bomb.
Like it's not gonna be bad. There's no. I mean, it's gonna take forever to cast, but
Quote, you can still be attacked and damage is dealt. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents.
Blizzard 23 says with what I seen I'll give it a 2.5 in usefulness and capacity.
Who's reading this wrong? In, they just wrong. I don't know, like...
okay, I have to go back because there's something with
I-
this card that I'm not hearing because probably because I'm eating.
Not easily countered, flying. Cryonox. 8/8, legendary, can't be countered, flying. You have protection from each of your opponents. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents.
Okay,
Card's pretty beastly.
what's the downfall here? Besides
Until
the
they
cost.
deal with this, they cannot kill you. It is very expensive. It's also an 8/8 flyer. I don't want to give this a 4. A 3.5? Maybe 4 is fine. I don't know, man. I guess it's a 4. And it's an 8/8 flyer, and if it's on the battlefield, they have to deal with it. No way this is higher than Choco.
Blizzard 23 says
I don't
it's
know, like-
easily a 4, he just a hater.
I still don't know how fast this format's going to be. Like, clearly this is very strong. They just remove it? I mean, that's true about any creature. Dies to removal. Right? Like, if they can't get rid of it, you win, basically.
What's the? I mean, it's a good card for limited, but it's just a good card for limited. I don't think it's nothing amazing. It's just if you get it out, you're probably gonna win. What's he debating on here?
Mo
I'm
Kasakura
fine
says
with
absolute
3.5.
virtue was so
It's very
overpowered in
good.
11.
It is a classic bomb.
I've never played 11.
Quote, you can still be attacked and damage is dealt.
Blizzard
You
23
can't be
says it's
dealt
just a
damage,
really strong
enchanted, or
stick that you
targeted by
can't get
anything
rid of.
controlled by your opponents. Who's reading this wrong? Sid, Timeless Artificer. Blue, white, 2, 4, 4. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each Artificer you control. An Artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of Sids and has cycling. It's cool. Blue-white artifacts? I guess in a blue-white artifact deck,
Looks
Blizzard
cool, but
23
it's
says
a
is that the
lord
original
as
Sid?
well. Yeah, I'll give it a 2.25.
it's a Sid from Final Fantasy 14. There is the original Sid was like in 2? I can't really say there's an original Sid, since there is a Sid in every Final Fantasy game since Final Fantasy 2.
Hope Estime. Blue-white 2/2 lifelink. Beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X where X is the amount of life you gained. 2/2 lifelink, basically. Again, there is that lifelink theme in the format, so I'm sure somebody, including myself, is going to get milled out eventually by this card, but I give it a 2. 2.1, because it has lifelink. Titus Blitzball Star. White, blue, 1, 2/1. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Titus. Whenever a Titus attacks, tap target.
Does
creature with
Titus
one-
like
Oh, I
soccer or
this.
something in his Final
Give it a
Fantasy game?
2.25. Tap target creature 1. Titus Blitzball. Give it a
Blizzard
2.
23 says, hope
2.1,
my
'cause
boy.
it has
Wait, he didn't
lifelink.
get Alexander?
Titus Blitzball Star. White, blue, 1, 2/1. Whenever
Oh,
an
shit.
artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Titus. Whenever
I'm over here eating. I thought I put my mic back up. So you guys should just hear me crunching. Sorry.
a Titus attacks, tap target creature and opponent controls. Oh, I like this. And give it a 2.25. Decent artifact matters card. Probably a
Blizzard
little bit above
23 says
average,
it's
right?
okay, I am eating
No, I think
too.
it's above average. One artifact, it's a 3/2. It's a tapper on attacks. Titus?
Kokodon. Said yeah,
Titus?
FF10 has this whole
No,
thing
that's
with
how
a
you know I
sport
didn't
called Blitzball.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming it's like a mini game or something like in Final Fantasy 7. You have the basketball in Final Fantasy 7.
Games. Emmett Seltz
Emmett!
Unsundered. Black, blue, 1, 2, 4.
I love how they put his name, the Unsundered.
Vigilance.
Blizzard 23
Enters
says
or attacks,
Blitzball was a
you
nightmare
loot
to play.
1, 2, 4. Vigilance. Enters or attacks, you loot once. Beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14
Mokasakura
or more
says it's an
cards in
opening
your
cutscene
graveyard,
him
you
playing.
may transform. Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, 6/6 Vig. During your turn, you can play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token would put in your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. 14 cards.
Oh, he's
is
blue
a
though.
lot.
Blizzard 23 says, and it was canon
However,
you had to play it
3
to
mana,
get certain
2/4
items.
vigilance that loots on attack and enters. This is pretty good.
I would run him, but he's blue, and I don't think I'm gonna run blue-black.
This is pretty good. It might not flip a lot of the time. It's still a very good, decent 3-drop on its own. And if you ever do flip it, it's disgusting. Though notably, it flips on upkeep. So you need to hit the 14 cards in your graveyard, and then it needs to live a turn. I still think this is like a 2.75. This is good. I like it. Maybe a 3. Again, you don't need to flip it. It's still a decent 3-drop in blue-black. Golbez Crystal Collector. Black, blue, 1/4. Whenever an artifact you control enters, surveil one. Beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Then if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. He's not an artifact himself. Blue-black artifacts. A 1.5, but it could get good in an artifact deck. 4 artifacts is a lot. 1.5 maybe gets up to like a 2.5, you know? Obviously, these ratings can change, depend on how many artifacts you really can get, but yeah, but I don't want to
Okay,
play a 1/4
done
for
with my
2.
stackies.
So far, these are. What colors are these? These are not are these ally colors or enemy colors?
Black, blue, 1, 2, 3, death touch.
I can't remember what black, blue. No, it's not either one, right? Blue, white. No, blue, white is also ally. No, isn't blue, green ally?
Lifelink, I'm liking where this is going. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, discard a card. That is nice. That's a very whenever black, blue, 1, 2, 3, death touch, lifelink. I'm liking where this is going. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, discard a card. That is
Damn, that's really good. I would like if I got like 2 of these or 3 of these. I'd probably make my whole deck around this Death Touch, Lifelink, and also make
nice.
some discard.
that's a very good 3.
Draw a card, discard a card.
Lock Cole.
I don't know who he's from.
2.75.
Blizzard
2.5.
23 says black once again, showing
Just
with it's the
very
best
good
color.
uncommon. 3.5 is teetering on like bomb
I would say
level,
3.
You know? This is not a bomb. This is just a very good uncommon. Like maybe it's a 3. But
Definitely 3.
Blizzard 23
nah,
says
4s
he's
are
from 6.
basically bombs. We've given very few 4s.
From 6? Okay. I think
My-
so far, my boy Dion has been the highest rated card in the set so
Scale
far.
ranges from 1.5 to 3, as most cards should be in a
Dion
limited
is my
environment.
favorite character in a lot of games right now. Like, ever, also.
Ultimisia, Time Sorceress, Black, Blue, 3,
Didn't we look at her already?
4, 5. When it
Is this this girl actually in the set?
enters or attacks Surveil 2, beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 blue, blue, black, black, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do,
Alec
7,
XK
7,
Dash says yes.
Ultimisia Omnipotent, Menace. When this transforms, take an extra turn.
Hmm.
I like that text.
What is it? 5 for a 4/5
Blizzard
8 cards,
23
revealed.
says the boss
mana.
card indeed.
whenever it attacks.
That's a lot. I mean, 5 mana, 4, 5. That's Surveil 2 when it enters or attacks.
How much is it to flip her though?
No, this is not like a bomb. It's just
She is 4, 5. Oh shit. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had to count with my finger because I can't see. 8 to flip her, and she goes
Really
to
cool.
what?
Kahlua
7,
says who
7.
this? Husband?
not like a top tier bomb, I'm saying. But I am willing to give this card
Hey, Chloe,
A3.
welcome in. Yeah, my husband's there in chat.
a little bit higher, maybe even. It's good stats for 5 mana in blue black. It's got an ETB/attack ability. 8 mana is a lot. Presumably 8 cards in graveyard's not too bad with her own ability of on
Alec
attacks.
XK
but
Dash says the guy on the video.
I like it.
The guy in the video.
Sephiroth Planet. Nope, that's a 500 card. Nope, that's a 500 card. All right. Black Waltz number 3.
Wait, what was the
that's
other
a
one?
500 card.
Oh.
Nope, that's a 500 card. All
Alec
Black Waltz
XK
number
Dash
3.
says your husband.
Oh.
right. Red, black,
Kahlua
2,
says I
2/2
am
flying
so
death
happy
touch
they
whenever you cast a
collabed with Final
Oh,
Fantasy.
the guy in the video. No, the guy in the video is not my husband.
non-creature spell, deals 2 damage each opponent. Yeah, that's okay. 2.5. Certainly above average. 2.5. Garland, Knight of Cornelia, black, red, 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature, surveil 1. 7 mana, return this from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. Activate only as
Okay.
a sorcery. 5/5 flying. When it dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. And that's just a good 2-drop.
2
Another
for a 3.
2.5er. I'd
2 for a 3/2's fine. The other abilities, okay.
say. 2 mana, 3/2 with upside that comes back as a 5/5 flyer later on. It's good.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Combined together, just 2 for a 3/2. Overall is good, and then you're getting added bonus. 2 for a 3/2, like is just plus already, and then getting more stuff from it.
Blizzard
It's fine.
23
It's good.
says it's decent.
Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, red, black, 2, 3, 4. Beginning of your end step, make a tapped one of those wizard tokens. Then, if you control 4 or more wizards, transform.
Who's this guy from?
Trance. 4/6. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent player, it deals double that damage instead. This card's nice. That's a 3.5 to me. This is a card that can win by itself.
Oops. Sometimes when he's like pausing to think,
This hits for 8 because
I
it's
think that it's
the card
paused.
that can pull that damage instead. That's one of those black.
Blizzard
Kuja
23
Genome
says he's from 9.
Sorcerer. Red, black, 2, 3, 4. Beginning of your end step, make a tapped one of those wizard tokens. Then, if you control 4 or more wizards, transform. Trance. 4/6. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent player, it deals double that damage instead. This card's nice.
Ooh.
That's a 3.5 to me. This is a card that can win by itself.
Yeah. As long as you're having stuff that's making you wizards. He doesn't create wizards on its own, right? Just one, I think. Whenever he...
That can win by itself.
Damn it, stop flipping.
Blizzard 23 says
This
he's
hits
the
for
main
8
villain.
because it's also a wizard. If it
He's the main villain. Okay, at the beginning of your end step. Ooh, okay, so it's beginning of your end step. So you're gonna keep... Yeah, he's getting wizards just on his own. So that is really good.
Flips.
Yeah, that's why he meant that this card could win on its own.
doesn't
I can see
seem
that
that
now.
hard to flip because every turn you're getting one of those wizards.
Yeah.
No, this is good.
If like if you were gonna have to make the wizards other ways, other routes, then it would have been like still good, but not as good. But by himself, that's great.
I might like maybe this is closer to a 4. Card's real nice. Like the only reason I'm not going to give it a higher score is because it takes a little while to get there. It's in 2 colors, but decent body for 4 mana. Yeah, card's real good. Balthier and Fran, green, red, 1, 4/3 reach. Vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. And
You know, now that I'm looking through these cards, well, no, they're the commander cards. That's what I'm saying. I was gonna say there's so many cards that I've seen that are
Blizzard
not in
23
here,
says finally 12 is getting some cards.
but it's because the cards are the commander cards. That's why.
whenever a vehicle crewed by them attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay red, green 1 if you do after this phase, there's additional combat. It's kind of neat because it gives the vehicles vigilance, so the vehicle can attack. Oh, wait, it's a human rabbit?
Oh yeah, because there's rabbits
Oh,
in
I guess
Final
it's a
Fantasy.
human and a rabbit.
No, it's a
So
human
base,
rabbit.
it's a 3 mana 4/3 reach. How good is a 3 mana 4/3
Blizzard
reach?
23 says,
Unlimited?
"How
Like
dare you call Fran a rabbit?"
2.25.
I don't know who Fran is.
You really need vehicles for this to be relevant. Otherwise, it's just like a slightly above average 3-drop, you know? So, I'll give it a 2.25 just on its base stats. It gets better when you have vehicles. That's all I'm going to give it, though.
Gladius.
Gladiolus Amicidia. Gladiolus Amicidia.
Blizzard 23
Green, red,
says, "I need you to
4/6/6.
play 12."
Enters, search your library for a land, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2, gains trample at the end of the turn. That's nice.
6 for a 6/6.
A land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2, gains trample at the end of the turn.
Ooh,
That's
what's a
Kalua
nice.
says
landfall?
Lady.
Amicidia. Green, red, 4/6/6. Enters, search your library for a land, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle.
Oh no, you get to search for land
Whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2, gains trample
and landfall. That is a nice
at
card.
the end of the turn. That's nice.
That's a very solid, beneficial card for
6
now.
mana 6/6 grabs any land,
And has
Kalua
landfall.
says
immediately
Poppy
pumps a
Gladius.
creature. It can't pump itself, which sucks.
That would be
Because
really good.
attacking with an 8/8 the following turn would be kind of nice. 8/8 trample.
He has trample? No, he doesn't
I
have
think that's
trample.
a solid like 2.75 or a 3.
It's pretty good. I'd say 3
6 mana 6/6 with a land.
because he brings you a land, and he has landfall. Ooh,
Radius
that's
Coconut.
Summoner of
pretty.
Mist. Green, red,
Said the
1/2
ability gives
landfall. Whenever a land
trample.
you control enters, you can discard
Oh,
a
the
card
ability
if you
gives
draw.
trample. Oh yeah, I would say that's a 3 then. That's good.
Return a Sog. Green, red, 1/2 landfall. Rydia, Summoner of Mist.
She's so pretty. I want to see that card. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in on my computer. I love that. 2 for a 1/2. Rydia. I'm not sure what game she's from, but she is gorgeous. I love what she's wearing.
Green, red, 1/2 landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you can discard a card if you do draw. Return a Saga with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Ooh, that card is nice.
Does Saga count? Do creatures that transform into a Saga card
count as bringing a saga back?
Blizzard
Or does it have
23
to
says she
be-
is from 4.
Does it have to be the ones that are just a plain saga, like already, like on the front facing card? Like, can it be on the flip cards or no?
Find out energy. 6 mana, 6/6 with a land. Red 1/2 landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you can discard a card. If you do, draw. Return a saga with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Ooh, that card is nice.
It's pretty good.
2 mana, 1/2. Stat wise, obviously not good. However,
Her ability is good for a
landfall ability
2/1/2.
of helping filter your draws
Summon
and then
X.
returning saga value. At least a 2.5, and in the right deck, this can be like a pseudo bomb. Probably scales up to like a 3.
That's crazy. You return them to your hand, right? Graveyard to the battlefield, not even to your hand. To the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Man, that's good.
0.5 in the right deck, you know? Card seems cool. Terra, Magical Adept, green, red, 1,
Kokodon.
4/2, Mill.
Said cards in graveyard have whatever the front of the card says, so saga on back doesn't count, but saga.
Oh, okay. All
5
right,
when
Saga
it
does.
enters, put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand.
Saga on front.
6 mana,
Okay.
tap,
But
exile,
still, that's
transform it.
that's still a really good card just to get
In
back any
card
Saga
milled this way
cards.
into your hand. Red 1, 4. Card seems cool. It's like a
Man, I want that card. I love the art on that card.
3.5 in the right deck, you know? Card seems cool. Terra, Magical Adept, green, red, 1, 4/2, mill 5 when it enters, put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. 6 mana, tap, exile, transform it into Esper Terra, 6/6 flying. First 3 chapters, make a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains haste. If it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it.
Wow.
Sacrifice at the beginning of your next end step. And then the final chapter is...
Wait. Put up to 3 Saga counters on it. 3. So if it has 3 Saga counters, basically that means it just goes to the 3rd stage, right? Like it's already been in for 3 turns, but then it dies at the end of the
add
next.
double Wooburg. And
it dies.
Flips back. Very cool card if you can draft a decent number of sagas.
Alec
Yeah.
XK
Cool
Dash
card.
says feels like it's not in the base set.
This one's not in the base set.
But the thing is, you need to...
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can zoom in. Hella. Says 249. 245, I think. I don't know. I don't know where the numbers are. There's numbers on both sides. I don't know if this is part of the base set or not.
First have another saga on the battlefield, then you need to transform it for 6.
That seems like a fun card. What is she? She's green,
It has
red.
to mill an enchantment to return it. It can't be a different enchantment already in your graveyard. Yeah, I'll give her a 2.5. Kind of a lot of hoops you have to jump through.
She seems kind of fun.
And baseline 3 mana 4/2 isn't
Kahlua
amazing.
says, is
it might
Noctis
not
in
even
there?
draw a card, you know?
Yes, Noctis is in here.
Yeah, but
He's
a
on
4/2 for
actually. I
3
think
is whatever.
he's on more than one card. I want to say he's like on 2 to 3 cards.
I don't
Maybe even
Onaka
not 4. I don't think
Ogre.
4.
That's a 3 mana 4/2, and it doesn't have a double color requirement, you know?
Kokodon. Said oh the cards say what game they're from on the bottom, that S neat didn't he notice.
Oh, okay.
Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, green, white, 2/2 lifelink. Whenever it attacks, you can remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a 1/1 counter on Garnet for each. That's kind of neat. Just reusing your sagas, especially ones that are creatures. And the lore
what?
Princess of Alexandria.
I like the way she looks. I like the green white 2 for a
Garnet,
2/2
Princess
lifelink. Already is
of
good.
Alexandria, green, white, 2/2 lifelink. Whenever it attacks, you can remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a 1/1 counter on Garnet for each. That's kind of neat.
Oh, that's nice. She gets +1/+1 counter for removing a what's it called? Saga counter.
Just reusing your sagas,
That's
especially ones
good.
that are creatures. 2/2 lifelink baseline.
Are there sagas? When you remove a saga, so let's say, okay, like I said, I haven't played the sagas yet, so I'm a little bit unfamiliar with them. Let's say something has 3 sagas, right?
and the, let's say, I guess you want to say the big ability is the last saga, the third saga. You take off a saga with this card, does that mean it means it gets to the saga faster, right? Like to that big beefy saga, it'll get to it faster with this card removing it? Is that correct? Or like I know it also gets closer to dying, but usually the last ability of the saga is also
Kokodon
like a bigger one.
said no, it's the opposite, it goes back a turn.
Oh, it goes back a turn. Okay, because that seemed absolutely kind of broken to me. I was like, damn, that's amazing. Okay, it's the opposite. So there is a downfall, but she does
This
get
is gonna
counters.
be one of those cards that.
But
look-
it can still technically be good because like I saw some sagas earlier where the first ability was just like straight up just kill something, like it's just a destroy spell. So I mean it can still be pretty good because you get the saga ability again,
It's a
right?
lot better because you're probably not going to be able to pull it off too many times. But I mean, I'll give her a 2.5 because the potential.
I like her. She's cool.
Well, that's
She's
I mean,
pretty.
it's a 2/2 for 2, so it dies to
Life
anything.
link.
But if you can start getting any amount of value, it's going to be hard to lose. You know. Renoa
Renoa?
Heartily, green white 3/4/4. When it enters, make Angelo a legendary 1/1 doggo. Whenever Renoa attacks another target creature you control, gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. That's sweet. That's a good 5-drop.
Is it another? It's a
5
doggy
mana
card.
for a 4/4
that
and a
goes with
1/1,
Torgal?
and then
Hold on, I gotta rewind that one.
5 mana until I'll go green white. You know. Renoa Heartily, green white 3/4/4. When it enters, make Angelo a legendary 1/1 doggo. Whenever Renoa attacks another target creature you control, gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. That's sweet. That's a good 5-drop. 5 mana for a 4/4 and a 1/1, and then big attack pump.
They just get buffs.
Yeah, I'll give her a 3. I think
Why is a dog a legendary dog? Did it actually say legendary doggo?
Kalua says wait, so how many FF games are in this collab?
Oh wait, no, it didn't say actual legendary. Did it say legendary doggo? No, I don't think so. Legendary 1/1. Green and white dog. Okay, that would be kind of cute. Visit doggo. I think all the Final Fantasy sets are here. I can't say if all of them are, but I have seen.
Blizzard23 says most of them.
I want to say I've seen 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Wait, is 12 in here? I think 12 is in here. 11, 10. Not 100% sure if 9
Kalua
is.
says that's so cool.
8, 7, 6. I don't know if 5 is. I know 4 and 3 are. I don't know if 1 and 2 are. But I have heard that Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are pretty bad games, so.
she's a decent card. 3's fine. Sarah Farron.
Oh, I thought that
green,
was
white,
Reen.
1 for
Kokodon
2/2.
said I don't think we've seen
Blizzard23
tactics,
says
just
no, we
mainline.
haven't seen the Hero of Light 3, 5, 11 tactics.
Tactics? I think wasn't Tactics in the Commander set? I thought I saw one of the Commander characters. I mean, one of the Tactics characters in the Commander set. Maybe it was just me imagining things. Yeah, because Tactics would have been really nice. Like, I love characters like
Kokodon
Agrias and everything.
said no world of Final Fantasy either. Oh, maybe Commander, I don't know.
I thought I saw.
Blizzard23
Tactics.
says we haven't even seen the Onion Knights.
I can't. I feel like I have seen that. I gotta double check on the Commander cards.
First legendary creature.
So I did look at command. I haven't read the Commander cards. I did look at a lot of them because we do play Commander mostly. That's the that we've played the last few years. But I don't know. I gotta check on that.
Spell you cast each turn costs 2 less. Beginning of combat on your decent card.
Kalua says so can I match Noctis,
3,
Cloud,
3's
Clive
fine.
in my deck or would it be bad cause
Sarah
they're all
Farron.
different?
Green, white,
Blizzard23
1
says IYKYK why the Onions Knights are necessary.
for 2/2. First legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less. Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendaries, you can transform Sarah into Crystallized Sarah. What the heck?
What's she from?
Oh. There are a lot of legendary creatures in this format, but
She's pretty. What's do?
You need to get quite a few for this to be good. It's very cool.
What does it do? Rate it.
I'll give her a 2.25, which might be generous.
I guess it's
I
not
think the
that good.
majority of the time this is going to be a bad 3-mana 2/2. Maybe you get to cast a bigger legendary creature for a little bit less. I mean, I guess maybe there are enough legendary creatures where she's a little bit better, but that doesn't look that good to me. Saga is always legendary? That's not true, right? Some Saga creatures aren't legendary. No, that's not true.
Is it true?
Sagas are historic cards. I'm sure there are enough legendaries in the format that this is fine. Yuna, Hope of Spira. Green, white, 3/5 during your turn. Yuna, enchantment and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, ward 2. Beginning of your end step, return up to one target enchantment from your graveyard to the. Oh, that card's at least a 4. Your grave and in Spira. Yuna, Hope of Spira. Green, white, 3/5 during your turn. Yuna, enchantment and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, ward 2. Beginning of your end step, return up to one target enchantment from your graveyard to the.
Battlefield?
Oh, that card's at least a 4. Easy to build around. You just need to take enchantments. Take the sagas.
Blizzard23
That's
says, I
very
agree,
good.
Yuna's story
At
is
least
easily
a
a top
4.
5.
Up to one target enchantment card from
Yeah,
your
I could see it being a
graveyard to the
4.25.
battlefield.
The only
With
reason I don't want to
finality
give it
counters on
like
it.
a huge rating is because it's a specific deck. It's not just a slam dunk in any deck. But it's not even bad if
She
you
a
can just cast
3/5?
it. 3/5 trample lifelink ward 2 on your turn is fine. I'm sure you have some enchantments.
So the ward 2, I have to pay the ward 2 every turn for her to technically be a creature, right? Is that how it was? And then other question, even though she's not a creature, even though she's not a creature, she still gets the effects, correct? I hope.
Yeah, it's good. I'm happy with a 4.25. I don't think it's a 5. But she's very good. You need to like it's best with saga, or you really need sagas.
Blizzard23 says Yuna took the number
Sure,
1
pick
spot
one,
in the
pack one,
rankings.
yeah.
Oh, I know.
Judge Magister Gabranth.
I didn't think she was that good. I think she's good, but I think she's good in the right deck, which playing her or having the right deck in I guess a pre-release is a little bit difficult sometimes to make.
Green.
I do think she's really good, but I'm just salty because Dion was dethroned.
Sorry, black white for a 2/2 menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a 1.
I like black
sorry,
white.
black white for a 2/2 menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on it. Oh, okay, 2.25. Above average 2 drop, right? 2/2 menace baseline. Not too hard to get this a little bit larger. Rufus Shinra. Black, white, 1/2/4. Whenever it attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar. 2.5. 3 mana, 2/4. It's a legendary for
Whenever
legendary
you what? Whenever you don't control a creature named
Blizzard23 says the Roach himself.
don't create a creature named create a legendary 2/2. So you get it's a 3 for a 2/4 that you get a 2/2. That's not bad.
Energies. It makes a 2/2 when it attacks.
Whenever he attacks, but it's as long as you don't control one, so you're not going to get multiple. You're just going to get one.
2 point. Yeah, I'm happy with the 2.5. Nah, this is not a 3.5. This is just a good 3 drop.
Alec
I wouldn't
XK
even
Dash
say it's a
says Ward
3.
is a shield that counters an opponent's spell unless they pay the word cost.
And you have to do that thing every turn, right? Like the word thing? Or is it just one time?
Squall Seed Mercenary. Green, black, white, 2, 3, 4. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card
Blizzard23
with
says one time.
One time. Okay.
mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is going to be a really, really oppressive card. If you can remember creature. Squall Seed Mercenary. Green, black, white, 2, 3, 4. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is going to be a really, really oppressive card if you can get it early
4
on.
for 3/4. Ooh.
This feels like a 3.5 to me. Shoot, it effectively attack like if you play this on turn 4, it's really hard to block attacks as a 3/4 double striker the following turn.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of value there. This card's real nice.
It's a rare. Yeah. Okay, I like what I'm seeing for the black white so far. Hopefully I can run black white.
You're right. With double strike, it would be a double trigger if you have 2 different permanents to return. Yeah. Good card. The Emperor of Palamecia, blue, red, 2/2. Add blue or red, spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent on it, put a 1/1 counter on it. Then if it has 3 or more 1/1 counters, it transforms into the Lord Master of Hell, 3/3. Whenever it attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard.
Give me I'm gonna let this play for you guys. I don't really plan to play blue red. I gotta just AFK super quick. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute or two.
Solid. 2.5, 2.25. Decent above average. I mean, casting 4 mana, 3/4 mana spells to flip it's a little bit much,
Blizzard23
but
says, okay,
it's
guys,
above
chaos
average
time.
'cause it's a mana dork in red blue. Shantoto, Tactician Magician, blue red 1/04. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets plus O, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If X is 4 or more,
Kalua
draw a
says
card.
FIGHTTT.
Again, you need to have a lot of non-creature spells that cost 4 or more. 2.25. I am really reluctant to give these type of cards anything higher than a 2.25 or a 2.5, you know? And that's at their top end, it feels
Blizzard23
like.
says,
Obviously,
what's
if you can,
everyone's
like,
favorite
just
FF
chain
game?
a bunch of spells, but I know there are a bunch of them, and there are all those tiered cards too, but the cards that do nothing until they do something, you know?
Kalua
this
says
just feels
16 for the
okay.
combat NGL.
Tella Great Sage, red, blue, 3 for a 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make a hero. If 4 or more mana was spent to cast it, draw 2. If 8 or more was spent to cast it, sacrifice, and it deals that much damage to each. So, like,
Alec
this is a
XK Dash
good
says
one.
triple triad for me.
It's a 5 mana
Okay, I'm
3/3
back.
at its base. So if it is a
Triple
double
triad?
red,
What did I miss?
blue, and there are all
Wait, is that Palpalima?
that higher. Non.
What did I miss? Hold on.
3/4.
I'm like,
Whenever you cast a non-draw
I'm not gonna
card.
play it. I'm not gonna look
You
at
need
it.
5 the card, and
No,
that's
I go
spell
back and look
Blizzard23
at it.
says mine was 13.
Sage, red, blue, 3 for a 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make
Blizzard23
a
says for
hero.
the cars.
If 4 or more mana was spent to cast it, draw 2. If 8 or more was spent to cast it, sacrifice, and it deals that much damage to each.
Kalua
So,
says we
like,
were
this
being
is
good,
a
right,
good
guys?
one.
Wink, wink.
Oh god.
It's a 5 mana
What are you
3/3
guys
at its
doing?
base, so if it just instantly dies, that sucks. But this is just whenever you cast any non-creature spell, it starts. It's a big pyromancer, right? It's a big pyromancer that starts doing crazy things if you have some of the bigger spells.
Alec XK Dash says
Like
lol,
a 4
yeah.
mana spell, you make a 1/1
Blizzard23
draw
says
2.
we're good noodles.
Oh my god.
Like, this is at least a 3, maybe a
I
3.5.
don't see no bonks for the bonks.
The only issue with it being that you have to at least cast 1 non-creature spell after it resolves. You know? No, this is really good. If this lives for a turn or 2 and you can trigger it, it's just so much value. Vivi!
Oh,
Blue
look,
red
there it
1/03
is, Vivi.
with an activated
Mocha was
ability
asking
of
about
add X
Vivi.
mana in any combination of blue or red,
Alec
where X is
XK
VV's
Dash says
power.
7k likes.
Activate only during once.
7K likes,
Only during
really?
your turn and
Wow.
only once. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1
I
counter.
don't
on
even
VV
think
and
I've
it
ever
deals
gotten
1
that many
damage to
likes
each opponent.
before.
So again, this is another really solid
I am
card
shooketh.
that you just need to cast non-creature
I think the
spells
most
for
likes
it
I've
to
ever
get
gotten
good.
is like 3K.
Mokasakura says VV so
Right?
cute.
One non-creature, it's a 1/4, 2/5, 3/6. Like,
What is Vivi from? Is she from 11?
I do think that Tella is a lot better than Vivi in limited, but I still think Vivi is decent in limited.
She's a mythic.
Like, this was what, a 3.5?
Blizzard
I
23
said.
says
I'll give
Tactics.
Vivi a
Tactics?
3.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be generous. It's probably closer to a 2.5 realistically. This is definitely more of a constructed card, but I'd still say it's decent.
I'm so excited to play Tactics when it comes out.
Cloud of Darkness, green, green, black 2,
Oh.
3/3 flying. When it enters, target creature
feel
under
like-
control gets -X/-X, where X is the number of
I feel like this looks like one of those cards. It's not part of the set. The art just
permanent
looks a
cards
little
in your
bit different.
graveyards. Cloud of These. Cloud of Darkness, green, green, black 2, 3/3 flying. When it enters, target creature and opponent control gets
Mokasakura
-X/-X,
says
where X is the number
FF9
of
Alec
permanent cards in your
confirmed.
graveyard. So nice 3/3 flying Flame Tongue Kavu. Like, this is better than Vivi.
2, 3
IMO.
flying?
So I guess if maybe I give Vivi a 2.75 and this is like a 3.25. Just
Hold on. Cloud of Darkness. I swear he said 2, 3. So it's 5 for a 3/3 flying whenever Cloud of Darkness enters. Target creature and opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in graveyard. Oh, nice.
solid, good,
That's uncommon. That's pretty
nice.
good. The only thing I don't like about
X5.
this card is the cost.
Solid, good.
The 2 green, 1 black,
Nice.
and then 2 colorless.
X Death Void Warlock. Green, black, 1, 3/3. When it enters, you gain 3. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanents in your graveyard, transform it into Neo X Death. Star 3 Trample, power equal the number of permanents in your graveyard. Yeah, this card is great.
Alec
That kinda
XK
synergizes
Dash
with
says
the other
Cloud
one.
is
3 mana,
also
3/3,
in Final
gain
Fantasy
3.
Tactics.
So it's a
Oh, really? This card kind of synergizes with the other one, the graveyard.
Centaur.
I like green, white, and black. Those are the colors. It's nothing different. I've ran green, white, black for like my entire life, so that's not really that's not news to anybody. But they seem green. I feel like the green black multicolor seems pretty good. Green itself, there was some cards that I thought looked pretty good, but besides those cards, I thought that the rest of them were just okay. I felt like white was pretty solid all around. Black, I felt pretty solid. Felt pretty solid all around. But the multicolor for green so
Whatever
far,
his face
those
is.
two seemed pretty good.
When it enters, and then it can transform into a big trampler.
Alec XK Dash says
Is that
I
as
got
good
to
as
go
Cloud
in a
of
bit.
Darkness?
Have a
It's
good
probably
weekend,
like
guys.
slightly worse than Cloud. A
See
little
you in a
bit.
little bit.
Yeah, it's worse than Cloud of
It's
Darkness.
already
but
almost
still like
time.
A 2.75.
Oh, yeah, it's already
just a good
440.
uncommon 3-drop. Genova, Ancient Calamity, green, black 2,
Ooh.
1/5. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 number of 1/1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to one other target creature. That creature becomes a mutant. In addition to the other types, whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to his power. That's nice.
Ooh, nice, yeah.
4 mana, 1/5 that starts pooping counters on other
Hmm.
stuff. Love it.
Another good green black.
Kind of hard to kill by itself because it's got 5 toughness. Makes your other creatures dying turn into value.
And I do
3.5.
apologize, guys. I'm gonna try and get through as many cards here as I can as possible. But the pre-release is at 7 and it is 4:30. By the time my little girl gets here, it will be 5. I have to be ready so we can take off at 5 to go drop her off. She's gonna be staying at her grandma's today, so that way we can go to the pre-release. So we kind of got a haul ass. So I think in about maybe another, I'm gonna try going as much as possible through this as before I end for today. But it's
Blizzard
been really
23
fun.
says
Seems
okay,
real good.
that's fine.
But I still have a little bit, of time.
The issue is she can't win the game on her own. You need other stuff with it. She can't pump herself.
That's fine. She's still a good card, and it's
But
for
she's real solid.
1 green, 1 black.
Giot, King of the Dwarves. Red, white, 1/1 double striker. When it or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So 1/1 double strike Rummager.
Blizzard 23 says
For
Giot.
2.
Yeah.
So it's like a 2.25
Mokasakura says 2.5
by
rating.
itself. And then it can scale to be a lot better when you're playing the equipment deck, which presumably you are. Joshua Phoenix is dominant. Red, white,
Oh.
1/3/4. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw
I
that
love
many cards.
Joshua
That's a great
too.
rate.
If you guys have watched my
just
Final
that, and
Fantasy
it'll-
16 streams, he's one of my he was my favorite character until Dion came along, and then Dion, yeah, he threw him down the throat.
So flips. 2 cards, then. Joshua Phoenix is dominant. Red, white, 1/3/4. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. That's a
Nice.
great rate
Yeah.
for just that. And it also flips.
Blizzard
for
23 says Joshua, it was too soon.
Phoenix Warden of Fire, 4/4 flying lifelink, deals 2 damage to each opponent on the first and second chapters.
Oh, that's so good.
And then third chapter, return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Oh.
Exile Phoenix and return. What the
That's
heck?
so fucking good. God damn.
This thing is nuts. It flips on
Yeah.
5.
That's nasty.
4.
Blizzard 23 says I beg your
A
finest
4
pardon.
star rating to a 3-drop.
Sorry, repeat all of that,
Less
please.
life.
That
2 cards then.
just
Deck,
got
which
better
Phoenix
and
is
better.
dominant. Red, white, 1/3/4. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. That's a
That's
great
beneficial just on its own.
rate for just that.
And he
it
flips
also
for 5.
flips for 5.
Becomes a 4/4 flying.
Phoenix Warden of Fire, 4/4 flying lifelink,
Lifelink too.
deals 2 damage to each opponent on the first and second chapters.
So he's doing 4 damage on the first 2 chapters.
And then third chapter,
Blizzard
return any number of
23
target
says,
creature
"Good
cards
lord,
with
they
total
love
mana value
Joshua."
6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile Phoenix and return. What the heck?
And he returns. Holy shit. He revives everything
Mokasakura says rating 4.2.
like Phoenix should. Returns everything like Phoenix should. And then he also returns himself. I'm going to give him a 4.5. But just because he also returns.
Blizzard
So that's
23
broken.
says he
Nuts. It
better be a
flips on
5.
5?
4.5. I would be shocked if he gave him a 5, but I want to say 4.5. I'll be shocked if he actually gives him a 5.
Flips on 5? 4? A 4-star rating to a 3-drop?
That's so good. It returns.
Card's gross.
Yeah.
This thing's gross, gross, gross. Yeah. The lifelink on the flyer and the 2 damage means you're gaining the 2.
My 2 favorite cards have the best ratings. Some of the best ratings.
It's not a 5.
Not favorite
Blizzard
cards.
23
2 favorite
says, "Ain't
characters.
No way this man is an actual
5s
hater.
are reserved for the grossest of bombs.
That's the only thing. He's not a bomb. He's just an amazing fucking. But it almost is a bomb. I mean, he's bringing multiple creatures back from your graveyard.
Into every 5 is a GT, you know.
What's a GT? Damn, that card is so
Lightning
good.
Army of 1.
Blizzard 23 says he's a strong reset.
I did not know
No.
that Joshua was so good. Not even reset. He brings he brings your grave. Am I reading this correctly? Hold on.
5 and the 2 damage
He brings cards back.
means you're gaining the 2.
Mokasakura says
It's
high
not a
4
5,
nonetheless.
Like he what's it called? He revives cards until end of turn. He doesn't just reset the board.
5's a reserve damage
Hold on.
drop. 4? Flips on the heck mana value 6 or less. And the lifelink deals 2 damage to each opponent on the first and second chapters. And then third chapter, return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile
Okay, no.
Blizzard
He
23
doesn't
says exactly he a gamer changer.
Phoenix and return. What
Okay, no, he doesn't wipe the board. He just brings back your board.
the heck?
Does the
Mana
first part
value
do
6
damage
or
to
less from your
opponents
graveyard
only?
to the battlefield.
Okay, yeah, no, he doesn't
Fuck's that noise? Oh, it's car going by. Sorry. Yeah, he doesn't wipe the board. He just he revives everything, which is still nasty because he keeps coming back
The
and doing
Exile,
it
Phoenix,
too.
and it flips.
That's amazing.
Mokasakura says the Japanese here would rate him low 4.
Gross.
And then he's one of my favorite characters too.
Yeah. The lifelink on the flyer and the 2 damage means you're gaining the 2. It's not a 5. Nope. I'm fine giving this a 4.5.
Yeah.
4,
that's right.
4.5. Like, this card is that good, but it isn't a 5-star.
4.5.
Like, I can't splash for this in any deck.
Yeah,
You
it's
still
red
need
white.
to do some other thing. It's very, very good. It's very good. Red, white 1, 3/2, first strike, trample, lifelink. That is a lot of text. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or permanent that player controls, it deals double until your next
Blizzard23
turn.
says next is lighting the most popular female lead.
Oh, wait. So this thing has first strike, so it works with other creatures in combat. You attack with this. If first strike hits, then your non-first striking creatures could double damage. It's a 3/2 first strike trample lifelink for 3 base. I'm happy with the 3. Just a very good 3-drop, maybe a 3.25. Just a very good 3-drop.
Blizzard23 says a
Zidane,
3.
Tantalus Thief, red white 3 for a 3/3 ETB. Gain control of target creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it against lifelink haste.
Mokasakura says
Whenever an
ouch.
opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure. That card is cool. It ain't no bomb or anything, but 5 mana, steal a creature, attack and gain a bunch of life, and then when you give it back, you get a treasure. That card's cool. It's not like that exciting, but it's cool. What did I give Lightning? A 3.25? I'll give Zidane a 3 or a 2.75 or a. It's just a nice value. Yeah, it's fine. Cloud planets. Nope. That was a 500. No, so that's one of the weird card.
I'm like reading. I guess they're doing that Sony like event right now, and one of my friends said that they revealed Code Vein 2. I have no idea what that is.
Scientia.
Ah, Ignis.
Green, blue, 1, 2/2, ETB. Look at the top 6. You can put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Green, blue, 1, tap. Exile a card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, make a food. Okay.
Mokasakura says 3.6.
Yeah, that's just decent. 2.5? 2.75 maybe? You're likely to hit a land in top 6 cards, so it's a 3 mana 2/2 ramp that has some value later. I'm happy with that.
Blizzard23 says 2.5.
Omega Heartless Evolution. Green, blue, 5, 8/8. Legendary artifact creature. When it enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on it.
Surprised
Put
it's
X
green
stun
blue.
counters on each of those permanents. Yeah, and you gain X life. Oh.
It's a lot of text. It's uncommon. A lot of text.
I mean, you're going to have some non-basics, most likely, because of deserts. But this actually isn't that good.
Mokasakura says 2.5.
I got excited. I saw the X, but the X isn't that. This is like a 2 point.
Blizzard23 says 1.5.
I think it's slightly above average. I don't think it's
2.3.
much better than that, though. The Wandering Minstrel, green, blue, 1/3. Lands you control enter untapped at the beginning.
How much more do we have here, guys? Hold on, give me a second. I want to Chocobo. I kind of want to skip through these really quick because we have to go soon. I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Choco! Green, white, blue, and 1/3/5. Whenever one of our words you control attack, look at the top card. Look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, then put any number of lands from among them onto the battlefield tapped and the rest in your graveyard.
Ooh.
And then it has the landfall ability.
Burp.
So even if you just have Choco, it can hit the lands
So the
off
thing
the
is,
top.
it's 3 colors.
Blizzard23 says 2.5.
Honestly, Choco's probably not anything better than like a 2.25, though. You really need more birds in your deck. And if you do have more birds, maybe it gets a little bit better. I guess it gets a lot better. But you still need to be attacking with that many birds, so this is just okay. This is going to look better than it plays out.
Okay, let's see.
Maybe bird. I'm fine. White, blue,
Oh,
black,
look, there's
1,
Noctis.
4/3 life.
Somebody was
Just
asking
strike better with
about
more
Noctis
birdies.
a little while ago.
I'm fine with that.
Looks pretty nice too. I thought this was one of those other
Noctis,
cards
Prince
though.
of Lucis. White, blue, black, 1, 4/3 lifelink. All right, that's not bad. You may cast
If I'm
artifact
not mistaken, I think I heard this card was supposed to be a good combo card.
spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in
Mokasakura
addition
says 3.6.
to paying their other lifelink. All right, that's not bad. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that
Blizzard23
artifact
says
ends
they
with a
should use his
finality
final
counter on
form.
it. So fourth paying the 3 lifelink. All right, that's not bad. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by
Blizzard23
paying
says
3 life in
3.0.
addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact ends with a finality counter on it. So 4/3 lifelink for Esper and 1 at its base. And then there are a lot of artifacts in the format. It's 2.5. It's a fun build around. I don't think this is anything crazy.
I know I heard that there was a combo card
This is
somebody
not
said with
3.5.
Noctis. I don't think it's this one though. It doesn't sound like there's any combo here. It does look very nice though.
Kefka court types
Let's
into
see.
the ruler of ruin,
Mokasakura
5/7
says
flying.
just
Whenever
for
an opponent
looks lol.
Kefka, more Kefka,
read
blue,
it's
red.
very kills the opponent very quickly. Oh wait. Sorry, I read that wrong. Right, you're drawing that many cards. Yeah, you could deck yourself out by doing that actually. So you probably don't want to flip it until you're
Legendary.
about to kill them.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Situ-
I'll go with like a 3.5. That sounds about right.
the whale.
Sin Spira's Punishment. Black,
Is it
green,
the whale?
blue for 7/7 flying. Okay, when it enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. They create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land, repeat this process. So it's very hard to brick on this thing, and it's a 7/7 flyer.
7 for a 7/7 flyer?
I think that's better than Kefka. I'll give this a 4.
Oh, wow.
7/7 flying.
Blizzard23 says
Lots of
3.5.
value immediately when it enters / when it attacks. I'm happy with that. Summon Bahamut. 9 mana.
Bam.
But of the Baha variety.
Hmm.
9/9 flyer. First 2 chapters, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Chapter 3, draw 2. Chapter 4, deals damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. I mean, this is
It's a bomb.
obviously insane.
Mokasakura
9
says
mana
Baja Blast
is an
USA.
insane amount, though. 9 mana is a
Blizzard23
tremendous
says of
amount
course
in
he's a
limited.
big boy.
I mean, if you're playing ramp, maybe.
Like getting to 9 mana
Oh,
is
but, I mean,
often
he's- It basically, if you win, if you get him out, you basically win.
turn 11 or 12 or later. It's not generally on turn 9. Like if you have this, you're gonna really want ways to get more mana sources, you know? And that's, yeah, as well as that, if it's a faster format, this card is basically uncastable a lot of the time. I mean, you can draft in a manner that would allow you to get to a longer game, but like this is a 5 power level in terms of effects, but that's not how we rate cards, you know? I kind of want to give this a 4.
I feel like it's like a 3.5 because it's
If you cast it, it's a
really
9.
hard to get it.
That's the thing. How likely are you to cast it? I don't know. I'll probably just give it a 4.
Not only, but it's also it's really hard to cast. It costs a
Blizzard23
lot.
says 2.5 because
but
it's so hard.
It also it's also a little bit dependent on it does damage equal to the cost of something else, not to the cost, but to the conversion of something else, equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control. So it's also kind of dependent on that. And if you're really late game like that,
Mokasakura says mana value.
usually if you're really late game like that, it's either 2 situations. The board is full and you're both just stalled,
or you have just one thing on the board and you're both top decking if it's kind of that late in the game. So potentially it could just be a 9 for a 9/9 if you don't really have any other permanents on the board and you're both just, top decking at that point. Which makes me wonder, like, if it's still that worth.
It's just so expensive,
It looks cool though.
you know?
I think I might end here,
Very good.
guys.
Very strong.
Already for today.
Ultima,
Oh,
Origin
and an
of
Ultima.
Oblivion.
Let's see what he
5 mana,
does.
4/4 flyer. When it attacks, put a blight counter on a land for as long as that land has a blight 4/4.
Actually, yeah, this is a perfect spot to
Very
end.
good. Very
It's
strong.
artifacts now.
Ultima, Origin of Oblivion. 5 mana, 4/4 flyer. When it attacks, put a blight counter on a land for as long as that land has a blight counter on it. It loses all land types and abilities and has add colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional
Blizzard23
colorless.
says 8.4
Interesting.
likes we did it, guys.
5 mana to start screwing
Oh,
your
8.4 likes.
opponents,
That's
kind
so
of.
much. It's crazy.
4/4 flyer for 5.
Thank you for the
2.5.
roses, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
5 mana 4/4 flyer is like okay and limited. Maybe it's a 2.25.
I heard that he was just
I guess the plan
okay.
is to Ultima target your own land so that you can summon Bahamut a little bit earlier. You know, Yeah, exactly.
Blizzard23 says,
Yeah,
I
this
told
card
you,
is
Barika,
whatever.
we love ya.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
Adventurers Airship 3.
Oh, as much as they want to keep going, guys, I have to get ready. We are going to be going to the pre-release. Pre-release here today is at 7. Man, I remember back in the day they used to do the pre-releases late. Like they would start them like at 10 o'clock because it was like it was the midnight releases. I don't know if they still do midnight releases, but back then it was the midnight releases. So we would get there at 10 and start by 12.
Blizzard23 says you aren't streaming tomorrow,
And
right?
we would be there till like 4 or 5 in the morning. So it's not that late anymore. It's a 7 p.m. release. So we will be heading out. I need to get ready ASAP so we can head out, go drop off my little girl, and then be there on time. It's already 5 o'clock and we got to be there by 7. So thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. I will be back. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday. Actually, Monday. I do have something to
Mokasakura
take care of
says, sounds
something.
very good times. Have a good one.
I do have something to take care of on Monday. So I don't know if I'll be streaming late or not at all yet. I will try and make it, but if not, I should be back on Tuesday. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for today.
Blizzard23 says thank you for the good
And
time we had
for
fun.
the likes, love, and support. I'm actually kind of surprised that people stuck around for this. I thought people were gonna be really bored by this. I was still like, I
Blizzard23
don't
says
think
even if
anybody's
one of
gonna
us
like
was
this
sleeping.
nerdy stuff, but thank you guys again. Appreciate it. I hope you guys, if you guys are going to your own pre-release, you have fun. Stay safe, guys, and have a nice weekend. I will see you guys later, guys.
Mokasakura says it was
Bye-bye.
fun and cute.